It's a partly cloudy, cool, and somewhat windy afternoon here in New York City. CBC Sports live at Belmont Park for the 18th running of the Breeders' Cup.
Belmont Park, the sprawling racecourse on Long Island, New York, the site of the 18th Breeders' Cup. From the top of the Belmont Grandstand, you can see the skyline of New York City, a skyline forever altered by the events of September 11th. So this Breeders' Cup is more than the ultimate day of thoroughbred racing. It stands as a powerful symbol that life will go on and is dedicated to the many brave men and women who gave their lives in an attempt to save others. Symbolic too, our celebration today of the thoroughbred, that most noble of beasts, with his origins in Arabia, but in the modern world a unifying force, a vehicle for peaceful competition from all parts of the world, bringing together all people who admire their grace, beauty, and heart. This day also has a practical meaning as the thoroughbred community opens its collective wallet with millions to be collected today for the New York Heroes Fund. And World Thoroughbred Championship Day at Belmont Park is windy and cold. The temperature 45 degrees. That's just fine for the horses, a little chilly for the humans, especially if you get in that wind 15 to 20 miles an hour. But the good news, the main track is fast and the turf course is firm. Hello everyone and welcome to Belmont Park, which has been a part of the fabric of New York sports since 1905. And this is the first major international sporting event to be held in New York since the events of September 11th. The world, of course, has become a more difficult place since then. As you know, there is a considerable Arab presence in the thoroughbred industry, the most prominent being the Maktoum brothers, the royal family of Dubai. And while there are still some unanswered questions regarding the terrorist money trail through Dubai and the Emirates, there is little question regarding the Maktoum's feeling for America. They were the first to renounce terrorism, Osama bin Laden and the Taliban. Sheikh Mohammed on September 12th donated $5 million to the Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund. And their Godolphin has pledged 100% of their earnings today to the NTRA Charities New York Heroes Fund. In addition, with their many sales purchases and with their farms in the United States, they employ hundreds of Americans, as do the operations of Saudis Khalid Abdullah and Ahmed Salman. But at this time of crisis, none of the Arab principals are expected to be here for this Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championship Day. And right off the bat, in the first race of the day, the distaff, we see the Arab influence because Flute, the 3-year-old filly, is the morning line favorite at 5-2, owned by Khalid Abdullah's Juddmonte Farm. Tranquility Lake, as you see, at 10. Exogenous, another 3-year-old filly, at 3-1. Miss Linda is at 12. Double digits on 2-item limit, Unbridled Elaine and Queenie Belle. Pompeii is 15, so is Starer. Altier at 30-1. Critical Eye 20. Spain, the defending champion, at 8-1. And Fleet Renee became ill earlier this week and was scratched yesterday. But as we said, we see that Arab influence right away. The favorite Flute, owned by Khalid Abdullah. And in an ironic twist, she's trained by that man, a native New Yorker, Bobby Frankel. Frankel is in the Hall of Fame, but there's one gaping hole in his resume. He's never won a Breeders' Cup race. He's 0 for 36 on Breeders' Cup Day. Imagine coming home. A stranger in your own house. Empty, alone, in search of ultimate validation.
When I was in my teens, my father took me to Belmont Park to keep me quiet. My parents used to give me a few bucks to bet on the horses. When I first started, I used to be at the barn all day long. Didn't have a clue what I was doing. I got very lucky, and I think I won 5 out of the first 12 horses I ran. I thought I was a genius, you know. I thought I knew everything. I was so proud of myself. In this business, you got to win, and everybody gets a chance, but some people make it, some don't make it.
For nearly 4 decades, in a Hall of Fame career, Frankel has had many chances to win that big race, but none better than this year, with 7 talented horses running today.
They're off. It is you now, pouring it on. Devastating effort here by Outdueling. And they are all tasting good, and Luke has won in dancing.
Bobby Frankel this year is at his peak of his game.
I think he's finally going to get that monkey off his back.
He's got the greatest chances he's ever had.
I'm coming into this Breeders' Cup, I mean, in tremendous condition. The horses are unbelievable. They're training unbelievable. They look unbelievable. They're in the right spots. I'll probably be favored 3 races. What am I going to do? If I don't win, I don't win. You know, there's nothing I can do.
This is his best chance, and while his barn is loaded with talent, there's one horse that would make winning today extra special.
Yes, that's me. Of all the 1,000 horses I've trained, there's no doubt in my mind that the Flute, she's maybe not the best, but she sure is my favorite, and she has the personality that you fall in love with, you know? I just think Flute was put on this earth to be the first one for me to win a Breeders' Cup race with, to be honest with you. Her being in the first race, I think it was just meant to be. She would be the one I want to win.
And today, back home, in search of the ultimate validation. And Flute making her way toward the track, perhaps to give Bobby Frankel, her trainer, his first ever Breeders' Cup win. And joined now by Charles C. Canty. And Charles C., Bobby Frankel, I think, has almost all the people around the racetrack rooting for him to win one. And good news, the distaff is a formful race usually.
It is the single most formful race in the entire Breeders' Cup. Favorites have won 38% of the time. Couple that with the fact that when the Breeders' Cup is held here in New York, the average winning payoff is less than $10. So we're quite right in looking at these 2 3-year-old fillies as heavy favorites. But you could see a big price, a big performance from a couple of these older mares, too. Very tough, like Pompey, a grade 1 filly who's never been worse than second here at Belmont Park.
And, of course, Spain is the defending champion in the Breeders' Cup distaff, and she's back to defend that title this year in the Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships, the new name for this great event. And right off the bat, a horse has fallen in the tunnel leading right into the track. And that is exogenous, I believe. It's exogenous, if I'm not mistaken, because of the gray color. The horses had not even come on the track yet. Only the first 2, Tranquility Lake and Flute, were out, and just as exogenous was making her way from the tunnel that leads from the paddock onto the track.
She has apparently reared up and flipped over and has done some obviously quite serious injury to herself. Dr. Larry Bramlage is with us. He will be getting a report from the track veterinarian as soon as news. This does not look very good.
Jockey Javier Castellano aiding her, and I wasn't really looking at the time, Charles, but you think she reared up and fell? You think that's what happened?
I think it's the only thing she could have done. She's got her leg hung through the railing there.
She's caught on the railing.
Her legs were tangled up, made it look as though she could not get up. Hopefully that was what caused it. Otherwise it looked like she had lost control of her hind end, which would have been a very dire injury. A freakish thing, no matter what. Exogenous will be a scratch. Obviously, she could not possibly run after this, but let's just hope she gets out of this.
We'll wait for a full report on her condition as they try to free her from her entanglement on the rail. Let's go down to Bob Newmeyer, who's trackside. Bob?
I'm taking a look at an effort to free Exogenous. What happened is she flipped as she was walking from the tunnel onto the main track, and her leg, she's lying on the dirt as they make their way onto the main track, and unfortunately one of her rear legs is caught in the gate, and they're trying to extract her foot from the gate if they can, and that's the problem now, because she's in like this in between a long vertical pole and the end. Now they've freed the back leg. They've freed the back leg, and now they're trying to get her back on her feet. She's still lying down with her head in the air, and just trying to relax her at this point, but kind of a frightening scene down here. Now they get her back on her feet, and she could not get on her feet, and now it's flipped over again, and this is needless to say, I mean, a nightmare for anyone here watching this scene. Police trying to clear the area for Exogenous. This is a filly that has won 2 Grade 1 races in succession, would have been the second choice in this race behind Flute. And now this horrible accident before the horse even hit the racetrack here at Belmont Park.
Javier Castellano, the jockey, who was aboard her in his first Breeders' Cup mount.
Of course, the very great hope here is that she is simply stunned, and she's got a little bit of muscle paralysis going on here. But with a hind end contortion like that, and Dr. Bramlage will certainly help us out here in a minute, but there could have been some serious injury to her spinal column. We simply have to see. She was most cooperative when she was caught by relaxing and not fighting and allowing the people to try to get her extricated. But it certainly looks like a desperate situation here for her. I'd like to see her on her feet sooner than this. The longer she's down, the more troubling this is.
And you see the grief. She was second choice 7-2 in the wagering, and Randy Schulhofer in tears. It's and it's reminiscent for me, Charles C., of 1990, sorry to say, when Gopher Wand was fatally injured here at Belmont Park in the running of the distaff as they came down the stretch.
It's the ultimate horror. You spend all your time trying to keep these horses sound and well. You care about them. They become close and dear to you, and it's hard enough to see them be injured like this. But this is going from bad to worse here.
So, unfortunate, disastrous, calamitous start to Breeders' Cup World Championship Day. The horses were just coming onto the racetrack when the 3-year-old filly Exogenous apparently reared up, flipped over, had her hind legs trapped in the gate that they close after the horses come through that tunnel to separate it from the main track. And they've had some trouble getting her to her feet and now continue to work on her. Let's go back to Bob Newmeyer. He has the jockey, Javier Castellano.
This is Javier Castellano, and can you tell us exactly what happened, Javier?
I don't know what happened when you go to the paddle, and the filly, she's great. When you take the pony, the filly, she flipped the filly, you know, she flipped back the filly, and try to, you know, take the horse where I can, because she flipped the paddle, and that's what happened.
So she flipped completely over backwards, was that it?
She flipped completely back, and, you know, and tried to, the pony tried to take the filly, and he came because he don't have a chance, you know.
Did she hit the ground hard, Javier, back injury, and then she had her hind leg trapped in the fence here as well?
Yeah, put a delay in between the, you know, the fence, and I can, you know, because I'm trying to take the horse and try to tear her up, but I can because put a delay in the fence, and unbelievable.
I see Randy, the trainer, Schulhofer, in tears, and this is your worst nightmare.
Yeah, everybody is surprised. The filly, she's great, she's nice filly, unbelievable. That's the job, that's the business.
Javier Castellano, the jockey of Exogenous.
All right, Bob, you saw trainer Randy Schulhofer in tears, and let's go to Kenny Rice. He has Richard Migliori, who was aboard Miss Linda just behind Exogenous when the accident occurred.
Thanks, Tom. Richard Migliori was just a few feet away when it happened with Exogenous. Tell me what happened there, Richard, as you were aboard Miss Linda.
Yeah, we were just stepping out on the track, and there was a lot of activity, you know, with the ponies, and it looked like Exogenous caught sight of the matrix board, and she froze. And I said to my guys, look out, it looks like she's going to flip, and then she turned over and kind of got herself caught up on the fence. And in the panic to try to get back to her feet, it looked like she got her hind legs stuck to the slats in the fence, and I just hope they can extricate her out of there.
How did Miss Linda handle it? Because you were the one just behind Exogenous, and all the other mares are behind you.
Yeah, it shook her up a little bit, but, you know, the groom and John's assistants did a good job, you know, getting her away from it as quick as possible and keeping her as calm as could be.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Good luck. Richard Migliori, who was right behind the situation, Tom. And Wayne Lucas right now in the paddock has told Victor Espinoza, the jockey of Spain, to dismount. He was walking Spain around, and all the jockeys now have dismounted as they are in a situation here of much concern as well for what is happening out near the front end of the track where we cannot see right now with Exogenous. Back to you, Tom.
All right, Kenny, that is the paddock where the horses that had not yet made their way onto the track are being walked. The jockeys have dismounted. And in front of the grandstand, the horse ambulance is being backed in where Exogenous fell to the track. We'll give you a complete update when we return after this commercial break.
When the clothing arrives for the new season, it's always exciting for me. You see, I do windows. This year, there's a great selection of khakis, long-sleeve knits, sweaters, and leather jackets. My job is to make sure you look when you walk by. Sometimes I'll even stand there myself, just to see if you're paying attention. I love that part.
Seasonal fashions, now at Moore's. Well-made, well-priced, well-dressed. Moore's.
Introducing the revolutionary GMC Envoy. With more interior space than Jeep Grand Cherokee, better fuel efficiency, and more standard towing power than Ford Explorer, and more horsepower than any sport utility in its class. Perhaps most remarkable, though, is Envoy's price. For $38,998, you can drive one, well, anywhere.
Back live at Belmont Park in New York City, Jim, certainly a grim start to the afternoon, and as Tom Hammond mentioned, we remember it well. We worked that event. Go for Juan 10 years ago here at Belmont Park had to be put down in this event, the distaff. Canadian connections are numerous over the years. Jim, let's take a quick look at some of the Canadian connections we'll be following here this afternoon.
And Brian, there will be several of them that are either Canadian bred, Canadian owned, or Canadian raced. In jealous form in the Juvenile fillies, a horse that's based at Woodbine. Of course, the injury to numerous times, we'll cover that, had to be scratched from the mile. An undefeated horse. Canadian owned, came home. Trudy McCaffrey, John Toffin, there the interests. Some of the other ones of particular interest in the big money races, Lodge Hill, Eugene and Laura Melnick out of Toronto. We have Quiet Resolve for Sampson Farm, last year's Horse of the Year. And then the big race, the Classic 2, a Fleet's Dancer and Macho Uno.
And Jim, of course, there are other horses that have come through the big events at Woodbine, such as the Canadian International, the E.P. Taylor. Those are now major prep events for this as they've been moved up in September. And, of course, the Addo Mile. You referred to numerous times. The injury, I'm happy to report, not serious. He will race again. We have a big feature on that later. But right now, let's rejoin NBC and update the condition of the injured horse.
We're back at Belmont Park for the Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships. A terrible accident has occurred just as the horses were coming onto the track for the first Breeders' Cup race of the day. Exogenous, the 3-year-old filly, rearing up, falling over, and then entangling her feet in the gate, the fence, just by the main track. We're told by Dr. Larry Bramblage now, as you see the horse ambulance being backed up, we're told by Dr. Larry Bramblage that she suffered a head injury and she is dazed, and they are still trying to get her to her feet to load her onto the equine ambulance. Let's go to Mike Battaglia.
All right, Tom, the scene down here is just absolutely horrible. They've not been able to get Exogenous up as of yet. They're trying to now pull her into the van. She's still laying down. The word from down here is that she has a severe head injury. When she flipped over, she hit very hard. Now, I don't know if you can get this, but they are getting her in the van right now. They're pulling her in, actually pulling her in. The horse has not been put down. She does appear to be in severe distress. They've given her a sedative, and they are getting her into the horse van right this second as we speak. So hopefully they'll be able to save this horse. But as of right now, we don't know, Tom, the extent of the injuries, and we just don't know what to tell you. But she is in the horse ambulance at this time, and we can just hope for the best.
All right, Mike. So the head injury to Exogenous, Chelsea, putting her in that horse ambulance to take her back for more extensive treatment.
Well, the severe head injury hopefully will explain a lot of the lack of coordination. If she's not got a severe spinal cord injury, then possibly there's hope for her. Needless to say, the logistics of getting an inert horse loaded in an awkward position there into that horse ambulance without doing any further damage, so they're taking it very carefully. But meanwhile, the ambulance obviously is blocking the access from the paddock for the rest of the fillies. We have 2 on the track. The rest of them are in the paddock. But certainly our thoughts and hopes and prayers go with Exogenous. You saw Randy Schulhofer's face, the pain and agony, the assistant trainer, just 2 days ago. He was at the hospital for the birth of his first child, and now a bittersweet weekend.
Saw Chris McCarron trying to stay loose in the cold temperatures back in the paddock. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I can't say that I ever have. I mean, unfortunately, we see accidents once the race has happened or maybe in the gate, but very rarely leaving the paddock. Sometimes you'll see horses flip in the paddock. It's certainly not unusual, but usually fillies of this caliber that have been racing this much, most of them don't have these kind of tendencies, you know.
Well, the horses were making their way onto the track when Exogenous reared up, and here's what happened as she was getting away, making her way, and you see Jockey Castellano was
that's a hard hit.
Come out, and she hit her head very hard as she fell. So that's the dazed condition she is in after hitting her head in that fall. Let's go back to Bob Newmeyer.
With Dr. Wayne McElwraith, the veterinarian who just attended to Exogenous, what can you tell us?
Well, Exogenous flipped over backwards and hit her head, and she has suffered some neurologic trauma. What they needed to do, they gave her Soludelta-Cortef, they gave her some steroids for the acute inflammation. She's been loaded on the ambulance, and hopefully she'll be okay. But
so she was sedated. She is still alive at this moment, being hustled along by the New York police here. Yeah.
She is still alive. She was sedated to put her on the ambulance, and she'll be carried to the back there with under sedation.
And what will they do at the equine hospital here at Belmont?
What they'll do at the equine hospital is that she's as I said, she's had some corticosteroids for the inflammation, and she'll be monitored, and hopefully we'll be able to get up after she comes through the ketamine anesthesia.
Any guess as to whether you think she'll make it?
No, it's too early to say right at the moment.
Thank you. Now back to Tom Hammond.
All right, Bob. Let's go down to Kenny Rice. He's back in the paddock with trainer Dallas Stewart, as the feeling down there must be one of extreme deflation. Kenny?
Yes, Tom, it certainly is a disappointing way to get this Breeders' Cup started. I know, Dallas, you wish that the race was going on and Exogenous was out there running, but the situation you have now with Unbridled Elaine is you have to make sure your filly's ready. So as she walks around here, anything particular you're looking for?
Well, we just want to keep her calm and quiet, and looks like she's behaving herself, and we're just relaxing, waiting on the call. So whenever they say riders up, we'll be ready to go.
And I think they're getting ready to call that now, maybe, or that's waiting over there. Okay, thank you, Dallas Stewart, who is with Pat Day, Tom. As it appears down here now that they're getting ready to call the riders back up here in the paddock to take them out onto the track.
Well, the riders have remounted and now will make their way toward the track as racing will resume. The distaff will be coming up.
Why buy vitamin D when the sun's giving it away for free? Accept it. You belong outside.
Fresh from the kettle and from Quaker Instant Oatmeal, the taste of baked apple pie. The rich flavor of golden honey. The warm taste of cinnamon roll. 3 delicious flavors, all with the goodness of Quaker instant oatmeal, all fresh from the kettle.
Saving for your children's education? With the Canada Education Savings Grant, even small savings can grow quickly. The Government of Canada will add 20% to your children's registered education savings plans, up to $400 a year per child. Call now to receive your free information kit on the Canada Education Savings Grant and other services for children. A message from the Government of Canada.
Belmont Park, Elmont, New York, the Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships. Again, the 3-year-old filly Exogenous injured as she flipped over and hit her head just coming out of the tunnel onto the track. So she has been scratched, and the races will go on, even though it is extremely painful sometimes to return to the business at hand. But Exogenous has been taken in the equine ambulance back to be treated at the hospital here at Belmont Park. Flute, as you see, the 3-year-old filly trained by Bobby Franco, continues to rule as the favorite at even money. Pompeii, Star, and Atelier are long shots. The defending champion Spain, trained by Dwayne Lucas, who won the distaff in an upset last year, is at 9-2. Well, while the horses that were behind Exogenous returned to the paddock and the jockeys dismounted, Tranquility Lake and Flute, number 1 and number 2, were already on the track. Donna Brothers is on horseback, and she saw what they were doing during the delay. Donna, what's the report on those two fillies?
Well, Tom, I guess it's lucky Tranquility Lake is a 6-year-old mare, and Flute is very, very professional. They just seemed to wonder where everybody was. They walked out on the racetrack for a while and just circled around. Their riders did stay on a little longer than the riders in the paddock did, so that's not going to help them because they had to carry that heavy weight a little longer than the other riders. But the one thing is that they did maintain their composure, and I really don't see this costing anybody any significant energy for the race. They look like they've all saved it. Tom?
Donna is, of course, our former jockey, and Donna, when something like this happens, when an accident happens, something horrible, as we've just witnessed, happens, is it tough to get your enthusiasm, to get your head back into the game, to return to the business at hand?
Well, I'll tell you what, it is, Tom. If they would have had to put the filly down, it would be worse, but I've seen this happen before. When a horse hits their head really hard, you have to imagine how much they weigh and how hard they hit their head, and sometimes it just takes them a while to regain their wits and their consciousness. So they did sedate her and pulled her onto the van halfway sedated, but she never did lose consciousness, and I've seen these horses lay down like that for 20 minutes, even an hour, and then all of a sudden jump back up again. So there's always hope for that with her, and that's, of course, what everybody will keep their fingers crossed for.
All right, thank you very much, Donna, as we look at Starrer warming up under jockey Chris McCarron. This distaff, the first Breeders' Cup race, has a purse of $2 million, and it's run over 1.1 miles. Now, at Belmont Park, that's a different proposition for most tracks. Because of the 1.5 mile circumference of Belmont, it's around only one turn, where at most tracks it would be around 2. As you can see, the wind continues to kick up, 15 to 20 mile-an-hour winds. Tom Durkin calls the races for us, and also is the race caller normally for the New York Racing Association here at Belmont Park. And Tom Durkin, of course, has been on all 18, or this is the 18th Breeders' Cup for him. But, Tom, I'm wondering, here at Belmont Park, with a 20-mile-an-hour wind, how will that affect these horses?
As far as the wind is concerned, Tom, it's detrimental to the front runners. We have a very long run down here at Belmont Park in the 1 1/8 races. It's 5 furlongs straight, and today that's straight into the wind. So the horses that are on the front end are going to be battling that wind all the way. It's quite a disadvantage for them, so they're going to try to have to slow that pace down in the early going, not to take too much out of them. And of course, this benefits the horses that come from behind. They can draft in behind those horses in front of them, and then when they come into the stretch, the jockeys take them out, and then they've got that wind at their backs to kick them home and assist them. So a little bit of an extra plus for the stretch runners in this race.
Tom, just a question for you. I know you need to look at the silks and memorize them, but is it tough for you to regain your enthusiasm?
Right about now, it frankly is, Tom, yeah.
Well, it's kind of the way we all feel, Tom, and but the races go on, and as they begin to load into the starting gate, Again, the distaff is for fillies and mares, $2 million over a mile and an 8, 3-year-olds and up. Flute is the favorite, trying to give Bobby Frankel, her trainer, his first Breeders' Cup win. Let's go to Kenny Rice.
Thank you, Tom. I'm with the man who has the defending champion in this race, Spain. Wayne Lucas, of course, who's won more Breeders' Cup races than anybody. How was Spain during all this and the weight out there and coming out on the track, Wayne?
Well, Kenny, she handled it pretty well. I wouldn't have programmed that into the schedule today, but on the other hand, you know, these are very, very unsettling things. She handled it very well.
Thank you, Wayne. Let's go back to Tom.
All right, Kenny, thank you very much. Wayne Lucas hoping Spain can repeat as you see the horses loading into the starting gate. Inside Information holds the Breeders' Cup record, the Great Secretariat, the track record for a mile and an 8. And for the call of the Breeders' Cup World Championships distaff, let's go to Tom Durkin.
The final horses moving into line for this 18th Breeders' Cup distaff. Critical Eye moving in, and defending champion Spain taking her outside post position in the gate and ready for the start of the Breeders' Cup at Belmont. And they're off. And it is Spain, and she breaks alertly for the early lead. Pompeii is flashing early speed today. And coming up from the inside, here comes Tranquility Lake, and Queenie Belle is right there in and among them. Miss Linda comes away running in 5th, and Flute down on the inside, up close and on the pace, and she's 6th in the early going. A length and a half back to Star, who's 7th. And a long-legged Unbridled Elaine stretches out now in 8th position. To her outside, it's Atelier, 2-item limit, and Critical Eye are at the back of the pack. Up the back stretch through a quarter that was into the wind in 23 and 3. And it is Tranquility Lake in front. Eddie Dillahousse has taken her well off the rail. She's out and about that 3-pad with that lead. A narrow lead it is as Queenie Belle is right there with her. Pompeii up close, right there on the pace, running along in 3rd. And Flute is under a hard hold there by Jerry Bailey as the field moves into the far turn, just in behind the lead. Defending champion Spain making a move now. And there she goes at the half-mile pole. Now 4th on the outside. Miss Linda in between horses. And Flute has been shuffled back. She's now running in 6th. Atelier is launching a bid, a wide bid, and picking up horses one by one. Atelier is coming on strongly. And then it's Star, 2-item limit. Unbridled Elaine. Critical Eye is the last of them all. As the field turns for home, and it's Spain in front, but Flute has running room, and here she comes. Off the turn, into the stretch. Spain, the defending champion, is there by 2. Atelier driving hard. 2-item limit coming on the outside. Flute, not today. Miss Linda, Star, Unbridled Elaine is coming with the late run. But it is Spain in front. Here comes Unbridled Elaine with giant strides. Here's the wire. Full-time finish. Unbridled Elaine maybe. Pate thinks he got it. He raised that fist in the air. Third wing with Spain. It was very close indeed. It was close for 3rd as well between Atelier and 2-item limit. And there she is. It appears as though she won by a very narrow margin. Unbridled Elaine and Pat Day coming from off the pace to get the money in the final strides.
At 12-1, Unbridled Elaine coming with a rush under Pat Day, who now becomes once again the all-time leading Breeders' Cup rider. He'd been tied with Jerry Bailey. That's his 12th Breeders' Cup win. Unbridled Elaine, named for one of the daughters of owner Roger Davenport, who's 82 years old. She had taken on the Colts, was 2nd to Macho Uno in the Pennsylvania Derby before she finished 4th in Keeneland Spinster Stakes. Unbridled Elaine with a rush. Dallas Stewart, the trainer, as Kenny Rice spoke with Dallas Stewart, and Pat Day was standing by in the paddock, and he said, "We'll be ready to go." She was ready.
Well, the interesting story about Unbridled Elaine is that Dallas Stewart trained her originally. The owner got annoyed, shipped her over to David Vance, who ran her about 4 times. She ran well for him. Then they shipped her back just last week, just back to Dallas Stewart. She's been shuttling back and forth amongst these trainers, but she runs good for all of them.
And Donna Barton is there with Pat Day. Donna?
Pat, congratulations, first of all. Now you're the leading Breeders' Cup rider, but last time you rode this filly, you won by 8 lengths. Today you win the Breeders' Cup distaff. It looks like she runs for you.
Well, we've had a lot of success together, obviously. A great filly. Dallas and David Vance have both done an awesome job with this filly.
They've taken turns?
Yeah. Dallas had trained her, and then David ran her in Iowa, and I rode her, and then just recently she went back to Dallas's barn, and so she's running off of David's training today. So They both done an awesome job, and I just praise God for the privilege and pleasure of being here today. Give him all the glory. My hearts and prayers are with the great filly went down at the break. That's terrible way to start the day. Just pray she's all right.
Pat, we all pray she's all right. Pat, congratulations. And Tom, looks like we got off to a good start, but things are a bad start, but things are getting exciting already.
All right, Donna Barton brothers on horseback, and as Pat tried to explain the trainer situation, can't tell the trainer without a program. Third victory in the distaff for Pat Day is 12th overall as Unbridled Elaine comes charging down in the final strides. A $230,000 Keeneland yearling purchase. Dallas Stewart, the trainer of record, his first Breeders' Cup win with Unbridled Elaine as Wayne Lucas nipped at the wire by one of his former assistants as Spain finishes second.
Aren't you going to bring your jacket?
Nah, I'll be fine.
It's getting chilly. You want to grab something to warm up?
Yes, if you want.
Nothing warms you up like a bowl of Tim's Own chicken noodle soup. Enjoy any one of our hearty soups with a toasted buttered bagel and a medium coffee for just $3.59.
Hey, what's your hurry?
Come home for lunch at Tim Hortons.
The flu, a serious and highly contagious disease that affects everyone, young and old. By not getting your flu shot, you could give the flu to someone else too, perhaps even someone at risk who could wind up in the hospital with complications, including bronchitis, pneumonia, kidney failure, and even heart failure. 500 to 1,500 Canadians die from complications of the flu every year. Protect yourself, protect your family, get the flu shot.
One more way we're working together for a healthier Ontario.
Pizza! In my family, if one wants pizza, the other wants Chinese. Even their stomachs don't agree. If one gets indigestion, the other one gets heartburn. If one gets nausea, the other one gets... well, so I get Pepto-Bismol. As it coats, it relieves heartburn, indigestion, upset stomachs, nausea, and diarrhea. It's like a first aid kit for stomachs. Agree? Agree.
Pepto-Bismol, first aid relief for heartburn, diarrhea, nausea, indigestion, and upset stomachs.
Back live at Belmont, Pat Day winning for the 12th time in Breeders' Cup history. And Jim, two of those wins have come on Canadian horses.
Well, that's right, Brian, and his success is closely paired with Canadian success. 91, Dance Smartly, of course, and 98, Awesome Again, both Queen's Plate winners.
And right now, we rejoin NBC.
The Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships are brought to you by Prudential Financial, by Tyco International, and by Chrysler. Drive equals love. Pat Day and Unbridled Elaine into the winner's circle after paying $26.60, $11.0840. Spain just nipped at the wire, $6.40, $4.90, and two-item limit claimed third, paying $10.20 in the show spot. Let's go down to Kenny Rice.
Thanks, Tom. I'm with Victor Espinoza, who was aboard Spain and who almost pulled it off for the defending champ. Victor, tell me about the ride.
He was excellent all the way around. You know, he's I have a lot of horse around in the turn, and I was waiting for somebody to keep going in the front, but unfortunately everybody stopped, so I had to go. But somehow the other horse, he just come and run, and he took the lead a couple lengths in front, and I mean, I never stopped riding.
Could you feel the other horse coming on you, though? Did you know Unbridled Elaine was coming up?
I know he's somebody who's coming in behind me, but I don't know who was, but that's why I just like keep riding all the way down. So fortunately, he can have the second Breeders' Cup this year, so we're just gonna beat.
Right there in the final jump.
Yes.
All right, thanks for your time. Thanks for staying around. Victor Espinoza, the man who was aboard Spain, who came close to a repeat here today, Tom.
Same thing.
All right, Kenny, as Wayne Lucas had Spain ready to run after she had been in a troubled trip in the Beldamer last start, but she just nipped by Unbridled Elaine, who's being unsaddled now. And the subplot is that Bobby Frankel is now 0 for 37 after his favorite horse, Flute, the horse he said would set the tone for the day for him, finished up the track, and it scrambles the 3-year-old filly championship as well. Let's go down to Trevor Denman now for an analysis of the distaff.
Thank you, Tom. Well, we'll pick them up here at the top of the lane momentarily, and you'll see Unbridled Elaine going to come on the extreme outside in the white colors. She is right in pack right now, and you're going to see her have to shift out. Spain is just out of the picture, in fact, but Spain is going to kick clear. Obviously just a little unlucky with Spain because she had to make that move a little premature. There's Pat Day on the gray horse in the blue cap. Elaine, Unbridled Elaine, now pulled to the outside. She's still got a lot of work to do from here, but you see Pat Day cracking her a few times there. She pins those ears, and right here she just explodes through. Look at her passing a horse with each and every stride. Spain is very, very tired on the front. She's breathing fire at this stage. She'd already done enough, and as you can see, Unbridled Elaine, perfectly timed ride from Pat Day up to tag her in that last bit. So a great ride, a little bit of luck involved there. Pat Day coming to the outside at just the right time. Unfortunately for Victor Espinosa, he had to make that move wide and a little early, and that was the difference between winning and losing. A great win, though, by Unbridled Elaine and Pat Day. Tom?
All right, Trevor, and the distaff, although over its history has been a formful race, the favorite now has not won since 1995 here at Belmont when Inside Information got home first. Let's go to Mike Battaglia.
Thanks, Tom. With Dallas Stewart, who actually just got this horse back a week ago, Pat Day, who's now the leading rider in Breeders' Cup history, and Elaine Davenport, the lady that Unbridled Elaine was named after. To make the trophy presentation, a man who's been extremely busy for this past month, the director of the Mayor's Office of Emergency, Richard Shearer. Richard?
Well, I want to congratulate you on a great race in the great state of New York, and I want to thank all of America for what they've done for us in New York in these past 6 weeks, and congratulations on a wonderful win.
I just have one thing to say. You did it, Dad! You did it, Dad!
Way to go, Elaine. And Dallas, tell us a little bit about the history of what happened. Now, you trained this horse early on, but we know that Dave Vance had her, and she got back to your barn a week ago.
Well, you know, this race is all about the horse. You know, those things just develop like that. David did a great job with her, and we were fortunate to get her back to train. And, you know, it's all about the horse. She's a great horse. She stepped up today. Pat gave her a great ride, and, you know, we're happy to have her, and it's a great day for us.
And Pat did give her a great ride. And, Pat, she came from far back off the pace. Do you think that's the way the track's playing today? Was that your guys' game plan to take her that far back? That's a little bit further back than she's ever been, isn't it?
Well, she was in the middle of the field, and actually she was moving well at the head of the stretch. A horse on the inside altered course and came out in front of us, pushed me over the 8 horses' heels.
Here we go.
And right there, and I had to alter course to the outside. And then I was at the 8th pole before I had a chance to really put her to the task, and she just responded beautifully, dropped down, went after the leader with a vengeance, and got the job done. We just, you know, she's a great filly, well-trained, well-prepared, and just a privilege and a pleasure to be here, and certainly to get this victory. I just praise God for the privilege to be here.
Well, being a daughter of Unbridled Song, you know she's going to run well, and you know she's going to handle the distance.
Well, she is, and she's big, and she's strong, and she's athletic, and that's what you look for.
Congratulations, guys. Tom?
All right, Mike, as we take a look at our Tyco official order of finish, the complete order of finish in the distaff, with Unbridled Elaine, the upset winner, Spain second, 2-item limit claiming third. You see Flute, the favorite, running 7th. And Bobby Frankel is now 0 for 37 in Breeders' Cup races, but he has 6 more chances today. So after the horrible start, we are underway. Breeders' Cup World Championship Day. Bobby Frankel does have 6 more chances to get that first Breeders' Cup win. And though we have 1 race in the books, we're just getting started. We're not far from Broadway, and today we'll see Bach, Brahms, and Mozart. And if your tastes don't run to classical music, Andrew Lloyd Webber is expected to make an appearance too. In fact, let's check today's remaining races.
The Juvenile Fillies has another Frankel angle. He saddles the favorite, You, in a race that often produces upsets. Our first race on the grass is the mile. It's wide open, but perhaps Novair can give the European horses their first taste of success today. Then All Out, a 6-furlong dash in the sprint. Kona Gold tries to repeat. But 9-year-old Bet on Sunshine attempts to become the oldest Breeders' Cup winner ever. Back to the grass for the filly and Mare Turf. Jockey Jerry Bailey has won both previous runnings, and he's on the favorite Leilani. He's a star in the making. Officer, trained by Bob Baffert, is undefeated and the biggest favorite of the day. The closest finish often occurs in the turf. Fantastic Light has already earned over $6 million. He's the favorite to add to his bankroll here. and then the $4 million Classic. Last year, Tiznow used his Classic victory as a springboard to Horse of the Year.
A heart-pounding, pulsating stretch drive, and Tiznow prevails. Tiznow has won it by a nose.
But to repeat today, he'll have to defeat the Frankel-trained Aptitude. The top European 3-year-old Galileo. And Sahkee, winner of Europe's most important race, the Arc de Triomphe.
And up next here at Belmont as we cover the Breeders' Cup Live on this Saturday afternoon, it's the Juvenile Fillies race. This race features Jealous Form. She is Woodbine-based and trained by Mark Cassie. He is also based at Woodbine in Toronto.
I think, you know, being stable at Woodbine's always an advantage no matter where you're going to run. I've been training horses for 20 years, and I think if I couldn't race and train at Woodbine, I'd retire. I love training at Woodbine. I've had a lot of luck shipping in and running in different races. We won the Met Mile this year with Exciting Story, and she's doing quite well.
Jim, why is it important? Why is it so advantageous to train at Woodbine? I mean, we're Canadian. It sounds like we're shilling for a Canadian track, but American-based or American jockeys say no, it is a good advantage.
Well, Mark Cassie there referring obviously to the extensive facilities at Woodbine for training horses, the main track, the training track, the turf training track. I think he's also referring to the fact that the Woodbine turf is so available if you want to have a turf horse. The main track is available. It's deep. As you heard Tom Durkin say earlier today, you're going to have to be a fit horse to win today. This is a very fit horse because of the deepness over the surface of which this horse has been competing. Therefore, the horse should be legged up, and it's already been a long distance. Some of the other horses in this race have not.
All right, let's talk about the European horses. We have a minute here. The European horses won 3 races in 1991 in Louisville, the year that Canada won the distaff with Dan Smartley. They could do even better here today. Why?
Well, it's quite possible they could do better here for several reasons. First of all, they have the best pedigree. They should love the weather, and probably this turf course, if there's one turf course they would pick, it would be Woodbine because of its European styling. If there's another turf course they would pick, it would be Belmont because of the long stretch and sweeping turns, Brian.
A lot more about the Europeans as we roll on here in New York City this afternoon. Quick look at Jim's picks for the next race, the Juvenile Fillies. Jim?
Well, several in this race to look at. You is doing well. Bella Bellucci has trained fabulously, and why not Jealous Form?
Love Bella Bellucci, as they say here on Long Island. Forza Italia. Right now, let's rejoin NBC.
There's something special about a thoroughbred. Bred for competition. Raised to run. Inspiring dreams of one day becoming a world champion. And they're off! For 18 years, the world's greatest thoroughbreds have gathered to race for the title Breeders' Cup Champion. Their accomplishments resonate on racing's greatest stages.
With one final acceleration, and Sunday silence holds on. Here is our king to win it in an absolute shocker. And Arazi runs right by him. Here indeed is a superstar. The incomparable
67-year-old Bruce Headley knows the sounds of Breeders' Cup success. His unorthodox style produced last year's sprint champion.
It's Kona Gold in front, and Kona Gold has won it.
Can he do it again? Bob Baffert had his sights set on winning the Classic, but his prize pupil Point Given couldn't make the trip. So Baffert aimed for the Juvenile, where Officer hopes to take command of early Triple Crown talk. Can Tiznow become the first repeat winner in the Breeders' Cup Classic? Or will the champions of Europe ruin his chances? 7 races to go. The magic of the Breeders' Cup continues.
Cup World Thoroughbred Championships from Belmont Park in New York on a cold, windy afternoon. The next race is the $1 Million Juvenile Fillies. Here are the current odds. Habibti at 9-1, Bella Bellucci at 5-2. You, trained by Bobby Frankel, is at 6-5. She's a Stone Cold Fox, a 7-1 shot, and Imperial Gesture long odds. Take Charge Lady and Tempera also double digits on the board at the moment. Well, in the first race, the Distaff Unbridled Elaine pulled the upset. The favorite Flute, Bobby Frankel's favorite horse, finished up the track. Bob Baffert is on hand, of course, to train for the Thoroughbred Corporation. Richard Mulhall is on the right of your screen, jockey Victor Espinoza between them, and that's his horse Habibti, who is one of the favorites for today's Juvenile Fillies. And a look at Espinoza as he sets off to check out the horse, Baffert and Mulhall. We mentioned that Bobby Frankel saw his favorite horse, Flute, go down to defeat in the first race. This is You. He actually said he thought You's chances were better than any of his 7 horses today. She's the leading 2-year-old filly in America and the 6-5 favorite. Bobby Frankel does not watch the race. There he is. Now we finally see him. We were wondering. He watches the races from the racing offices, which are in back of the track, kind of adjacent to the paddock. He doesn't even come out front to watch. He says that's his lucky spot. So we couldn't see him as he watched Flute in the Distaff, and now just making an appearance, getting ready to give Edgar Prado, his jockey, a leg up on the 6-5 favorite You. Waiting for the paddock judge to say riders up.
Certainly Bobby's feeling the pressure of having Flute been beaten, and now he's got a great chance here with You, a filly who is trained really, really well. She's coming off a great win. She was actually a $9,000 yearling buyback, and her original owner ran her for maiden $50,000. Bobby bought her, and he's run her twice now, and she's undefeated for Bobby, 2 for 2. She's got more experience than Bella Bellucci, who is probably considered her greatest rival, the filly that is saddled by Neil Drysdale. But You, a very, very strong contender here today, but 4 undefeated fillies in the field.
And a look at Bobby Frankel, who apparently is going to go back to his lucky spot that wasn't so lucky in the Distaff. He's going to go back to the racing office where he watches the race. He doesn't come out to the front of the grandstand, doesn't have a spot here to watch it. He watches on the track TV monitors in the racing administration offices.
He might be 0 for 37, but he's actually ranks 11th in all-time earnings in Breeders' Cup, so he's in there chipping away, but he just wants to win one so bad.
Just to get that first one, he thought that Flute would set the tone for the day, and if that was the tone for the day, that was not a good omen. She was his favorite horse, and but he did say to us that he thought that You was his best chance on paper.
No, she certainly looked dynamite, but as we say, this is a pretty contentious field. Bella Bellucci has only started twice, and she has won both of her starts, and there's several other fillies in here who are undefeated. So as we saw in the first race, there's no guarantees here that the favorites are coming home, but certainly You would be his best shot.
Well, if you're just joining us, before the Distaff, as the horses were making their way onto the track, the 3-year-old filly Exogenous was injured. She reared up, fell, hit her head, had her hind leg lodged in the fence. We have a report now from the backstretch. Dr. Larry Bramblage is handing us a note that says at Scotty Schulhofer's barn, she was taken. She was given IV medication for the head trauma she suffered when she fell. The leg that was caught into the fence is okay. That leg was not damaged, and the good news is that Exogenous is back on her feet. So Exogenous in the stable area here at Belmont Park. She's back on her feet, being treated for head trauma as she hit her head on the track, falling before entering the track for the Distaff. Now the 2-year-old fillies are making their way toward the track. That's Tempera, ridden by David Flores, one of Owen Hardy's charges in today's Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships. That's the tunnel where they go under the
track and then on to the main track. Well, Tempera in the Godolphin stables. That's the Maktoum's racing operation, and they have a plan, and the plan is to race 2-year-olds in America, take them to Dubai in the winter, and come back and hopefully win some Triple Crown races.
Well, that's the plan they've been using. They worked with it with Street Cry last year. Owen Hardy is their American trainer here. He gets them ready, sort of gets them war battled as 2-year-olds, and then hands them over to go to Dubai and then come back and race in the Triple Crown. There we saw a look at Neil Drysdale sending off Bella Bellucci. This is also the race when we see the first European shipper, and we're taking a look. There she is there, Sophisticat. That is the $3.4 million filly, Keeneland Sale filly. She's by Stormcat out of Serena Song, who was such a great race mare. This will be her first start on the dirt, so I think all eyes will be on Sophisticat to see how she handles this American surface.
And we're ready for the post parade for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies.
Yes, I can.
And number 1 is Habibti. That name means female sweetheart in Arabic. Bob Baffert, for all his Triple Crown success, has only won 2 Breeders' Cup races, including Silver Bullet Day in the Juvenile fillies. Habibti has raced only twice, winning both. Had to be scratched from the oak leaf because of a virus, and no horse has won the Juvenile fillies with fewer than 3 previous starts. 2 is Bella Bellucci. Michael Tabor bought this filly for $925,000 earlier this year. Turned her over to Neil Drysdale, who is 3rd among Breeders' Cup trainers with 6 wins, but his 27% winning rate is tops. Bella Bellucci won the Astorita, now stretches from 6.5 to 8.5 furlongs, and has started only twice. 3 Jealous Forum, bred and owned by Mockingbird Farm, whose owner Harry Mangurian donated $1 million to September 11th disaster relief. Trained by Mark Cassey in Canada, this is her first U.S. start. 4 is Sophisticat, trained by 32-year-old Aidan O'Brien, the leading Irish trainer who's been piling up Group 1 victories and has won 7 classics in Europe this year. As Charles said, a $3.4 million yearling, moves to the dirt, stretches out, takes blinkers off, all of which should be in her favor. 5 is You, Bobby Frankel's filly. This young lady raised a few eyebrows winning the 6.5 furlong Adirondack at Saratoga in stakes record time. Followed that with a 6-length victory in the 1 1/16 Frisette here at Belmont. 6 is She's a Stone Cold Fox, New York bred filly. Jerry Bailey in the irons. Bailey once again leads all U.S. jockeys, breaking his own earnings record. His mounts having earned over $20 million this year. First time he's ridden this filly, unbeaten, but has raced exclusively against New York breds. 7 Imperial Gesture. John Gaines, who thought up the Breeders' Cup concept, is co-breeder of this filly. Races for Godolphin and Owen Hardy. Victorious once in 3 starts. 2nd is the favorite in Santa Anita's Oakleaf Stakes nearly a month ago. 8 is Take Charge Lady. Trainer Ken McPeak, 3rd in last year's Juvenile fillies with She's a Devil Do. Tony D'Amico gets his first Breeders' Cup ride on this unbeaten filly, winner of Keeneland's Walmack Alcibiades Stakes. And 9 is Tempera. No entries for common ownership in Breeders' Cup races, so this Godolphin-owned, Hardy-trained filly is not coupled in the betting with Imperial Gesture. She's the winner of the Sorrento Stakes, beaten by Habibti in the Del Mar Debutante, her first race beyond 7 furlongs. And we hope you'd like to join in with the handicapping this afternoon. The Cyber Cappers will be in force again today. Log on to NBCSports.com for in-depth coverage of the Breeders' Cup, and you can make your selections for each race and match your picks against our handicappers Bob Newmeyer and Mike Battaglia. Plus, check out a special interactive on how to handicap the Breeders' Cup Classic and view video replays of each race. That's all at NBCSports.com. And speaking of our handicappers, let's see who they like. Let's go to Mike and Bob to handicap the Juvenile fillies.
Thanks, Tom. And as Charles mentioned before, the strain may be starting to get to Bobby Frankel. His string runs to over 37. We tried to get an interview with him in the paddock. He declined that, but he has the even money favorite in here in You. And you liked Unbridled Elaine in the first, so you didn't get it on the hand, but you did pick the horse Unbridled Elaine.
I did pick Unbridled Elaine, yes. So I do get one to my credit. We have to.
No, it wasn't on the air. You don't get the credit.
To the people of the United States of America that I picked Unbridled Elaine. Will you confirm it?
Bob, who do you like here?
You, not you, Mike Battaglia. You, the filly of Bobby Frankel. Here she is at Saratoga, hooked up with the Speedy Cashier's Dream. This was a ding-dong battle. She would win here and later blow her away in the Frisette. You, for Bobby Frankel to get off the schneid here at even money.
Bob, you is definitely the one to beat, but I'm going to try to beat this horse. The bottom horse in here, Tempera, right now. She's 13 13-1. She won back-to-back races in California in very impressive style. Now, the 2-year-old colts in California were much better than the 2-year-old colts on the East Coast. Don't know if it's going to translate to the fillies, but Tempera was beaten as a 1-2 favorite last time out. I think the outside of the track so far today at Belmont has been the place to be. A good trip at 13-1. I'm on a boxer with you, but I'm going to take Tempera to win it.
That may be a bit of a stretch, Mike. I think there are some other fillies that we should look at, though. Habibti obviously is the prime contender here. This is the Thoroughbred Corporation. Bob Baffert, the same outfit that, of course, brought us Point Given, this year's winner of the Preakness and the Belmont, and he'll bring us Officer. He'll be the big favorite in the Juvenile a little bit later on in the show. But Habibti is a beautiful filly. I think Bella Bellucci has a shot as well. But my vote for you, not Battaglia, but you, the filly, and
I'm upsetting her. Tempera, 13-1.
Okay, Tommy.
All right, guys, is it just me, or did they sound like Abbott and Costello? Who do you like? You. Who's on first? Let's see how our cyber cappers handicap the race. Well, like the guys, they like you. 43%. Bella Bellucci and Habibti also getting some play on our NBCSports.com website. Well, here's to you. Juvenile fillies coming up when we return to Belmont.
Bob, which one? Oh, thanks, Bob.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone was as dependable as your factory-trained Honda technician? Get a Honda brake service competitively priced from only $98.88 installed every day. Don't open your hood to strangers. Here? Bring it home to Honda.
Oh, better mail this. Hey? Firearms registration.
Didn't you guys do that already?
That was a firearms license. This is a one-time registration for guns. And right now, it's free, so we're saving 18 bucks. The form's easy to fill out. Came in the mail.
I'd better check for mine. My turn.
Call us at 1-800-731-4000 or visit our website. A message from the Government of Canada.
Mario, over here, Mario. Just a quick question. Do you think you can win the game tonight, Mario? Absolutely.
Mario, did you eat your chunky soup?
Huh?
Did you eat your chunky grilled chicken with pasta?
Yes, I did, Mom.
With all those big chunks of grilled chicken and hearty pasta, it's the soup that helps fill me up.
Just want to make sure you're eating your chunky soup.
Hey, that's my mom.
New Chunky Grilled Chicken with Pasta is the soup that eats like a meal.
Why buy vitamin D when the sun's giving it away for free? Accept it. You belong outside.
The Empire State Building in the distance. We're out on Long Island at Belmont Park, founded in 1905. Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships. The Juvenile fillies post time approaches and update the odds. Habibti 7-1, Bella Bellucci at 7-2. She's second choice behind the even money favorite, the 5-horse You. She's a Stone Cold Fox at 10-1 chance. Imperial Gesture at 49-1. With Take Charge Lady and Tempera completing the field at 12-1 each. Donna Brothers on horseback has watched the horses warm up. Two-year-old fillies sometimes can be an unpredictable lot. Anybody caught your eye, Donna?
Yeah, Tom, as a matter of fact, a couple of them have caught my eye. Bella Bellucci is a very big, good-looking filly, but I like the filly from Kentucky, and you know I probably am biased. I won't deny that, but she's a big, good-looking filly, and she looks like she's held her weight well throughout the season. And I'll tell you what, sentimentally, I'm really proud of Kenny McPeak showing his loyalty towards rider Tony D'Amico. D'Amico's been riding in Kentucky for 17 years, has had like 4 riding titles at various tracks there, but this is his first mount in the Breeders' Cup, and he deserves it because this filly has run very well for him in the 3 starts this season, and I'm proud of Kenny for sticking with D'Amico.
All right, Donna, you'll remember Ken McPeak back in the Breeders' Cup this year after running in the Juvenile fillies a year ago. She's a Devil Do, finished third for McPeak, but the story last year, a heartwarming story if you'll remember, his wife Sue diagnosed with cancer. She had to be treated, so they had to induce labor. Her daughter Jenna was born prematurely, but here we are a year later. Sue's cancer is in remission, and Jenna is a beautiful young girl. So the horses loading for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. The purse is $1 million. The distance is 1 mile and 1/16. And a field of 9 going postward as U continues to be the even money favorite, hoping to give Bobby Frankel that elusive first Breeders' Cup win. And for the call, upstairs to Tom Durkin.
And waiting for Take Charge Lady and Tempera. There is the aforementioned Take Charge Lady. She's a very impressive looking 2-year-old filly. Long, leggy, and she should appreciate this long run down the backstretch here at Belmont, much as Unbridled Elaine did with her long legs in the Breeders' Cup Distaff today. You get those long legs in here at Belmont, and they can really stretch them out. They're in the gate. And they're off. She's a stone-cold fox. Breaks right in front. Put on the outside. Take Charge Lady is right there with her as the field moves up the backstretch. And Jerry Bailey puts a stone-cold fox in the game early. Take Charge Lady is taken in hand to concede the early lead to She's a Stone-Cold Fox. Then Imperial Gesture and her stablemate Tempera is fourth on the outside. U is fifth, and Sophisticat runs along in sixth. Bella Bellucci has settled down nicely down the inside seventh. She's now only about 4 lengths from the lead. Then long shot Jealous Forum. Habibti. Habibti is the last of them all through an opening quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. 5 furlongs out. She's a Stone-Cold Fox. Take Charge Lady is glued to her. Bella Bellucci in behind and down toward the inside. There goes Imperial Gesture. Up and after the lead with 4 furlongs to go. They run a half here in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Around the far turn, Bella Bellucci takes the lead. It's Bella Bellucci in front. Imperial Gesture second. Take Charge Lady is now back to third. Here comes Tempera. Sophisticat is there. U is still 3.5 lengths behind. And Habibti has been taken to the far outside, but she's still got a lot to do. She's 6 lengths behind Imperial Gesture, and Bella Bellucci as the fillies turn for home. Tempera full up. Take Charge Lady toiling toward the inside. U and Habibti, 1 furlong to go. Godolphin 1-2. Imperial Gesture and Tempera's in front. Imperial Gesture running second. Bella Bellucci and Sophisticat, and it is Tempera to win it. Her stablemate Imperial Gesture finishing second. Farther back, Bella Bellucci was third. And there it is, a 1-2 finish for the Sheiks of Dubai here in the Juvenile Fillies. Tempera pulls off the upset here at 11-1.
Well, we said that Godolphin, the Maktoum family, had a plan. The plan was to race the 2-year-olds in America, take them to Dubai, bring them back, and have them challenge for some top races in their 3- and 4-year-old years. Tempera, a 2-year-old filly by AP Indy, from Color Chart by Mr. Prospector, bred in Kentucky by Darley Stud Management. Owen Hardy, the trainer, and Godolphin, the owner. They run 1-2, Imperial Gesture finishing second, and all that money will be donated to the New York Heroes Fund. Godolphin announcing that all purse money won today will go to the Heroes Fund. Let's go to Donna Brothers.
David, congratulations. What a big race from this filly. She hasn't raced since August, and you guys intended to run her fresh. How come?
Yes, that was the whole idea, you know. Just work on this filly. Owen did a great job, you know. Thank God. And we have a great team in the barn. This filly, they were working on her since the mine. You know, they did a wonderful job.
Well, she's never raced over 7 furlongs, never won over 6.5. What made you think she could handle the mile 16th off the layoff?
Because there's a feeling that if she relax, she accelerates really when you ask her to. And that's all idea was today. Just get her relaxed the first part and just make her run in the perfect time. And, you know, that was great.
I know you were happy with the outside post position. Did the race unfold as you had hoped?
Yes, from the entrance day when we draw the outside, I say, you know, that's a good start. Thank you.
Congratulations, David. Tom, looks like Tempera is the best of the 2-year-old fillies today.
It does indeed. She'll probably nail down a championship with that victory. She did it in stakes record time, 141.49. She is the second Godolphin horse to win a Breeders' Cup race, joining De Lamy. And she did it by overhauling her stablemate, Imperial Gesture. The blue colors of Godolphin, much in evidence as Tempera takes the measure of Imperial Gesture for Owen Hardy and jockey David Flores, their first Breeders' Cup victories. Godolphin running 1-2, and all the money will be donated to the New York Heroes Fund.
You're watching live coverage of the 2001 Breeders' Cup 18th edition from Belmont Park in New York. We'll take a commercial break and come back and tell you the inspiring story of the Canadian horse Numerous Times.
Saving for your children's education? With the Canada Education Savings Grant, even small savings can grow quickly. The Government of Canada will add 20% to your children's registered education savings plans, up to $400 a year per child. Call now to receive your free information kit on the Canada Education Savings Grant and other services for children. A message from the Government of Canada.
Better mail this.
Hey?
Firearms registration.
Didn't you guys do that already?
That was a firearms license.
This is a one-time registration for guns. And right now, it's free, so we're saving 18 bucks. The form's easy to fill out. Came in the mail.
I'd better check for mine. My turn.
Call us at 1-800-731-4000 or visit our website. A message from the Government of Canada.
And on this Saturday afternoon, welcome back live to Belmont Park in New York. We will have the story of Numerous Times a little later in the afternoon. We have to rejoin NBC a little quicker than expected. This is a horse, Jim, that nearly died last year, came back. There have been so many turns in the road. The latest is he injured his ankle here on Thursday. It's not serious, but he was scratched today. Up next is the Mile. We showed the viewers earlier Canadian horses and Canadian connections, but I mentioned the Canadian International, the Addo Mile, and the E.P. Taylor. This race really has horses, in particular European horses, that have come through Canada.
Well, especially, Brian, through the Addo Mile. And what's significant about that, they changed the date of the Addo Mile, essentially brought it much farther ahead of Breeders' Cup racing so that horses would have a very good recovery time. And horses through the Addo Mile, it's been a pivotal race over the years, and it should be a pivotal race again. Might recall Quiet Resolve, a winner of that race a couple of years ago. He's in the turf, not in the mile, but certainly it's produced good results already, and we have several from the Addo Mile in this race.
All right, the Mile is up next, and right now we go back live to NBC.
Superior Gesture, 41.80 in the place spot. Bella Bellucci was third. And there's a look at the winner, Tempera, the AP Indy filly in the winner's circle. Let's go to Bob Newmeyer.
Well, Tom, I can tell you that rider Frankie Dettori in England is to what Jerry Bailey and Pat Day are here. 3-5, 4-5, even money in every race. And here you are, Frankie, at 50-1. Do you remember the last time you were that price?
I don't think even when I was a bugger, the 50-1, but Owen liked it a lot. He said that the filly was training well on this track and she was going to put a big run. And everything went fine, and I got to the front, the top of the straight, and that filly, all she does, just stretches. And when I saw another horse coming, I thought, God, who is this? And then when I saw that it was David, I thought, well, great. At least my team finished first and second. But she fought all the way to the line, and she'll be a nice filly for next year.
And you've got Novair, Fantastic Light, and Sahkee waiting in the wings.
Yeah, all the good ones are coming up. Let's hope they run as good as this one.
All right, Frankie Dettori with the second place finisher, Imperial Gesture. Tom?
Thank you.
All right, Bob, as the AP Indy filly Tempera, AP Indy's first Breeders' Cup victory, bred in Kentucky by Darley Stud Management. The Godolphin exacta paid $768, and perhaps it was an error in judgment that was the deciding factor in the race. For that, let's go to Trevor.
Well, Tom, you know, they always say pace makes the race, and it's certainly been the case in these first two races. Let's take a look at incident here as the
they approach the half-mile pole. Let's look at the grey filly right here. That is Bella Bellucci, and she's been followed by You in the red colours right there. Both of them were going extremely well at this stage. Now a gap opens up at the rail. Gary Stevens is tugging, the horse is tugging away at him, and he says, listen, I'm not going to fight her. Let's go through right here. Now they've still got more than a half-mile to go, and you see Gary Stevens make the move right there. He was in a no-win situation. If he moves, it's too early. If he doesn't move, he gets blocked in. But obviously, you don't want to be in front turning for home here today. Those front runners have just been backing up in these first races. And now look on the extreme outside. That's Tempera, who was in behind horses. Imperial Gesture in the white cap. There's Bella Bellucci, the grey at the rail, running her heart out. But a half mile is a little long way to go, and she just doesn't have it anymore. And here comes David Flores. What a great ride. 33-year-old jockey from California, and this certainly will put him in the limelight nationwide. Now, he's undoubtedly one of the best riders in the world, and what a big win for trainer Eoin Hardy, too, just 38 years old. So certainly a victory for the so-called youngsters here. A 38-year-old trainer, a 33-year-old jockey, and Eoin Hardy not only saddles the winner, he saddles the exacta, first and second for Eoin Hardy in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Certainly a trainer who's going to be up with Bobby Frankel probably 5 or 10 years from now. Again, a little unknown because of his age, but a great trainer. Tom?
All right, Trevor, interesting you should mention Bobby Frankel. He's had favorites in the first 2 Breeders' Cup races, Flute and You, and is now 0 for 38 at the Breeders' Cup. Let's go to Mike for the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Tom. And Owen Hardy's horses run 1-2 for the Godolphin stable. They're represented by Simon Crisford. Great ride by David Flores. To make the presentation from NBC's hit show Law & Order, Mr. Jesse L. Martin. Jesse.
I couldn't be more honored. This is the first time I've ever come to a race. And here I am with the trophy in my hand and giving it to somebody who absolutely deserves it. Congratulations.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome, man.
And Owen, what a job you've done with these two. I mean, both of them come into the race in top order like that and run 1-2. Could you have ever imagined running 1-2 in this race?
I could never have imagined running 1-2 in this race, to be honest with you. But I tell you, I can only claim a very, very small part of the credit because we've been through a lot in the last 2 weeks with these horses coming here, and I owe so much credit to my help. I've got so many people I want to thank, but this is basically for my help more than me.
And you took a different route with this horse. You decided that after her last race, you were going to give her the time off, the month off, and train her into this race, and it seemed to be the exact thing to do.
Yes, it worked out. You know, you never know what's going to pan out until the day, but, you know, it's worked out well for us. She got very wound up in her last race at Belmar, and I committed myself then. I said, I'm not going to run her till the Breeders' Cup. I've had David Flores work with her consistently since then, and he's made all the difference.
All right, great job, great training job, great riding job, Simon. Congratulations for the Godolphin stable. A big win in the Juvie Fillies for Tempera.
All right, Mike, and here is our Tyco complete order of finish. Tempera, Imperial Gesture, stablemates 1-2, Bella Bellucci. The even money favorite, You, finishing 4th in the Juvenile Fillies, and another disappointment for Bobby Frankel. And Charlesy, the victory by Tempera, her first effort beyond 7 furlongs, probably gives her the 2-year-old filly championship.
I would have to say so. She manhandled You. She manhandled Habibti. These are the fillies who've been winning all the races. So I would say she would have to be. And we were discussing this Godolphin plan earlier. Owen Hardy got this job 2 years ago. They started out pretty good last year. They built up momentum this year, and they really are ending up with a full head of steam. So Godolphin is on a hot track here. Watch out for them next year.
All right. Up next will be our first race on the grass. That's the Breeders' Cup Mile. A mile on the turf course, and here are the morning line odds. Forbidden Apple 8-1, Navasink at 20, Novair 3-1 from Europe. Bach is 12, Balto Star and City Zip, a couple of 3-year-olds. A Firm Success 8-1, a Breeders' Cup veteran. Brahms is at 15, numerous times was scratched. Val Royal 6-1, and Irish Prize is a 4-1 chance. And A Firm Success, the Breeders' Cup veteran, wearing, I should say, an NYPD blanket in honor of the brave policeman here in New York City. So coming up next, we'll move to the turf course with the Breeders' Cup Mile.
The measured mile, 5,280 feet. The measured mile of the past 3 Breeders' Cups, a nose, a neck, and a head. the dynamic duo of Europe, champion Myler Novair and Frankie Dettori look for victory. Val Royal comes to Belmont seeking glory, a chance to excite the always passionate Julio Canano. Last year, Neil Drysdale was all smiles before champ. This year, he brings Irish prize to the gate, hoping to repeat by more than a body part in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Aren't you going to bring your jacket?
Nah, I'll be fine.
Getting chilly. Want to grab something to warm up?
Yes, if you want.
Nothing warms you up like a bowl of Tim's Own chicken noodle soup. Enjoy any one of our hearty soups with a toasted buttered bagel and a medium coffee for just $3.59.
Hey, what's your hurry?
Come home for lunch at Tim Hortons.
Wow. Will you stop rubbing that thing? Wow. What do you want? $1 million? Here. Hey, jewelry. On vacation. Electronics. Well, fancy cars. Whatever. Just play the Diabetes Super Lottery. There's 12,000 prizes and 1 in 15 odds of winning. Call now.
Hey, let's try the oysters.
This one's over.
Going a full 12 rounds is all about stamina. That's why I like high endurance deodorant from Old Spice. No deodorant protects better. And lasts longer because it evaporates more slowly than leading deodorant stick. Want proof? If you're not convinced, Old Spice will buy you a stick of your old stuff. Let me put it this way. High endurance lasts longer than I do. But I'm working on that.
Back live in New York, up next, the mile on the turf. Numerous times, the Canadian horse was to be one of the real contenders. The horse scratched when he injured an ankle here on Thursday. It's not serious, but this is just another turn in the road for a horse that nearly died last year.
And they had to rush him into Guelph, into the hospital, and he came up with a colic. They call it enteritis, which is some form of bacteria that got into the horse. And he got severely sick from it. They had him on intravenous for a couple of weeks, and he was getting very, very weak, and they weren't holding too much hope for him. I went up and seen him in the hospital, and of course I started feeling pretty bad, and I talked to him and talked to him, and the vet said at that time, if he goes down, I'm sorry, we're going to have to destroy him. Well, this guy wouldn't go down. And he came back to show us what a winner he really is and the heart that he has. We were very happy to win the Addo Mile. To us, that was a real peak thing for us, to run in the Grade 1 and win it. If we can be lucky and fortunate enough to pull this off down here, that would be our highest point.
Now that injury was done, or that interview was done here in New York Wednesday prior to the injury. Following the ankle injury Thursday night, Jim Bannon spoke with the trainer, Toronto's Sid Attard.
Yeah, yesterday we had a little bad luck with him. He was jumping around in the stall. He went a while. He hurt his ankle. We X-ray him right away. The vet say it's not life-threatening. He's going to be okay. We just don't want to take a chance. We want to do what's right for the horse. This horse is very, very tough horse. He's not scared of pain, and I'm pretty sure he'll be okay for next year.
Jim, some thoughts on the numerous time situation.
Well, Brian, this is a horse that really does evoke tears. Sometimes they're tears of joy as he won the Addo Mile. Sometimes they're tears of disappointment. This horse can go either way with you. I think this is an ongoing story. Sid Attard said he's going to take him home to Toronto, get him rested up, and he'll be back next year to continue this great legacy.
Well, it's a disappointing day for Canadian racing, but the good news is the injury is not serious. Still to come this afternoon, Sampson Farms will run Quiet Resolve. Don't forget Quiet Resolve and Sampson with a great record here at the Breeders. Right now, let's rejoin our colleagues at NBC.
Welcome back to Belmont Park and the World Thoroughbred Championships. Frankie Dettori just finished second on Imperial Gesture in the Juvenile fillies. Now heading to the paddock where he'll meet up with his mount in the mile, Novair, the champion sprinter. Still wearing the Godolphin colors. Frankie Dettori, who's had an outstanding year in Europe and rode Barathea to win the mile in '94. Here are the odds. The updated the odds. Forbidden Apple is at 8. Novair. Dettori's mount is 6-1. 9-2 on Balto Star. City Zip at 25. Express Tour, another Godolphin horse, is 22-1. A firm success, getting some support at 9-2. Brahms is 13-1. And 5-1 on Val Royal and Irish Prize. And there is Novair from Europe, trained by Saeed bin Suror in the Godolphin colors. Dettori gets aboard. Bred in Kentucky by Darley Stud Management, and taking on the Americans on a very firm turf course here at Belmont. There's a look at Novair as he gets out to the walking ring. And let's check in with Bob Newmeyer.
Tom, you mentioned Balto Star a little bit earlier, and fans of the Triple Crown remember him as a contender. He won a fantastic race at Turfway Park called the Spiral. He then went on to romp in the Arkansas Derby and the Slop, and he went into the Kentucky Derby as a speedball that a lot of people maybe thought had a shot to carry his speed wire to wire. Well, it just didn't happen. He got trounced in that race, ran in the Belmont. That was a disaster as well. It was at that time the trainer Todd Pletcher laid him up for a couple of months, brought him back on the turf at Saratoga, and whammo, he won an impressive race, albeit against lesser company. He came back and ran a beautiful second to Guided Tour at Turfway. So this is an unusual and interesting horse here, going up against grass specialists here in the mile. Balto Star, he has speed. Will he take to the grass again today? That's the key question, Tom.
All right, Bob, and he's getting some support at 5-1 as the race is wide open. A firm success, the 9-2 favorite. Balto Star, a 3-year-old. There's another 3-year-old trying grass for the second time in this race, and that's City Zip. And his trainer, Linda Rice, is with Kenny Rice.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, only one Rice can win a Breeders' Cup race today, and it is Linda with a shot here with City Zip. You went after the grass race 3 weeks ago in the Kelso, and he finished second. What made you decide to try the grass route with him?
Well, we could see that the Breeders' Cup Sprint was coming up to be a particularly strong division, and so we wanted to open up our options by trying the Kelso, and the weather's been kind to us, so here we are.
He finished third in that race. Do you like the way he's been training coming into this, and will he like a firm course out there today?
I think that he's going to like the footing today much better than in the Kelso. We'd had a yielding turf course that day. Today we've had good weather, the turf is firm, and I think he'll like it very well.
Good luck to you, Linda.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you. Linda Rice, the trainer of City Zip. Back to you, Tom.
All right, Kenny Rice, a little rice pudding there here before the mile. Let's go now to Mike Battaglia. He's with Gary Stevens, who rode, or excuse me, he's with Julio Canani. Julio Canani, of course, won the mile, and with Silic. And Mike, let's check in with the always effervescent Julio Canani.
Right, Tom, and Julio has won this race before with Silic in '99. He's back here today, and with Val Royal, and Val Royal was not an easy horse to get to the Breeders' Cup, Julio. He's had his share of problems.
Yes, and, but he's very talented. I mean, he's fresh. That's what I like it, though. And believe me, he's sound as a horse could be, thank God.
Tell us about his race last time out in the Oak Tree. I mean, just ran a huge race off of the layoff and blew right by him.
Yeah, I mean, but he was last. I mean, 5-6 lengths behind the pace, and in the quarter pole, I mean, a little hole open, and in fact, I mean, Trevor was calling, I mean, 2 horses in front, and he was a length in front.
He just ran a huge race. Julio Canani with Val Royal. Good luck, Julio.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. I knew Gary Stevens was with somebody. He's with Trevor Denman, and of course, Gary rode War Chant to victory for trainer Neil Drysdale last year. He's aboard the Drysdale-trained Irish Prize today. Trevor?
Thank you, Tom. Well, the big thing this afternoon with the European horses taking on a lot of the American horses on the turf course is the condition of the turf. Obviously, the English horses would like it soft. Gary Stevens has been riding here on a regular basis of late. Gary, what's that turf course like out there?
It's riding very firm right now. We haven't had any rain, so to speak, of in the last couple of weeks, and it is firm. There's certain horses that have really been enjoying it. I watched Novier work the other morning. You would think he'd like some soft going, but he looked tremendous training over it. My horse, Irish Prize, he seems to be thriving on it. They've had the rails up, protecting the inside. The rails are down today. We've got fresh ground. It should be good going out there.
Any speed bias? Does it favor the front runners, favor the come from behind us?
No, it's been a question of horses that have handled the going period. It hasn't favored anyone. It's been playing very, very fair, and I'd expect it to play fair today. The mile, it comes down to who gets the best trip. It turns into a sprint race the last furlong.
Do you intend to go wide and give up valuable ground, or just wait for a hole, or play it as it comes up?
This horse is very brave. If he gets a gap somewhere, I'd like to save some ground around the turn, and he, like I say, he's brave. If a gap opens up, he can get there in a heartbeat.
Thank you very much. Good luck, Gary. Tom?
All right, Trevor, Irish Prize, who will break from the outside post position. And right now is at 5-1 on the tote board as the horses circle the walking ring. A field of 12 will go postward in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
There's a look at one of the 2 other 3-year-olds that we haven't mentioned. This is Navasink. First time Lasix last out, he up and won the Jamaica. He could be a very tough colt here today. He's trained by Alan Goldberg, who won the sprint, was safely kept.
Update the odds for you. Forbidden Apple on the rail is at 8-1. Novair 5-1. From Europe, ridden by Dettori. Balto Star at 5-1. A Firm Success is at 5. Fans having trouble, as you see, on choosing a favorite. Val Royal and Irish Prize all at 5-1. Breeders' Cup Mile is coming up.
Here's yet another reason Goodyear tires are worth thinking about. You've got 3 ways to win big with Goodyear's Drive for Gold. I've been spreading the word. Now that I got your attention, guys, here's the scoop. Come in and get up to a $100 instant rebate on Goodyear tires. Scratch and win for nifty prizes, then predict how Team Canada will do and win your tires for free. Pretty neat, huh? All right, lay ball. I got 2 minutes for being annoying.
It's flu season, and you don't want your family to end up here. You might not know that children are also susceptible to serious bouts with the flu, and quite possibly complications. All you need to do is get yourself and your family the flu shot. With the flu, the risks are real. The prevention is easy. Don't get sick. Protect yourself. Protect your family. Get the flu shot.
One more way we're working together for a healthier Ontario.
Hey, there are easier ways to win at this game. Just come into Dooley's for your chance to win a trip for you and 3 of your friends to football's biggest event in New Orleans and other great prizes. Dooley's, good times, good friends, and a chance to win a trip to New Orleans. Must be legal drinking age. See in store for details.
Get your Volkswagen before someone else does, because with offers like this, they're going fast.
The Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships from Belmont Park in New York. The Mile Turf is up next, and 8-1 on Forbidden Apple, 5-1 Novair. 6-1 Balto Star, going up a notch since we last checked. City Zip at 28, Express Tour at 20-1. A Firm Success, 5-1. Seraphan at 30, Brahms 13, Val Royal and Irish Prize at 5-1. And the post parade for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Number 1 Forbidden Apple, bred and owned by Arthur Appleton, who celebrated his 86th birthday a couple of weeks ago. This horse became a Grade 1 winner in June, taking the Manhattan Handicap in his first start since the previous December. Won his last start, the 1 Mile Kelso here at Belmont. 2 Navasink, trainer Alan Goldberg had his greatest Breeders' Cup moment here at Belmont, winning the sprint with Safely Kept in 1990. This 3-year-old colt has won 4 of 6 this year, generally at longer distances. He has won his only race contested at a mile.
3 is Novair, who was 11th in the Juvenile last year, now Europe's best miler and the betting favorite in England. Running strictly in Group 1 races, Novair has been worse than third only one time in 6 starts this year, all but one of them at this mile distance. 4 is Bach, an Irish-bred 4-year-old colt trained by Aidan O'Brien. He's composed some beautiful music this season, but has been unable to beat Novair. Like most of the Europeans, will have to adjust to this firm turf course. 5 is Balto Star, the 3-year-old colt who made 2 stops on the Triple Crown Trail, 14th in the Derby, 8th in the Belmont. His 1 race on grass, a winning allowance at Saratoga, figures to be a factor in the pace under Pat Day. 6 is City Zip, much the same story as Balto Star. 3-year-old with speed. He passed the Triple Crown races, concentrating on sprints. His only turf start, a 3rd in the Kelso. $9,000 yearling purchase. He's earned over $800,000. Will be retired at the end of the year. 7 Express Tour, another 3-year-old. Godolphin's Triple Crown hope after winning the UAE Derby in Dubai in March, but he wanted no part of a 1.25 miles, finishing 8th in the Derby. Won the 1-mile Jerome handicap in his last start, but he's never run on turf. The 8 is a firm success, a 7-year-old gelding and a Breeders' Cup veteran. His 4th straight year to run on Cup Day, 2 in the sprint, now 2 in the mile. Finished 4th last year, beaten only half a length. Jerry Bailey has been aboard for all 3 starts this year, 2 of them wins. 9 is Seraphan. Owner Gary Tanaka likes to purchase proven horses in Europe, bring them to the U.S. That's what he did with this gelding, turning him over to Neil Drysdale, beaten a half length by Forbidden Apple in the Kelso his last start. The 10 horses Brahms has been mostly playing sour notes this year, winless in 6 starts. 7th in the 99 Breeders' Cup Juvenile, excluded from the mile last year. Alex Solis up for the first time. 11 numerous times scratched. 12 Val Royal, owned by Emmy Award-winning producer and writer David Milch of Hill Street Blues and NYPD Blue fame. Put up $90,000 to make him a supplemental entry. He's twice come back from injury, a bow, tendon, and foot problems. His only start since March, an impressive win in the Oak Tree Breeders' Cup. An Irish Prize with Gary Stevens, the same owner or same trainer jockey combination that won with War Chant. Irish Prize 4 of 6 this year, including the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile at Hollywood Park. So that's the field for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Let's check in with our handicappers now, as 1 out of 2 so far. Tempera, the winner for Mike, after Unbridled Elaine got home for Bob. Guys?
I'm really glad Mike finally picked a winner. You think Frankel's been on a schneid, 0 for 38.
Oh, give me a break.
That finally got Mike 0 for 432, I think. So congratulations.
That's what you're going to tell me? 0 for 432? Anyway, I like Irish Prize in here. Irish Prize, I think this is probably the toughest race of the day, even tougher than the sprint. Here's Irish Prize. You see in the blue on the outside, and he does finish 4th in the Addo Mile, but he broke from post 15. I know he's got an outside post again today, but he spotted the entire field weight that day. He was giving the winner 7 pounds. Tom mentioned you got the Drysdale and Gary Stevens connection. They won with War Chant this year. I'm giving them a slight edge. I think they can make it 2 wins in a row today.
Well, I'm going to go with the old Silic and Julio Canani connection, and that would be Val Royal. Again, this is a 5-year-old who, as a 3-year-old, won several group races in Europe, suffered plenty of injuries at 4, but watch this race here at the Oak Tree Breeders' Cup Handicap, an explosive move in the lane. This is a son of Royal Academy, and he won the Breeders' Cup Mile right here at Belmont Park back in 1990. So a couple of horses that have to break from the outside post and close and weave their way through traffic. Sometimes not an easy task. Novair, the top European, British bookmakers have him at approximately 7-2 on their line for this race. You got to give him a chance. He's been training well.
And if Balto Star gets an easy lead, he's always dangerous too, Bob.
Well, it sounded like our guys were hedging a little bit at the end, but the biggest news to come out of this Breeders' Cup Day so far is that each of our handicappers has picked a winner. There's Novair. Could they give Europe a win? Fans put him at 9-2. We'll be right back.
Chug-a-lug, 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 chug-a-lug. Look at that! You may as well be taking a plane, huh?
Well, I guess I'll be on my way.
Try leave some for the next guy!
To save fuel and lots of it, take a close look at the 2002 Civic from Honda.
Saving for your children's education? With the Canada Education Savings Grant, even small savings can grow quickly. The Government of Canada will add 20% to your children's registered education savings plans, up to $400 a year per child. Call now to receive your free information kit on the Canada Education Savings Grant and other services for children. A message from the Government of Canada.
Crown Royal on the rocks, please.
You know, they say when you're blind, all your other senses become heightened.
Wow, Crown Royal. Yes, it's that smooth.
Guys, I think the one on the left likes me.
It was great! It was just
awesome.
I thought it was terrific.
There's 2 thumbs up.
I loved it!
People who test drive the 2002 Dodge Caravan are amazed by its handling, the quietness of its ride, and most of all, by its value. See for yourself. See, compare, and drive. The #1 selling vehicle in Canada.
There and loved it.
Only at your neighborhood Chrysler Dodge Jeep retailer.
Mile on the Turf coming up. There are Jim's picks. Now, 3 horses in this race have come through the Addo Mile in Toronto. Irish Prize, Affirmed Success, and Brahms. Jim is picking none of those horses. Again, Jim Bannon's picks for the mile.
Inside post at 7-1. Novair is at 9-2. A 9-2 favorite here. That's how tough it is for the fans to decide who they like. Balto Star is at 6-1. Affirmed Success 5-1. And the bottom 2 horses, Val Royal and Irish Prize, also held at 5-1 by the bettors. Well, the mile is kind of an odd configured race here at Belmont Park on the Widener turf course. As you see, they have a little bend and that long run down the back stretch, so they start almost right into a turn. There's a look at it. And Donna Brothers out on the pony. Donna, it is kind of an odd configuration, and the turf has been extremely hard, the riders say.
Yeah, Tom, you're right. The turf is extremely firm. In fact, they've even watered the turf course from what I understand, and that's extremely rare. But, you know, most of the time when you're running in these route races and on the grass, everybody worries about drawing too far out. This is a turf course 1 mile out of the chute, where if you're in the 1, 2, or 3 hole, you need to decide whether you have enough horse to get in or get the heck out of there before you get down to that sharp turn, because the hedge just comes right up and it's a sharp left. The horses, I'd say, from the 4 hole out to about the 8 hole have the best advantage. They don't have to worry about going wide, and they don't have to worry about getting sawed off going into that first little dog leg of a turn. But it looks to me like the speed horses are from the 5 hole out, so it shouldn't affect horses too much. Novice Inc., the 2, has a little bit of speed, and he'll have to decide early on whether or not he has enough horse to get up in there or just take back.
All right, Donna, as you see Forbidden Apple in the inside post with Corey Nakatani going in, and Tom Durkin, the drought has affected the turf course here at the New York tracks at Belmont Park. Is that right?
Well, yeah. In the month of October, we usually get about 4.5 inches of rain. This month, we've only had 1.5 inches of rain. And many of the Europeans were probably thinking that Belmont Park would have a lot of give in the ground this time of year, which it almost always does. I was talking to Jerry Percelli, who's the assistant track superintendent here today, and I said, have you ever seen it this dry and that turf course this hard at this time of year? And he said, absolutely not. We're looking at a turf course that, you know, it's almost August-like in its firmness. I said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how firm? And he said 8, which is very, very unusual for this time of year. The final horses are moving into line. There's Val Royal. I think Val Royal might like the going there. He's got that long, low, daisy clipper kind of stride that usually performs very well over a hard turf course. The ones that don't do well are the horses that have high, round strides that strike the ground. And a horse called Sahkee is a horse with a stride like that, and he opted for the dirt today. They're in the gate. And they're off. And City Zip comes blasting bursting out of the starting gate up to get the lead. Balto Star is away second, but he's coming after the lead quickly. And on the outside, Express Tour is right up on the pace. He's running along in third. Forbidden Apple is reined in to run back in fourth. The Speedy of Firm Success is no better than fifth in the first furlong. Bach is sixth, and Navasink is seventh, and European Novair is eighth on the outside. He's about 8 lengths from the duel up front. Farther back, it's Brahms, who's followed by Irish Prize, Val Royale second to last, and Seraphin trails the field. A sharp quarter there that goes in 22 3/5 seconds. City Zip duels with Balto Star as the field moves into the far turn. Express Tour keeping pace with them. On the inside, Forbidden Apple continues to run along in third. Balto Star has dropped back, and that leaves City Zip with a 2.5 length lead as they round the far turn. Forbidden Apple driving hard second. Express Tour is third. A Firm Success is fourth on the outside. Balto Star has retreated to fifth. Bach is sixth, and in between horses now. Novair is only about 5 lengths from the lead. Then Navasink. Irish Prize is putting in a bold run down toward the inside, and Val Royale putting a bold run from the outside. 1 furlong to go. Forbidden Apple strikes the lead just outside the 8th hole, but Val Royale is coming with an electrifying run. Val Royale sweeps to the lead 100 yards from home, rocketing past Forbidden Apple, and Val Royale has won it by 2 lengths here, coming from well off the pace to do it. He has defeated Forbidden Apple, Bach, and some of the world's best. And there he is, Val Royale, and what a moment for Jose Valdivia Jr., the biggest race in his career. And the time there, 1:32 flat. That's a new Breeders' Cup mile record.
All right, Tom Durkin, it is a new Breeders' Cup mile record. We told you the turf was firm. They were flying over it, and flying fastest of all, Val Royale, the horse that has overcome so much in his career. Racing in France early, he had a bow tendon at one time. That's an injury that sometimes ends the racing career of some horses. Came back with a foot problem. He'd had only 1 race since March. That was a very impressive race at Santa Anita in his prep for today. And Julio Canani wins another Breeders' Cup race with Val Royale. And Donna Barton is alongside. Donna Barton Brothers.
Jose, first of all, I couldn't be happier for you. Jose and I have ridden together before, and I'm so happy to see you get your first Breeders' Cup win.
Thank you so much, Sana. I want to say hello to my beautiful wife, Renee. She's on the stands. Mom and Dad back home in Florida, my brother and sister. All my friends back in California, love you guys. My agent, Craig O'Brien, everybody who's made this possible. And
Speaking of making it possible, this horse has got to be special. He's had this his 3rd start since '99, 5-year-old with 9 lifetime starts. He's got to have some talent.
He's just an awesome horse. Julio Canani, I mean, I don't need to say any more about that man. He's done an amazing job with this horse. And when I called on attorney for home, I had the utmost confidence. He will run him down, and he went to playing around the last couple of yards. It's an unbelievable horse. And Julio Canani and David Milch, with a lot of patience, they've done an unbelievable job with this horse.
Jose, congratulations, Tom. We've seen some pretty brilliant training jobs on the card so far today, and this might be the best one.
You're right, Donna Brothers. Julio Canani getting this horse who's had all kinds of physical problems, ready to run with basically only 1 prep race. And as they came down for the money, Val Royale giving Jose Valdivia Jr. his first Breeders' Cup victory as he takes the Breeders' Cup mile.
Imagine a work of art without color. Now imagine your home the same way. So much better with a rich palette of color. With durable beauty tone paint, exclusively from Home Hardware. You can add warmth to any room with a splash of color, and Beauty Tone has the perfect contemporary colors for any decorating scheme. Indoors and out, only from Canada's paint experts at your neighborhood Home Hardware. Help is close to home.
No one would label a hazardous product like this light or mild, except the tobacco industry. Light and mild, deceptive and deadly.
A message from the Government of Canada.
When I grow up, I want to be a racing car driver. I want a really cool car with a big motor. and a place where I can drive around all day. When I grow up, I want to get the stuff that I always dreamed about.
Invest with Standard Life and help make your childhood dreams come true. Ask your financial security advisor about our full range of investment and insurance products. Standard Life. Profit from our knowledge.
Breeders' Cup Mile. Paying $12.20, $645.10 for Forbidden Apple. Second, Bach finished third. The Exacta worth $105. And the Triple, $2,445, the time of Breeders' Cup record for that mile run. In his second Breeders' Cup mount, Jose Valdivia Jr. getting the victory, and for trainer Julio Canani, his second victory in the Breeders' Cup Mile he won with Sillick 2 years ago. Let's go to Trevor Denman to analyze the race as Val Royal came flying from way back.
Thank you, Tom. What an awesome run that was by Val Royal. Let's pick him up right here. He is second last going down the backstretch. And you can see he must be a good 14 lengths off them. Now let's go to an ISO just on Val Royal. Remember how far back he is, second last. Jose Valdivia, see the wrist movement from the rider? He's starting to ask him now. Little tap on the shoulder from his right hand, and Val Royal says, I'm ready to run today, boys. Look at him picking them off. He has to go 6 wide. He has no alternative. If he goes in behind him, he's not going to get a run. Valdivia still just pushing him, gets him to change leads there. You saw him move his right wrist. He's going to just give him a couple of backhanders here, and now Jose knows, boys, I've just won my first Breeders' Cup race. What a dream year for jockey Jose Valdivia. He's always been in the shadow of the best jockeys colony in the world in Southern California. He broke through at Del Mar this year, had a magnificent meet. What a year for Jose Valdivia. First ride in a Breeders' Cup, first win in a Breeders' Cup. Great day for Jose Valdivia, and Julio Canani, what more can you say about him? Tom?
Back away and give the horse.
All right, Trevor, as Val Royal continues to prance around in the winner's circle a bit, and Julio Canani celebrates another victory in the Breeders' Cup Mile. 2 years ago, he saddled Sillick, and Canani trying to settle his horse a bit. Let's go to Kenny Rice.
Thanks, Tom. I'm with Corey Nakatani, who was riding Forbidden Apple, and it looked like everything was setting up for Corey to be in the winner's circle. At least that's what you were thinking when you came to the 8th pole.
Well, I was very pleased where I was at. You know, my horse was running a big race, and the other horse, like I said, just ran a big race. He set a world record, I think, and what more can you say? My horse ran a big race, and, you know, just God bless America and everybody out there. Just hope everybody needs to stick together.
And the pace on this race as you were coming for home, did you think that anybody would be able to catch you, because you were motoring along as well, and you knew it'd take a big effort to get up with you?
Well, like I said, that other horse ran a big race. I mean, there's nothing you can take away from my horse. My horse ran a big race. He set the track record, too, and in the same race, carrying 126 pounds.
Let's take a look at it again, Corey. As you come down the stretch here, and on the outside, here comes Val Royal.
Yeah, I mean, he just went by me, and like I said, you know, my horse ran a big race, and it took a very special horse to beat him, because he's a very good horse, this horse.
Okay, good effort today. Thanks, Corey.
Great, thanks.
Corey Nakatani, who had a big effort as well with Forbidden Apple to come in second. Tom?
All right, Kenny, Val Royal is a 5-year-old horse by Royal Academy out of Valdava by Bicala, owned by David Milch, trained by Julio Canani, ridden by Jose Valdivia Jr. And how's this for omens? Royal Academy, the sire of Val Royal, won the 1990 mile here at Belmont Park under Lester Piggott. And David Milch, who is the owner of this colt, his hit show that he writes and produces, NYPD Blue, on the day that we honor New York's finest.
And one more little bit of trivia there. When Julio Canani won the mile with Sillick, he too wore saddle towel number 12. It was written all over the stars, Tom.
How did we miss it? So a popular victory by Val Royal at 5-1, the lowest price winner today on Breeders' Cup Day, as we've seen upsets so far. Val Royal being led back, where he'll get a warm bath, and deservedly so. And will Julio Canani raising the stars and stripes. He always makes it fun to take a look at that man. He enjoys life. He enjoys horse racing, and a very, very popular trainer, Julio Canani. Let's go to Mike for the presentation.
In a jubilant winner's circle here, Tom. Julio Canani with his American flag, and look at Jose Valdivia giving a thumbs up to his friends on the racetrack, and to present the trophy from the hit HBO show, The Sopranos, Michael Imperioli, Tony Sirico. Guys, what do you got to say about that win?
Great ride, Jose. Flying.
Michael?
Beautiful. Congratulations.
Beautiful. Congratulations. Take that, Julio.
I will.
And Julio, what a job. Yeah. Julio, what a job with Val Royal. And you stuck with Jose Valdivia as your rider. Jose, your first Breeders' Cup win. You have to be ecstatic.
Oh, there's something else. I mean, we always had the utmost confidence, and I couldn't thank Julio Canani and David Milch enough for giving me the opportunity to ride this horse the last 2 starts, and now with this one. It's just an amazing trip.
And Julio, congratulations. Just a great job. What did you do to get this horse ready? If all the injuries, how's that possible to have that many injuries that come back and run a race like this afternoon?
Well, he ran like a Mercedes. That's the only thing that I can tell you.
A very happy Julio Canani. That's 2 wins for him in the mile, Tom.
All right, Mike, as we take a look at our Tyco official order of finish, Val Royal, Forbidden Apple, Bach, Irish Prize, Navasink, Brahms, Novair, who was a slight favorite, running 7th. Seraphan 8th. City Zip tired to 9th after setting the early fractions. Express Tour, another 3-year-old, then a firm success in his 4th Breeders' Cup run, beat only 1 horse, and that horse was Balto Star, who drew some action at the betting windows. The 3-year-old, second time on turf, faded and finished last. Well, Charsley, it's been a pretty tough day for the handicappers so far. The favorites have been nowhere.
It has been a tough day for the favorites, and so far no European presence yet either.
What about in terms of championships? What did that say? Val Royal, at the long layoff, is only his 2nd start since March, and he wins the Breeders' Cup Mile. Does he draw some consideration for some turf championship votes?
Well, the Turf Championship, there's only one Turf champion, so the mile is separated from the 1.5 miles, so we have to see how the rest of the day plays out. You won't pin me on that one just yet.
And generally, the mile specialists don't get that many votes. Generally, it's those that run the longer distances. But still, an impressive performance by Val Royal here in the Breeders' Cup Mile today, as he comes flying from next to last to get the victory and take home the winner's share of that $1 million purse. And meanwhile, back in the paddock, it was supposed to be his day. He had 7 horses running today. He had 3 favorites. 2 of them have already lost. Bobby Frankel, still looking for his first Breeders' Cup winner, is 0 for 38 on Cup Day. And coming up, the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Let's take a look at the morning line odds. The Frankel horse is the 3, Squirtle Squirt, 10-1 on the morning line. Kona Gold, the defending champion, 7-2. Caller 1 is at 6. Delaware Township, popular in New York, an 8-1 choice. Left Bank at 10, 5-star day, 20. El Corridor at 9-2. Mozart 12-1. Swept Overboard, beat Kona Gold in his last race. He's at 8. And long shots, Peeping Tom and Hook and Ladder round out the field. There he is, Kona Gold. He's the defending champion, trained by Bruce Headley, who does things his way, the old-fashioned way. And appropriately, he has an old-fashioned horse, 7-year-old Kona Gold. But the question remains, can Bobby Frankel possibly break through today? The sprint will be up next.
There are places that charge higher prices than we do, and there is a market for that. But if you ask me, our attention to detail creates a suit that's hard to beat, not only in quality, but because we eliminate the middleman, also in price. And as you have let us know, there's an even bigger market for that.
Year in and year out, no one sells more suits in Canada than Moore's. Well made, well priced, well dressed. Moore's.
It was great! It was just awesome. I thought it was terrific.
There's 2 thumbs up.
I loved it!
People who test drive the 2002 Dodge Caravan are amazed by its handling, the quietness of its ride, and most of all, by its value. See for yourself. See, compare, and drive. The #1 selling vehicle in Canada.
There and loved it. Just
only at your neighborhood Chrysler Dodge Jeep retailer.
When I grow up, I want to be an explorer in Africa. I want to go places, see things like lions and elephants and zebras. When I grow up, I want to do things I always wanted to do.
Invest with Standard Life and help make your childhood dreams come true. Ask your financial security advisor about our full range of investment and insurance products. Standard Life. Profit from our knowledge.
Mario, over here, Mario. Just a quick question. Do you think you can win the game tonight, Mario? Absolutely.
Mario, did you eat your chunky soup?
Huh?
Did you eat your chunky grilled chicken with pasta?
Yes, I did, Mom. With all those big chunks of grilled chicken and hearty pasta, it's the soup that helps fill me up.
Just want to make sure you're eating your chunky soup.
Hey, that's my mom.
New Chunky grilled chicken with pasta is the soup that eats like a meal.
For heroes, a great day for racing. An upset in the distaff. The youthful exuberance of the juvenile fillies was led by Tim Parra. David Flores, the smile says it all. The mile, a perennial fight for victory. A charging Val Royal never lost sight of the finish. Jose Valdivia got his first Breeders' Cup win. Next, 67-year-old Bruce Headley looks for another record-setting performance from Kona Gold in the sprint. In the juvenile, Officer commands the respect that comes with his name. He's prepared to enforce the law laid down by his prestigious handler. Tis now, tis never, says Bobby Frankel, who looks toward aptitude for his first classic crown. The same crown that Sahkee and Galileo have come so far to claim. 3 down, 5 to go. Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championship Day at Belmont Park. Temperature in the 40s, the wind swirling at times as high as 20 miles an hour, and the horses for the sprint gathering in the paddock. Extra heat, the fillies at 12 to 1. Bet on Sunshine, 9 years old, at 18 to 1. Squirtle Squirt is the Frankel horse. Kona Gold, 4 to 1 to win it for the second straight year. Allen on a real long shot. Caller 1 in Delaware Township. Left bank is at 12. El Corredor getting some support at 4 to 1. Mozart at 9. Swept Overboard 9 to 2. Peeping Tom 65 to 1. And Hook and Ladder is also a long shot. A look at Kona Gold and his trainer Bruce Headley. He's at home in his California backyard, and his backyard is full of horses. If anybody ever loved thoroughbred racing, it's Bruce Headley. He trains his horses with an unorthodox, old-fashioned method. He is one of a kind.
Well, I think I'm one of a kind because I don't think anybody would want to be my kind. People have an outlook of how a classic trainer should be. I don't know if I fall under that category. It's kind of hard to understand my style. I'm 67 years old. I still get on 4 or 5 horses every morning. I want to do this till I fall off a horse and get killed or drop dead at the racetrack, because it's the most exciting, wonderful life because of all the great people you meet, all the exciting personalities. All right, you can put it in the mailbox for me. Okay. Thanks. I taught Kona Gold here in this backyard. We had great hopes and great dreams right from this very area. My training method is people that I grew up watching during the 50s, the great trainers. They were the great horsemen, so I took some of the best from each one. Get up. It's kind of hard to understand my style because people that have come around lately didn't see what the people did before, what I saw in the 50s and 60s. That worked, and it's just something that I've been very successful with.
Headley's star is champion sprinter Kona Gold, now 7 years old, and today attempting to become the first repeat winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, after proving last year that the old tricks are often the best tricks.
because he broke the Breeders' Cup sprint record, and this year I look for him running about the same time. I feel that I have the best sprinter in the Breeders' Cup race this year, and Kona Gold is the horse to beat.
Bruce Headley and Kona Gold trying to repeat in the sprint, and opening at 7-2, and the betting has gone up half a tick. He is at 4-1 at the moment. Kona Gold trying to become the first repeat winner. Let's check in with Kenny Rice.
Thanks, Tom. In 1998, Greg DeLacy became the youngest trainer to ever win a Breeders' Cup race. That's when Re-Rays won the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and Craig was 27. Now, at the ripe old age of 30, he is back with a strong contender in Swept Overboard. Craig, you bring in Swept Overboard, who rallied to defeat Kona Gold in the ancient title his last race out, likes to come from behind. You certainly are going to have the speed in front of you to set up. It looks like a come-from-behind horse.
You know, I'm really pleased the way a horse has traveled and trained, and, you know, I couldn't be happy with the spot we're in, and Eddie knows this horse, and I get riders up here, but he looks great, and the pace looks like it's going to be pretty quick up front. It should suit his style.
What do you tell Eddie right quick? I know you got to go over there.
I said just have a safe trip out there and come home with the money.
Okay. Well, it's certainly different styles. He won with Re-Rays, a horse that went out to the front and said, come and get me. With Swept Overboard, it is a style that will come off the pace, and Eddie Delahousse, the Hall of Fame jockey, is one of the best, teaming up with the young up-and-coming trainer Craig DeLacy, who already has one Breeders' Cup Sprint title. Tom?
All right, Kenny, Swept Overboard, as you mentioned, ridden by Eddie Delahousse, now 50 years old. I asked him a few weeks ago how much longer he was going to ride, and he said, I'm taking it day to day. And then he promptly got on an airplane, went down to Keeneland from his California base, and won 2 stakes in one day. He says, riding as good as ever at 50 years of age. Eddie Delahousse aboard the gray horse, Swept Overboard. Heading toward the track for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Back after this.
Goodrich Winter Slalom. It grips on ice. It bites its way through snow. Winter Slalom from BF Goodrich Tires. Because Canadian winters aren't fit for man or beast.
It was great! Oh, it was just awesome. I thought it was terrific.
There's 2 thumbs up.
I loved it!
People who test drive the 2002 Dodge Caravan are amazed by its handling, the quietness of its ride, and most of all, by its value. See for yourself. See, compare, and drive. The #1 selling vehicle in Canada.
There and loved it. Just
only at your neighborhood Chrysler Dodge Jeep retailer.
Saving for your children's education? With the Canada Education Savings Grant, even small savings can grow quickly. The Government of Canada will add 20% to your children's registered education savings plans, up to $400 a year per child. Call now to receive your free information kit on the Canada Education Savings Grant and other services for children. A message from the Government of Canada.
Fresh from the kettle. And from Quaker Instant Oatmeal, the taste of baked apple pie. The rich flavor of golden honey. The warm taste of cinnamon roll. 3 delicious flavors, all with the goodness of Quaker Instant Oatmeal. All fresh from the kettle.
Horses making their way to the track for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Let's recheck the odds for you. Extra heat at 14-1. Squirtle Squirt 9. Kona Gold 4-1. Caller 1 at 12, and Delaware Township 11-1. Full field of 14 for the race. Left Bank 11. El Corredor at 4-1. 8-1 Mozart. Swept Overboard at 9-2. And 2 long shots, Peeping Tom and Hook and Ladder. And they'll make the turn, and we'll take a look at the Post parade for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Number 1 Extra Heat, 3-year-old filly, purchased for $5,000. Filly safely kept, and Desert Stormer have won the other 2 sprints held at Belmont. Extra Heat, a perfect 10 for 10 at 6 furlongs, but against males for the first time. Bet on Sunshine is the 2 and has had a gray beard. He's 9 years old, 3rd in the sprint last year and in '97. His owner, 71-year-old David Holloway, has Bet on Sunshine racing scenes painted on the side of his van. Number 3, Squirtle Squirt. Blair Landsman, son of the owner, named this 3-year-old colt after his favorite Pokemon character, Squirtle. Bobby Frankel has trained him into the nation's top 3-year-old sprinter, but 0 for 2 against older horses. Number 4 is Kona Gold, the defending champion, his 4th start in the sprint. Last year he gave Alex Solis his first Breeders' Cup victory after 31 straight losses. Kona Gold lost his last start, the ancient title, but the first time he'd tasted defeat since March of 2000. 5, Al-Anon. Breeder Arthur Hancock loves to write music and sing. Made a country album in the 80s, and earlier this year a bluegrass CD. The title song, Sunday Silence, the name of his horse of the year. Al-Anon hasn't won since May. 6 furlongs might be a little short. 6, Caller One. Co-owner Carolyn Chapman's son James trains this 4-year-old gelding, 4th in last year's sprint. He's good at 6 furlongs, but has raced only 3 times this year and not since July. 7 is Delaware Township, a Florida-bred 5-year-old trained by Ben Perkins. 10th in the sprint last year after winning the Forest Hills. Comes into 2001 with the same prep, hoping for better results. Has won 3 of 4 at Belmont. 8 is Left Bank, who also runs well at Belmont. He's 4 for 5. Michael Tabor paid $600,000 for him. Scored his first Grade 1 win in his last start to Vosburg at 7 furlongs, probably his best distance. 9, 5-Star Day. 30-year-old Bo Greeley, whose brother John owns part of the horse, hopes for a better result than last year when he was bumped at the start, finished last. Only 2 starts this year, the most recent in August. 10 is El Corredor. Hal Earnhardt of Arizona owns what he calls the world's largest auto retailer. He hopes this Bob Baffert-trained colt can truck on into the winner's circle. He's won 7 of his last 8. The only loss to Fusaichi Pegasus in last year's Jerome, and 2 for 2 at this distance. 11 is Mozart, and like the composer, he's been precocious from the start. The Irish-bred, owned, ridden, and trained 3-year-old, regarded as Europe's top sprinter. He's been off the board only once in 9 career starts, but has never raced on dirt. 12 is Swept Overboard with Craig DeLossie. Former college professor Paul Retta made a lot of money in the home mortgage business, spent $700,000 of it on Swept Overboard, who beat Ancient Title, who beat Kona Gold in the Ancient Title. 13 is Peeping Tom. Vietnam vet Louis Malazzo claimed this horse, his first, for $40,000 last year. He's earned more than $700,000 since then. Peeping Tom 4th behind Delaware Township in the Forest Hills. And Hook and Ladder, the hunch bet of the day, as we honor the fire department heroes of September 11th, trained by John Kimmel, who has a veterinary degree but is now a top New York trainer. Hook and Ladder on a 4-race losing streak, looking for his first win at Belmont Park. 14 of them for the $1 million Breeders' Cup Sprint. Let's go down to our handicappers, and Bob Newmeyer is 2 for 3.
Well, thanks, Tom. And this is always a tough race. The sprint is always contentious. There's always a lot of early speed in it, but this year, I think there's even more speed than normally.
And, Mike, I think it's time to address the racetrack. Clearly, the inside is dead. I asked Jerry Bailey that question in the paddock. I said, Jerry, what about the rail? He said, death, stay away. So with that in mind, Delaware Township here in the Purple Silks winning the Forgo at Saratoga should get a nice outside trip in this race. So these are not a bad price. I'm going to take Delaware Township because I think he'll get that nice wide journey in the second flight as they turn for home.
Yeah, I think he's got a big shot. I like the horse outside, too. I like El Corredor, Bob Baffert's horse. This horse has won 7 out of his last 8. Here he is in the Pat O'Brien. He was coming off a long layoff in here. 7 furlong race. He holds on. He beats Swept Overboard, who came right back to win the Ancient Title in his next start. Now, El Corredor has only lost once in his last 8 starts. That was here, but it was against Fusaichi Pegasus last year in the Jerome. I think this horse can handle the 6 furlongs, and I think he'll be right off the pace.
Well, Mike, you mentioned Swept Overboard, and he defeated Kona Gold most recently at Santa Anita, and this was in the Ancient Title, and this was a terrific race. Kona Gold, as you all know, the defending champion, and he looked like this race was his at this point. But look at Swept Overboard, just firing late and knotting out Kona Gold on the wire. So you have to respect Kona Gold. You have to respect Swept Overboard. Boy, those poor horses caught inside, Mike. Extra Heat, Squirtle, Squirt. I think they're going to get killed on that inside with the speed. It looks like the outside's the place to be.
I do, too. And we both think it's going to be a closer in here, Tom.
All right, guys, so El Corredor, Delaware Township, but the cyber cappers at NBCSports.com have picked Kona Gold to repeat, 29%. El Corredor and swept overboard. Kona Gold was the 8-5 favorite to last year and went on to win. Now, just showing you how wide open the race is, he is at 7-2, but still favored. Can he do it? Can Kona Gold repeat?
Hey, folks, I'm putting together a little warm-up drill for Team Canada. They're going for gold, and you can too with Goodyear's Drive for Gold. Oh, there are 3 cool ways to win. Get up to a $100 instant rebate on Goodyear tires. Scratch and win for neato prizes, then predict how Team Canada will do, and win your tires for free. Ready when you are, guys. Look at that. Next, it'll be the balance beam. Don't be shy. Come on. Who wants to go first?
You've always trusted Canada Post to securely deliver the things that are important to you. Now it's a whole new world, so we're delivering in a whole new way. From cyberspace to your place. From your world to around the world. Today's Canada Post, from anywhere to anyone.
Will you stop rubbing that thing? What do you want? $1 million? Here. Hey, jewelry. Sunny vacation. Electronics. Well, fancy cars. Whatever. Just play the Diabetes Super Lottery. There's 12,000 prizes and 1 at 15 odds of winning. Call now.
Hey, there are easier ways to win at this game. Just come into Dooley's for your chance to win a trip for you and 3 of your friends to football's biggest event in New Orleans and other great prizes. Dooley's, good times, good friends, and a chance to win a trip to New Orleans. Must be legal drinking age. See in store for details.
Uh-oh. Wasn't speeding, was I? Should I pull over? But I haven't done anything. Why am I feeling so guilty? I didn't stop at that stop sign. Wait, there was no stop sign. Oh no, that parking ticket. Wait, I paid that.
Great car.
Oh, phew. Now what?
Really great car.
The all-new A4. Exciting to drive, hard not to notice.
From the start of this $1 million race, odds update. Squirtle Squirt for Bobby Frankel, 9-1. 7-2, Kona Gold, the lukewarm favorite. Caller 111, Delaware Township, a 10-1 shot. Left bank is at 10. El Corredor, second choice at 4-1. Mozart from Europe, the champion sprinter there, 9-1. Swept overboard 4.5-1 at 9-2. Let's go to Kenny Rice real quickly.
Thanks, Tom. With me is David Holloway, the owner of Bet on Sunshine, who won his last race on this man's birthday. You have a 9-year-old out here. He's still going strong. What do you think about today?
I think we're going to win it. He thinks he's a 3-year-old.
Okay, congratulations. Good luck on it. It's been a great campaign for it, Tom. We'll see if 71-year-old David Holloway, the owner, can get 9-year-old Bet on Sunshine across the line in this one.
All right, we'll see. As the 6 furlong sprint is just about ready, and let's go to Tom Durkin, who will call this $1 million Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Lots of speed in this year's sprint, which we like to refer to as the race for the title of world's fastest equine. And there's some fast ones in the gates. 2 more to go, or actually 3 more. We're waiting for Delaware Township, Peeping Tom, and Hook and Ladder. Peeping Tom, a big price here at 13-1, and Hook and Ladder at 90-1. Long shots on the outside. A lot of speed there down toward the inside. Extra heat. Squirtle Squirt's got a lot of speed. And the defending champion, Kona Gold, look for him to come from somewhere near the back of the pack early. He's got a powerful late run. There in the gate. And they're off. Extra heat springs out of the gate. And caller 1 is flashing his speed too. 5-Star Day joins the fray. and Squirtle Squirt right there running in fourth. Left Bank is fifth. Hook and Ladder sixth on the outside by 2. Delaware Township is now running in 7th. El Corredor is 8th. Aladan is 9th. Kona Gold is under a busy ride, but he's dropped back to 10th. Mozart off last, and he's now 11th. Peeping Tom swept overboard, and Bet on Sunshine, the last of them all. He's 15 lengths from the lead. They tore through that opening quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. And Extra Heat is flooding her speed here, coming to the top of the stretch, holding off caller 1 for the moment. Squirtle Squirt is just in behind them. 5-Star Day is kicking in on the far outside. The whip is out on left bank. Swift overboard is coming up the inside, and Delaware Township coming with a resolute rally down the middle of the track. It is still Extra Heat. Here comes Squirtle Squirt. Call him on the outside. Squirtle Squirt. Call him on Extra Heat. A driving finish. Here's the wire. Squirtle Squirt has won it over Extra Heat. Couldn't put that between Swift overboard and Call him on. So it is Squirtle Squirt winning it here. The Bobby Franco.
Squirtle Squirt that would break the Frankel Ophir string in the Breeders' Cup. When all else fails, just rely on Jerry Bailey. Bailey gets Squirtle Squirt home after seeing favored. Squirt breaks the Frankel string. Watching from his lucky place, the racing offices back by the paddock, Bobby Frankel. What a sigh of relief. He feels like the Belmont grandstand has been taken off his back as Jerry Bailey and Squirtle Squirt close to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And in his 39th attempt, Frankel gets the win. It's the 12th for Bailey, but his first in the sprint. Donna?
Third and 1.
Yes,
and there's Bobby Frankel making his way out to the winner's circle.
got Jerry Bailey here.
Donna?
Jerry Bailey, I didn't think this horse could win without the lead. You said you saw where he had laid off the pace slightly one time. Tell me about it.
Just laid third. It looked like only a length off the lead, but Donna, I didn't have much choice today.
Right. Well, when Franco couldn't get off of his 0 for whatever jinx in the first couple, did you think you'd be able to get it done for him here?
I didn't know about this one. I thought before the day was over we could, but it's nice to do it now.
Jerry, congratulations. Now Jerry's back in a tie with Pat Day as the 2 leading riders in the Breeders' Cup races. Tom?
All right, Donna, it looked like it was going to be 0 for forever for Bobby Frankel until Squirtle Squirt gets home. David Landsman, the owner of this 3-year-old colt by Marquetry out of Lost the Code by Lost Code. Bred in Kentucky by Dr. Audrey Narducci, trained by Bobby Frankel, ridden by Jerry Bailey. And speed held up. The speed horses were there. And Squirtle Squirt just beating the filly Extra Heat. It looked for a while like a filly would take another sprint at Belmont, but here he is, the 3-horse Jerry Bailey getting Squirtle Squirt home, a $30,000 Keeneland yearling named after a Pokemon character. Squirtle Squirt, of all horses, breaks the Bobby Frankel Breeders' Cup jinx. Bobby Frankel finally.
And as we continue live here in New York City, Toronto's Rob Landry joins me. His first appearance of the Breeders' Cup. He will ride a Fleet's Dancer in the Classic, owned by Edmonton's Cam Millard, trained by the great Canadian veteran Roger Atfield. 18 years of the Breeders' Cup. First appearance, your first impressions?
Oh, it's great. It's a fabulous atmosphere. It's just nice to be here representing Canada, and hopefully he runs this race today and we can make Canada proud.
Now, Rob, let me ask you, you've raced in the shadow of some of these horses to date. Any reason to think the horse is going to run better today?
Well, he's raced against all these horses this year, or a lot of the horses this year, and he's never really ran his race. He's always been a lot closer to the pace, and hopefully the way the track's playing outside closers today, it sets up for him, and if I can get him to relax early and make his patented run, we have a big chance.
Now, this is a $4 million race you're in today. Do you ride any differently in this type of race than you do for $40,000?
You have to ride a smart race. I mean, you're always out there trying your hardest and giving it your best, but I have to be alert and on top of my game and ride a smart race.
Rob, let me ask you, jockeys from all over the world here, is the atmosphere a little different back in the jockeys' room than back in Toronto?
It is. I mean, it's. I've ridden a lot against a lot of these guys riding in Florida in the winter, and you know, a lot of the guys come up to ride at Woodbine now since we have so many good big races, and it's a lot of fun being part of it.
Well, I hope it's more fun for you later this afternoon. Rob Landry, a champion Canadian jockey, rides out of Woodbine in Toronto. He will ride in the Classic riding a Fleet's Dancer trained by the veteran Canadian trainer Roger Atfield and owned by Cam Allard from Edmonton. You're watching live coverage of the Breeders' Cup from here in New York City at Belmont Park. Good luck to Rob Landry. And right now, let's rejoin our colleagues at NBC.
Paying $21.20, $10.60 and $9.20. The Philly Extra Heat game effort second. Caller 1/3. The Exacta $290 and the Triple $2,100. And there is Squirtle Squirt, who has broken the Frankel Breeders' Cup jinx, and the winning trainers with Bob Newmeyer.
Well, Bobby Frankel is finally off the schneid, and Bob, kind of unpredictable, huh?
Well, if I had my, this is my fourth choice to win the Breeders' Cup. I thought I'd win it with a U, a flute, an aptitude, but, and he was the fourth one, so you never figure it out.
And you know your own horses. It kind of makes its own statement about how kind of crazy a game this can be, doesn't it?
Well, I thought the inside was going to bury him and all the speed's going to bury him, but it just worked out perfect.
On an emotional basis now, do you feel like the monkey's off your back?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Hopefully I can win another one now. Now I'm greedy.
And no guys like us will ever ask you again, will you ever win a Breeders' Cup race?
Exactly. Thank you.
Get the Triple Crown.
Thank you.
Bobby Frankel.
All right, Bob, and he's not through yet, of course. He could still have a huge day, but he's finally gotten that elusive first Breeders' Cup win. Let's go to Mike Battaglia.
All right, Tom, with Jorge Chavez, Georgie, this Philly Extra Heat, she just ran her heart out. It looked like she had the win and just couldn't hold off Bobby Frankel's Squirtle Squirt.
Let me tell you, she ran hard as she can, and she's, let me tell you, she's an extraordinary filly, and it's a shame she got beat. I mean, she did everything he can and almost beat the coach, you know. And
here's the replay, George.
Yeah,
take a look at it right here.
Right there, I think I still have hanging. I think I was saying, please, the way I came over, but that was not enough, you know. Just missed by a half a lane or a neck. It was a big difference, and she almost beat the boys. And
she did. She ran her heart out. A great ride, Georgie. Just not quite good enough. Georgie Chavez and Bobby Frankel, though, gets his first win with Squirtle Squirt, Tom.
All right, Mike, as Squirtle Squirt, the 3-year-old, beats the older horses. He'd been running his last 4 races at 7 furlongs, but has a perfect record at this 6-furlong distance now, 3-4-3. And by the way, the 9-year-old Bet on Sunshine finished 4th, but Kona Gold just couldn't keep up early. Let's go down to Trevor for more on the race analysis.
Well, it was one of those questions, do the speed horses hold up or don't they? And as we now know they do. Here we are. Here's the filly on the lead with the red colors on. That is Extra Heat. Here is Squirtle Squirt racing in right behind them. Got the light blue colors. That's Jerry Bailey. And Caller 1 with Cory Nakatani is in the white cap right there. They're going to run 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to have Swept Overboard coming out of the clouds on the rail to run 4th. So we don't know how bad that rail is. Certainly Eddie Dalahousie thinks it's okay. He stayed on the rail. You see the gray horse far, far back and a finish right there. Coming for home here, though, it's Squirtle Squirt, Jerry Bailey getting a dream run between them. Look at that 3-year-old filly at the rail. She just will not quit. Caller 1 is trying, and there's Eddie Dalahousie and Swept Overboard. They would have won it with about 50 yards further, but today the distance was 6 furlongs. Jerry Bailey rode for that 6-furlong wire, and no doubt his ability went a long, long way to carrying Squirtle Squirt home for Bobby Frankel over Extra Heat. Great run. Caller 1 and Swept Overboard at the rail 4th. Tom?
Okay, Trevor, so Jerry Bailey once again tied with Pat Day. They each had 12 Breeders' Cup victories. Let's go down to Mike for the presentation.
Thanks, Tom, and it's a jubilant winner's circle again. Bobby Frankel could not be happier to get his first win. A great ride by Jerry Bailey to make the presentation on behalf of Penske Auto Centers. We have Jim Wheat, the president and CEO, Jim McStay, the chief marketing officer.
Well, congratulations, and on behalf of all the employees and customers at Penske Auto Centers, I say great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Pass that along to Bobby Frankel. And Jerry, first tell us a little bit about the trip that you got on there, that Philly Extra Heat. She just ran a heck of a race. You just got by her in the last 16.
Yeah, you know, somebody told me, I think Donna Barton said, I know you'd rate. I don't think I had a lot of choice today. He rated pretty well, and my son Justin, he said, Dad, try and take him from behind today. So that's what I did.
All right, Bobby, and again, congratulations. You did a great job. I think your owners were pretty ecstatic. You guys were going nuts up there, weren't you?
Absolutely. It's the thrill of a lifetime, man. When he's coming down the stretch, we just couldn't contain ourselves. We just went, I still can't speak.
And Bobby, you know, a lot's been said about the over streak. It's over now. You've got this monkey off your back, and it just has to feel great for you.
I don't know what to say now. You know, I got to think about it, but it is great. It is great. Finally.
It was long overdue, Bobby, and we're just glad for you. Congratulations, everybody. Great job. Squirtle Squirt, winner of the sprint. Yeah!
It may be Thursday before they settle down. It's been a tough day for the chalk players. Favorites have not done well so far on Breeders' Cup Day, and for those that played the Pick Six, tough afternoon as well, but it probably means a big payoff. Our Tyco complete order finish. Squirtle Squirt, Extra Heat, and Caller 1 in the money. 5-star day. Mozart from Europe. Bet on Sunshine. Now, we thought he had finished better than that. And El Corredor winding up 12th, which disappointed a lot of the players, including Mike Battaglia, who had picked him to win. Well, again, the favorites have a tough time of it, but the Breeders' Cup Sprint has a history of producing the Eclipse Award winner as champion sprinter, and I think Squirtle Squirt probably will get that on him.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
10 of the previous 17 sprint winners on Breeders' Cup Day have gone on to win that Eclipse Award as champion sprinter. And what a sigh of relief must Bobby Frankel be giving now.
And I know he didn't really think this was his best chance. Not many of us thought it was his best chance. It was a race overloaded with speed. We thought the first half mile would look like it was run on the salt flats, and the speed just didn't really materialize. So the closers didn't come, and Squirtle Squirt came through.
As Bobby Frankel said, when you think you've got it figured out, go figure again, because racing will surprise you every time. Squirtle Squirt wins the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and Bobby Frankel finally has that winner. Well, let's move ahead and look at the filly and mare turf now, which is up next. And here are the morning line odds. England's Legend 7-2, Mo Juste at 8, Banks Hill is a 6-1 shot. Calypso Katie and Solvig at 30-1 each. Crystal Music is 10-1. Starine at 5. Spring Oak 15, and Lalani in the outside post position is the 3-1 morning line favorite. So Breeders' Cup Day so far has been tough on the favorite players, but a man that's a favorite of many of the horse players, Bobby Frankel, finally gets his first win on Cup Day. And Jerry Bailey celebrates his 12th Breeders' Cup victory.
When it comes to food, a lot of places have silly ideas to bring you in. But once you get to the taste, where's the fresh? Hey, Clucky, want something made fresh? Come on. Try one of the new Subway Selects made on fresh-baked gourmet bread. Susie?
Right, Tim. Subway's got 4 new Subway Selects, like the delicious horseradish steak and cheese, all on fresh-baked gourmet bread and all made fresh right in front of you.
Whoa, check out that check.
Subway!
Just kidding.
Hey, let's try the oysters.
This one's over.
Kids stay active all day long. They never run out of ways to spend their energy. That's why every jar of Nutella starts with 56 roasted hazelnuts, along with 1.5 cups of skim milk to help keep them going. And with no artificial colors or preservatives, and a hint of delicious cocoa, Nutella helps satisfy the big appetites of your little champions. Nutella helps provide energy to think and do.
Will you stop rubbing that thing? Wow. What do you want? $1 million? Here. Hey, jewelry! On your vacation, electronics.
Well,
Fancy cars? Whatever. Just play the Diabetes Super Lottery. There's 12,000 prizes and 1 in 15 odds of winning. Call now.
Look at the area out behind the main grandstand here at Belmont Park in New York City on a cool, now gray. The winds have died down, though, Saturday afternoon. And if you are just joining us, good afternoon from New York City. I'm Brian Williams along with Jim Bannon. Welcome to continuing live coverage of the 18th Breeders' Cup here on CBC. Now, over the years, there have been 5 Canadian-bred or Canadian-owned winners. Jim Bannon will talk about the importance of Canadian racing in this event in just a minute. Let's show you the 5 Canadian-bred and Canadian-owned winners over the years, and let's begin with the first as we take you way back to Churchill Downs in Louisville. It was 1991 for Ernie Samuel's Dan Smartley.
Smartly, she takes the lead under Pat Day's urging, undefeated this year, and the undisputed queen of racing on this continent. And Canada's Chief Bearheart charging on the outside. Chief Bearheart and Borgia flying at the rail. Chief Bearheart has won. Victory Gallop continues to close. Silver Charm short lead. Here comes Austin McGann, who's flying in between horses. A wild finish to the Classic. Awesome again has won! Down to the final 16. It is Perfect Sting clinging desperately to the lead. To Sherman, second best. To Perfect Sting, the winner. Macho Uno coming on to take the lead. As Point Gibbon flies it up. Macho Uno veers up and finishes in a photo. Here's Macho Uno!
Great calls by the voice of racing here at Belmont, Tom Durkin. Macho Uno winning in the Juvenile last year. You'll see Stronach's Macho Uno this afternoon in the Classic. Jim, talk to me about Canadian racing and its relationship to this event.
Well, Brian, of course, Canada has been involved at the Breeders' Cup. With the inception of the Breeders' Cup, late Charles Taylor, obviously, in the planning stages. And then in 1984, 3 Canadian champions competed on that very first day. Ernie Samuel was certainly there with Dauphin Fabuleux. Frank Stronach was there with Canadian Factor. And Bessarabian, another great Canadian champion for the Eaton family, was there as well. And, you know, Stronach and the Sampson Farm outfit are still here now. You just look at those highlights and you think about Dan Smartley, what a darling she was in those days. And she has taken on great significance in Canadian racing. She has already produced 2 Queen's Plate winners, believe it or not. Scatter the Gold and Dance Through the Dawn, who is destined to be a champion this year. And she has a beautiful foal coming by AP Indy. So that story should continue. So doing well at the highest level at the Breeders' Cup, always important for Canada. They've done it in the past and they're looking to do it later on today, Brian.
You know, you talked about Dan Smartley, one of my favorites, also from Sampson, but I'm talking about the Chief. Do you remember we were out in California when Chief Bearheart won? I can remember interviewing Tammy Samuel, Mark Frosted. Ernie Samuel has passed away. Talk to me about the ongoing importance, though, of that operation and how it's continuing in his absence.
Well, what has happened, Brian, the family has certainly benefited from a lot of Ernie's estate planning and the planning that he had with many of the horses, and they have carried on almost without missing a beat. What they do miss is his presence and his support, of course. But he put in line some beautiful pedigrees, some of the best on the continent, and they are now flowering, and they are having some of the very best horses in all of racing. A Quiet Resolve, a horse that rarely gets much respect, but he comes to the fore when the big money is on the line, whether you're talking about the Addo Mile or the Breeders' Cup Turf last year when he ran a solid second. So the Samuel family continues the tradition started by Ernie Samuel in that first Breeders' Cup back in 1984. They wanted to be there. It was important to take a champion, and they continue to run champions in this race. Quiet Resolve last year, Horse of the Year on the strength of his second here, Brian, in the turf.
Jim, just a couple of seconds. Viewers, you're not missing any coverage. NBC is in a college football update as we bring you the Canadian angles. Quick word on Macho Uno, who will run in the Classic.
Well, Joe Rossino says that he's doing fine. It's hard to know whether he is or not. He was really immature last year at this time. We were cautioning there could be after effects if he ran in the race. He's only won once since then. We'll see if he can come back.
Let's take a look at Jim's picks as we continue. Up next, it's the turf race for filly and mares. CBC's live coverage continues as we rejoin NBC.
Not far from the skyscrapers of Manhattan at Belmont Park, on a day when the heroes of New York are honored with a portion of the proceeds and many of the money earned by the owners today being donated to the New York Heroes Fund. Lord Andrew Lloyd Webber is on hand today. He's the owner of Crystal Music and is standing next to his jockey Chris McCarron. Has a new play opening up on Broadway, and of course has had so many hit musicals over the years. There's a look at Crystal Music, the 9-horse, which is the 3-year-old filly by Nureyev that is owned by Andrew Lloyd Webber. Let's go to Kenny Rice.
Thanks, Tom. Spook Express is like an old football player that keeps coming back and back. So says Tom Skivington, her trainer. Tom, you say her legs are like the Rocky Mountains now. Just after you first got her, she broke an ankle. She's come back. She's had ligament damage since then, injuries. At 7 years old, though, here she is with a good shot in this race. How do you keep her going?
Well, she keeps herself going. She's a fantastic filly. We've had a lot of fun with her. I've been very lucky that Mr. and Mrs. Aaron let me have the time with her to give her a chance to be as good as she is.
You gave her a lot of time off. As a matter of fact, she raced 11 times, I think, in about a 2.5-year period, and she's raced over half that amount 6 times this year.
Well, she just got good this year, and everything stayed the same. After she won those 2 races in Florida, I thought she was the quality to try to make the Breeders' Cup. So I gave her a midsummer break after the Black Helen sort of pointing for this.
Aren't you glad your daughters were in the same riding classes together?
Oh, absolutely. I'd like to say hi to her. She's watching right now.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom Skivington. Tom's daughter and the Aarons, the owner, their daughters are in the same riding group together, Tom. That's how they met, and that's how Spook Express came to be connected with all of them. Back to you.
All right, Kenny. Spook Express 11-1 right now. England's Legend 3-1. 5-1 on Banks Hill. Volga 14, Calypso Katie 15. Sareen getting some support at 6-1 after she had opened up as 5-1, so she's gone up a notch. And Lalani at 2-1. So Lalani is the 2-1 favorite here after some impressive racing, but she hasn't trained so well at Belmont Park. Let's have the call to the post. And so these fillies and mares are making their way to the track here, and that's Lalani, the favorite, kind of a slight filly. Charlesy has been very impressive when she gets onto that race course.
Well, she's won 3 Grade 1s in 3 different countries. She came here and won the Flower Bowl over a soft track. Today she's going to hit this hard, firm going. She renews her rivalry with England's Legend, the filly who won the Beverly D. Today these fillies will be running on the inner turf course, which is a little bit tighter turns. They'll be running 1.25 miles on the inner turf. So that's a little bit different than what Leilani's been used to. The race was contested at 1 3/8 in the first 2 renewals, and now, because of the configuration here at Belmont, it's at 1.25 miles. Here's a look at Volga, who has just changed hands. She was recently purchased by Joe Allen. Chris Clement trains her now, took over from Andre Fab just 3 weeks ago. Horses making their way out onto the turf course, and again, the condition of the turf will be of some concern to European-based horses because it is extremely firm. So the filly and mare turf post parade, Spook Express, and what's almost Halloween, isn't it? This filly could put a scare into the favorites. She was champion in her native South Africa before coming to the U.S. in 1999. Supplemental nominee at $200,000. Came charging from off the pace to win her last start, the WinStar Galaxy, but is 0 for 3 at Belmont. England's Legend, the 2, and despite her name, she's French-bred. Raced in France early in her career, now trained by transplanted Frenchman Christophe Clement. She's won 3 of 5 in the U.S. Her last start set the pace in the Flower Bowl, then was second to Lalani. 3 is Mo Juste. Trainer Edward Dunlop, an Eton man, had his 33rd birthday a week ago. This race could set up quite a celebration. He also trains the favorite Leilani, who beat this filly just a neck in the Irish Oaks. Number 4 is Chased, and this is the owner-trainer combination that had Lemon Drop Kid in the Classic a couple of years ago. She's overcome a lot, 2 rear pastern fractures, but is winless in 3 stakes tries.
5 is Banks Hill, Juddmonte Farm homebred, trained by champion French trainer Andre Fabre and ridden by leading French jockey Olivier Peslier. European Group 1 winner who's taken on the mails her last 2 races, but she's never been beyond a mile. 6 horses Volga, Irish-bred 3-year-old filly, a Group 1 winner in France, now trained by Clement. Her only start for him, a second in Woodbine's E.P. Taylor. The 7 is Calypso Katie. Michael Tabor put up $90,000 to make her a supplemental nominee. Irish-bred, raced in Europe last year, now trained by Neil Drysdale, for whom she started 3 times, winning once, but he thought she would benefit from a layoff. She hasn't been out since June. The 8 is Solvig, the first Breeders' Cup starter for owner-breeder Bentley Smith. Carl Nasker, of course, trained the late Unbridled. Solvig comes in riding a 9-race losing streak. Second is Duke Express in her last start. Crystal Music is the 9 horse, hoping to give Andrew Lloyd Webber some music of the night. She's a 3-year-old filly, 6th in her only race beyond a mile, with Hall of Fame jockey Chris McCarron, who's ridden 8 Breeders' Cup winners. Starine is the 10, French-bred, $90,000 supplemental nominee, purchased by Bobby Frankel in May. 4-year-old, she's raced 5 times since Frankel bought her, won the Diana at Saratoga, 3rd in the Flower Bowl. 11 is Spring Oak, English-bred 3-year-old filly, Group 3 winner in France, 3rd in the E.P. Taylor, her only North American start, with Frankie Dettori. And the 12 is Leilani. Jerry Bailey looks for the 3-peat from the outside post on this 3-year-old filly, who has been sensational. She's won 7 straight races. As Charles said, 3 Grade 1 or Group 1 races in the U.S., England, and Ireland. Just to reinforce things, she's won her only race on Belmont Turf and is 4 for 4 at 1.25 miles, and her jockey Jerry Bailey has won both filly and mare turfs that have been run so far. How do you like that, guys? That's a pretty strong tout for the bottom horse, Leilani.
And Tom, it's always interesting to analyze how British bookmakers look at the odds and compare them to our own. And I did it this morning, in fact, and Banks Hill is the favorite at 3-1, and Leilani is 4-1 with British bookies. Here, it's quite a different story. Leilani is 5-2, Banks Hill at 5-1, Mike.
Well, Leilani, I think, is going to be very tough. I think Banks Hill is a contender also, but the filly that I like in here is England's Legend. I know Leilani, here they are in the Flower Bowl, and I know Leilani ran by her in the Flower Bowl. England's Legend spaded a bit. Actually, she didn't fade. Leilani just ran a heck of a race. It snapped the 3-race win streak for England's Legend. I think she's going to make an easy lead today, and I really think that Leilani may suffer from that, what they call the Euro bounce, the one good race. England's Legend looked absolutely great in the paddock and coming onto the track today. I think it's going to take a huge effort for them to catch England's Legend today.
You know what time it is?
What time is it?
Long shot time, baby. It's long shot time with Volga. That's right.
The other Clement horse.
3-year-old French filly, also trained by Christophe Clement. This was a big closing effort off a very slow pace. At the E.P. Taylor at Woodbine, flying at the end, just missed a neck to chalk ice. That's always a good sign when a horse can come from way downtown into a very, very tepid pace. So at 14-15-1, I like Volga in this one, Mike.
So we got him in front and coming from behind in this one, Tom.
All right, guys, and for the favorite players, it's been a tough day. Maybe that makes Leilani a little vulnerable, but that's who the cyber cappers like. At NBCSports.com, you can cast your vote on who you like, and Leilani has gotten 26% of those votes so far. England's Legend, the second choice, and Starine getting 10% of those who have given us their picks at NBCSports.com. The Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf. It'll be on tap when we return to Belmont Park.
At more than 250 choice hotels in Canada, we are accepting donations to the Canadian Red Cross USA Appeal and matching them for a total of $200,000. So now, the power of being there also means being there for those in need.
Oh, better mail this. Hey? Firearms registration.
Didn't you guys do that already?
That was a firearms license. This is a one-time registration for guns. And right now, it's free, so we're saving $18. The form's easy to fill out. Came in the mail.
I'd better check for mine. My turn.
Call us at 1-800-731-4000 or visit our website.
A message from the government of Canada.
What's that?
It's the letter from the university.
Well, we'll open it.
Dear Mr. Jacobs, we're pleased to welcome you to the study of architecture, beginning with the fall semester this September.
Whether you're 25, 45, or older, you can start planning your future right now.
Congratulations, Dad.
Thank you.
Freedom 55 Financial.
Way to go.
The freedom to choose, the power to get there.
Upset in the CFL last night. The Argonauts' playoff hope still alive as they upset the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Tomorrow afternoon, join Mark Lee, Chris Cuthbert, and Chris Walby. Danny McManus and the Ticats play the Alouettes at Molson Stadium in Montreal.
Spook Express 12-1, the South African champion. England's legend 5-2. Banks Hill 5-1, the favorite in England, as Bob Newmeyer reported. Volga's at 14, that's who Bob likes. Solvig 33, Crystal Music, Andrew Lloyd Webber's horse 31, Starine is 5, Spring Oak 35-1, and Leilani continues to rule as the favorites at 5-2. Well, as we said, this filly and Mare Turf, unlike the first two editions, will be run at 1.25 miles with that purse of $1 million, and it's on the Belmont Park Inner Turf Course. The Inner Turf Course is where the fillies and mares will run today. And speaking of that Inner Turf Course, let's check in with Donna Brothers. What's its condition and how are the fillies and mares looking, Donna?
Well, Tom, the fillies and mares look like they're in good shape here. Leyland, I was the last to lead the paddock as she's in the 12th post position, and she was pretty wound up. I asked Steve Irk, the outrider, he was here last time she ran, if she was that wound up last time, and he said no, but she had a bit more clear sailing leaving the paddock last time. With the crowd here today, she had followed the other horses out directly. She does look like she's pretty hot. You know, it's quite chilly out. In fact, I'm really trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I talk to you now. But she got a little hot, so I don't know if she'll run the same kind of race, because I didn't see her myself last time, but Steve Irk, the outrider, did say she wasn't quite this wound up last time she ran here. One other thing, Tom, I'm going to mention it now because we've got the Turf coming up and then the Classic also. The outrider here, Bob Duncan, has required all the horses who've never started in the United States to school in the starting gate at least one time before they start, and they've all done that, so I expect the Europeans will be fine in the gate, Tom.
Okay, sometimes that is a problem as they come to the United States, as the system is a little different here than it is when they race over in Europe in a little more relaxed manner, I should say, at the gate. And as we look at Banks Hill, one of the Europeans, going into the gate there.
There's a little schneid going there. Juddmonte Farm, owner of Banks Hill, is 0 for 30 as owners in the Breeders' Cup.
Let's go to Tom Durkin for the filly and Mare Turf.
One more behind the gate, and there she is, Leilani. And Jerry Bailey, recently of the winner's circle. They're in the gate for the filly and Mare Turf, and they're off. And England's legend out for the lead quickly from the outside. Here comes Starine to run with her. And in between horses, it's Mo Jusiste as the field moves into the clubhouse turn. Leilani's up with the early leaders, too. England's legend and Mo Just right there to prompt her as they move into the clubhouse turn. Banks Hill benefiting from a ground-saving trip early, and she's got a choice spot in the early going, running along in third. Starine is 3 wide fourth. Crystal Music is fifth, and alongside her, Leilani is settled back in sixth. Solvig is seventh, and Spring Oak is eighth. 2 lengths back to Chase ninth. Late-running Spook Express is allowed to linger at the back of the pack in the early going here. Then the gray Calypso Katie, and it's another 4 back to the trailer Volga as they begin that long run down the back stretch. The first quarter was honest enough. 24 1/5 seconds. England's legend, and there's no breather for her down the backstretch. Mo Just is right there to keep her going. On the outside, Starine, as Banks Hill enjoys a perfect journey so far. The opening half mile was a sensible one, 48 3/5 seconds. Corey Nakatani gives England's legend a bit more range. She leads now by a length and a quarter. Moju's between horses, now being asked to keep up. On the outside, Starine edging forward at the half-mile pole. Banks Hill continues that perfect journey while down inside. Leilani is only 2.5 lengths from England's legend. Then Crystal Music, Spring Oak on the outside. Solvik is moving up, and she's moved up a couple spots now on the rail. Spook Express is only about 6 lengths from the lead with less than 3 furlongs to go. And the field is coming to the top of the stretch here. Banks Hill comes through an opening on the inside as England's legend goes wide. Banks Hill in front now. Solvik is driving hard in second. Here comes Spring Oak charging hard on the outside. And Spook Express is coming with the flying finish. But it is Banks Hill, and she has given them the slip. A dazzling effort here for the French filly. Banks Hill wins by a half a dozen lengths. Spook Express managed second, and then it was Spring Oak and Solvik. Whoa, what an effort by the French filly, Banks Hill, and she was magnifique today.
All right, Tom. Banks Hill, the French champion trainer Andre Fabre, the French jockey Peslier, and of course, as Charles pointed out, Juddmonte breaks their jinx. Juddmonte and Bobby Frankel have had a long association. Frankel didn't train this one, but both entities break their Breeders' Cup jinx today. And Banks Hill, who's been running against the males, racing beyond a mile for the first time today and had a dominating victory here in the filly and mare turf.
Andre Fabre, who gave us our Kong, the big upset, and in the wings, has said that this is the best filly he's ever trained, and she certainly looked the part today.
And we see Donna Brothers pulling alongside. Donna, how's your French?
I've got Olivier Pellier here with me. Olivier, this is your first Breeders' Cup win. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
This filly's never won over a mile. She ran today a mile and a quarter. What'd you do to help her get the distance? Did you think she'd be able to?
Yeah, she's a very good filly, and when she wins the mile, I'm sure she's there. It looked like today, you know, travel well, good turn of foot. I whip only one time. I don't hear the horses. I don't know what's happened. I think when I start, I think I one more turn. And I watch everybody say congratulations, you win. But today she's impressive. She's really champion.
Do you think she prefers the firmer going over here?
She look like American track because, you know, she done very well, and the ground is very good. Rather than the filly, she's so good. And for my first Breeders' Cup, I'm so happy for that. But for the moment, I'm not sure if I win because, you know, easy win like that look like a really champion. I'm so happy for that.
Well, I can assure you, you did win. Congratulations, Olivier. No wonder you couldn't hear anybody. He was so far in front. Olivier.
All right, Donna, I think Olivier's English was better than our French, and he didn't want to shut up. He kept talking. He's so happy he has his first Breeders' Cup win. As he comes back to the winner's circle aboard Banks Hill. And what a victory it was. If you're going to get your first one, it might as well be convincing. And it was here for Banks Hill, the British-bred 3-year-old filly by Danehill out of Hasili by Kayashi, bred in Great Britain by the owner of the Juddmonte Farms, as they get their Breeders' Cup win. And they did it in convincing fashion, leaving no doubt in the filly and mare turf.
Aren't you going to bring your jacket?
Nah, I'll be fine.
It's getting chilly. You want to grab something to warm up?
Yes, if you want.
Nothing warms you up like a bowl of Tim's Own chicken noodle soup. Enjoy any one of our hearty soups with a toasted buttered bagel and a medium coffee for just $3.59.
Hey, what's your hurry?
Come home for lunch at Tim Hortons.
Got a minute?
Sure.
Sit down.
Jack, what's up?
Please. Whether you're 25, 45, or older, you can start planning your future right now.
Allison, it's time for a change.
They're not firing me, are they?
No. I'm firing myself. Kathy and I have put a down payment on a little fly fishing lodge we're going to operate in BC.
But you're still a young man.
Freedom 55 Financial.
That's the whole idea.
The freedom to choose, the power to get there.
Just a reminder, 2.5 hours from now, Labatt Saturday night with host Ron McLean, followed by 2 national telecasts, Pittsburgh at Toronto, followed by the Vancouver Canucks and the Edmonton Oilers. Good afternoon again from New York. I'm Brian Williams along with Jim Bannon as we cover the Breeders' Cup. Still to come, the Turf and the Classic in the Turf. Quiet Resolve, Samson Farms horse. They've already won a couple of times at the Breeders' Cup in years past. And then in the Classic, of course, a Fleets Dancer. That's Cam Allard from Edmonton's horse. We talked earlier with the jockey Rob Landry. And don't forget Macho Uno in the Classic, owned by Frank Stronach. More later with Jim Bannon. Right now, let's rejoin our colleagues at NBC.
In the winner's circle after the filly and Mare Turf, Banks Hill, the 3-year-old filly owned by the Juddmonte Farms. Olivier Pellier, the winning jockey from France, his first Breeders' Cup victory. And Banks Hill, $14, 9:26.10. Spook Express ran well and finished second, 11:47.70. Spring Oak got third at 11:60, exacta $229. And so Banks Hill heads into the winner's circle as the Europeans get their initial victory of this Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championship Day.
I think the only French we really needed to know here today was "C'est trop facile." Trevor doesn't even have a replay because there was nothing to show. Just Banks Hill. It was all her own way. It was a good effort by Old Spook Express, 7-year-old mare, probably one of her last starts. Nice way to go out.
And as the Breeders' Cup was redubbed the World Thoroughbred Championships today, we said that one of the strongest international contingents ever had come across from Europe, and here is a European victory, appropriately enough, in the Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Turf. And some other European stars yet to perform today, so perhaps this is an omen of things to come. One thing that we do know is that the favorites have been taking a beating today, even though some of them have been merely lukewarm favorites, as the races have been so evenly matched that there have been no heavy favorites, but there will be one coming up shortly in the form of the 2-year-old Officer. And with this dominating victory in the filly and Mare Turf, you would have to think, Charles, that Banks Hill would be the filly and Mare Turf champion to win an Eclipse Award, though she is European based. The 2 winners of the Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Turf run previously have been awarded that honor, and her victory here was so dominating against all the other contenders.
Well, when you consider that Starine Leilani, England's legend, have been dominating all the American races, she trounced them today. And you think back to years ago when, like, the filly like All Along came here, ran one time, was turf champion. There's really no disparity in doing that. She's a deserving champion. Coronation Stakes winner in England. She's a lovely filly.
Look at her. She has her ears pricked. She wants to run more. She has
very large ears.
She's very excited about this victory. She's checking out the crowd and everything else as she heads back to her stable. Meantime, we'll head down to Mike for the presentation.
Winning trainer Andre Fabre representing Juddmonte Farm. We have Teddy Beckett. Juddmonte, of course, getting their first win to make the presentation. On behalf of Alberto Culver, we have Dick Hines, and then from the governor's office, the director of economic development, Charlie Gargano. Gentlemen.
Good to be here. Great race.
Great race it was.
Absolutely a great day at Belmont, and the Breeders' Cup did it again.
Dick?
And the team that makes and markets VO5, St. Ives, and Mrs. Dash would like to salute the fans of New York and Banks Hill, who ran with great heart, winning today's filly Mare Turf. Congratulations.
Thanks. Andre, you brought this horse over her first start ever in the United States, never been past a mile. Yeah. She ran 1.25 miles. It looked like she wanted to run all day long. What a race she ran. She destroyed a very, very good field today.
Yeah, she did. I mean, I was very confident about the distance, and what we were looking for was a fast ground, and we had both conditions today, so I was very confident of the race.
So the fast ground here, you think helped her over the European style?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And Teddy, how about Juddmonte getting their first win? First, Bobby Frankel gets his first win. Now the first win for Juddmonte. You have to be ecstatic.
We're both one-fers now, which is fantastic. And Philly was homebred Prince Carlin bred both his father and his mother, her mother, and it's just so exciting. And what a great job Andre's done, and Olivier, fantastic ride.
And I believe you might have another one coming up later on.
I believe so.
With Aptitude and Bobby Frankel.
Absolutely. We try and make it two for now.
And Olivia, I know we've already talked to you, but that was a great ride, and you just really had no problems at all at any point. When you wanted to go by England's legend, you did.
Yeah, she's very nice filly, but the whole big job is the team for Andre, and so happy for that. And she loved the ground and have a good pace today, and she loved the ground fast, and she went very well today. And you see on television, she's looked like a champion.
She did look like a champion. Congratulations, Olivier. Teddy, congratulations, Andre. Great job getting this one ready. Big win for Banks Hill.
It was, Mike, and she looks like she wants to run more. Like you said, she could run all day. The ears pricked. She's still feeling good. She wins the filly and Mare Turf as we look at our Tyco complete order of finish. The favorites have not finished. 1, 2, 3 so far today. Crystal Music 7th. England's Legend faded to 11th, and Monjus finishing 12th and last. Well, earlier today, as we got ready for the first race on the Breeders' Cup card, the Breeders' Cup Distaff, Exogenous, the 3-year-old filly, leaving the tunnel, heading to the main track, reared up and fell down. And when she fell, she hit her head. She was lodged with a hind leg into the fence for a while. She was, there's the fall, and she appeared to be in great distress. Randy Schulhofer, the trainer, in tears. She was loaded into the equine ambulance and taken to the medical facility, Belmont Park, and then to the Schulhofer's barn. She was being treated for head trauma because she hit her head when she fell. She was being administered IVs and treated for the head trauma. They got her back on her feet, and Dr. Larry Bramblage told us just a few minutes ago that she keeps doing better and better and better. So very positive news on the 3-year-old filly Exogenous, who was involved in a horrible looking accident just before the start of the first race. And this was 5 minutes ago, back in the Schulhofer barn. Look at her. She still looks a little bit dazed and in shock, and she, of course, has been sedated since then, but that really is a nice picture to see.
It was terrifying to see when it happened, and gratifying to see that she's doing well. Apparently, she was having a little trouble focusing, but bit by bit, everything is beginning to come back, and she's clearly, it looks as though she's totally out of danger, which is a great relief to all of us.
All right, an update on the condition of Exogenous. Well, coming up will be the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and we talked about favorites and how they've fared today. I wonder what Bob Baffert is thinking right now. He trains Officer, who opens up as the 4-5 favorite on the morning line, the lowest priced favorite of the day. You see the other odds. Came Home, who also was undefeated, is at 5-1. So everyone looking forward to seeing Officer and Bob Baffert in action. Today's Breeders' Cup expected to feature a classic showdown between the two best 3-year-old colts in the world, Galileo and Point Given, trained by Bob Baffert, but the Preakness and Belmont winner, Point Given, retired due to injury. So what did Baffert do after losing a potential horse of the year? Well, he brought out a youngster who might be even better.
Point Given was the kind of horse every trainer dreams about having, the kind of horse that, you know, you think about the Triple Crown, the Derby, the Classics.
Here is a powerful, compelling performance by Point Given.
He got better with racing. I think if I was going to do it all over, maybe I under-raced him as a 3-year-old. The whole industry was just wanting to get a piece of Point Given, and he was just getting rolling, and boom, the door slammed on us, and it was really tough to take.
How does a trainer top this kind of season? When Point Given was retired this summer, Bob Baffert was blessed with another standout, the 2-year-old Officer.
I'm coming in here with a superstar. He just has that perfect racing body. He's got a great mind. Yeah, he's the kind of horse that if you're at the beach and you see the guys that you just hate, you see him walk by and they just look so fit and buffed out. That's what he is. Officer at this stage is probably a faster horse than Point Given. Point Given gave me headaches. I mean, he gave us fits. Officer, he's pretty professional. He goes out there, does his thing, he enjoys it. You might want to knock him saying, well, he's never been tested. We don't know what he's going to do when he gets hooked up. I think a lot of questions will be answered on Breeders' Cup Day.
Bob Baffert, we've been talking to him off and on during this Breeders' Cup week. He's very high on Officer, and he's also right there with our Bob Newmeyer. Bob?
We're here at the paddock with Bob Baffert, and I mentioned that the favorites have been going down like 10 pins today, which is not exactly what you wanted to hear, did you?
We don't want to hear that, you know, but he's a superstar, and I hope that he shows it today. So this is my last chance. I've been getting beat up all day, but, you know, we're just glad to be here. But he's ready. You know, of all my horses, he's trained the best, and it's a tough race, but he's ready.
He's going to be up there at 3 to 5 or 4 to 5. People think this is an automatic, a cinch, a slam dunk. Is it, in fact, a cinch today that Officer will win?
Well, I mean, he's everybody's single, so there are a lot of people going to be mad at me if he doesn't win. I got to go saddle.
Let's take a good look at him here. There he is, Officer. And again, if you don't know the story, Dick Mulhall, who's this gentleman in the green coat representing the Thoroughbred Corporation Silks, saw him at a sale in California and spent $700,000 for this fine called
from this young lady right here.
Really? And you were the one that could sign it?
Thank you, Thomas.
Congratulations. You made a little score yourself.
We did.
Little score. Robbery without a gun.
Anyway, Mulhall said it was the fastest horse he'd ever seen trained. 20 and change for a quarter mile, right, Dick?
I've never seen a horse go that fast before.
And they were laughing at you because you said, how can you give that much money for a Calbred?
That's right.
And now you got the last laugh.
And we're still laughing. Let's see if we're laughing in a little while here.
Dick Mulhall in the group here with heavily favored Officer here in the Juvenile. Tom, back to you.
All right, Bob. As we look at Sahkee, who also comes off an impressive win, his at Keeneland. That was David Hoffman's the trainer there on the right. 9-1 currently. Let's check in with Kenny Rice.
Thanks, Tom. This David certainly knows about taking on the Goliaths of horse racing in the 1996 Breeders' Cup Classic. His Alphabet Soup upset Cigar. He came back a year later over this track at Belmont, and his Touch Gold beat Silver Charm, denying Bob Baffert the Triple Crown. Hoffman's is right now in the process of getting the saddle on. He is giving some last-minute instructions, but he also has told me that he felt that coming into a race like this, it's never personal, but no one should automatically get the championship. He does relish the role of being the underdog, and he's a bit of one as well, because only Gilded Time and Unbridled Song have been able to win this juvenile race with only 2 races prior. And Sahkee is 2 for 2, coming off an impressive win at Keeneland, but he is lightly raced, taking on the challenge now, Tom, of going up against the unbeaten and heavily favored Officer.
So Hoffman's goes after Baffert again, as he did with Silver Charm when he beat Silver Charm. And you see also Jerry Bailey, who is the rider of the moment, getting a leg up from Hoffman's on Sahkee.
Okay.
Let's go to Mike Battaglia.
Thanks, Tom. And Owen Hardy, he's already won the Juvenile fillies with Tempera. As a matter of fact, ran 1-2. A couple of weeks ago in the Norfolk, you ran 1-2 with Essence of Dubai and Ibn Al Haytham. So you got them both back in today. Any predictions?
I don't know. I'm in a lot tougher spot today. There's a lot stiffer competition. This horse of Bob's a very, very good horse. And if he runs his race, he's going to show that he's the best 2-year-old in the country. But hopefully I can run well and give a good account of myself.
This horse seemed to improve as the distances get longer. I think that's probably the extreme goal for Godolphin, is to get this horse to the Derby.
Absolutely. Kentucky Derby is the #1 goal.
And, you know, the inside hasn't been playing well. The speed hasn't been playing well. We haven't had a favorite win all day. Does that bode well for your horse?
God, it does, yes. And keep your fingers crossed.
All right. Good luck. And Alex Solis aboard. Alex gave this horse a great ride last time out. Good luck to you, Alex.
Thank you, buddy.
All right. Tom?
All right, Mike, but there's the horse that's drawn the attention of all the fans. The current odds 4-5 as well. In fact, the whole racing world has been talking about this 2-year-old. Will he live up to the pre-race hype? We'll find out shortly. They're in the walking ring, soon to head for the track for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Hey, there are easier ways to win at this game. Just come into Dooley's for your chance to win a trip for you and 3 of your friends to football's biggest event in New Orleans and other great prizes. Dooley's, good times, good friends, and a chance to win a trip to New Orleans. Must be legal drinking age. See on store for details.
Cheer. Help preserve the clothes you love.
And to look at Jim Bannon's picks for the next race, the Juvenile. Jim, a word on the Canadian connections with your favorite Came Home.
Well, Came Home is Canadian-owned. John Toppin, Trudy McCaffrey used to be a secretary for the CFL. You see Came Home there. These are people that moved farther west out to Vancouver and then on to California. A horse that won the Hopeful Stakes, but he was unwell and hasn't raced for a while. Let's rejoin NBC.
Welcome back to Belmont Park and Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championship Day. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Officer continues to rule as the 4-5 odds-on favorite. Johannesburg from Europe is 5-1. Jumpstart 9-1. Zarland at 23. Came Home 6-1. And Officer continues to rule as the shortest priced favorite of the day. As far as odds-on favorite have fared in the Juvenile, Chief's Crown in 84 was 3-5-1. Easy Gore was second in 88. He was 1-5. And DeHare in 93, 3-5, and finished 8th. And so far today on Breeders' Cup Day, the favorites have not fared well.
There is Jumpstart. He was second in his last start. Wayne Lucas narrowly losing the distaff earlier. Felt he had a good chance with Jumpstart today. We haven't spoken much about Johannesburg, who is the champion 2-year-old in England. He is here today, undefeated in 6 starts, making his first start on the dirt. He's got strict American pedigree. He's by Hennessy out of an O'Geigen mare. He was bred by Wayne Lister and Rich Santulli in Kentucky. The big question as to whether he can transfer this form to the dirt. There's Cynthia Phipps's Zarland. He is out of Versailles Treaty, who was second twice in the Breeders' Cup, but never did win one. There's It's All in the Chase, trained by Wilson Brown from Oklahoma. He said usually he watches the Breeders' Cup on TV and has a party. This year he's going to run one in it.
And the call to the post for the $1 million Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And the favorite is Officer. They've had trouble finding a name for him. Officer actually is the 4th name that the colt has. They've settled on that, and it seems to fit him. And of course, the winner of the Juvenile will automatically be installed as the favorite for next year's Kentucky Derby, which is a dubious honor, I guess, because no winner of the Juvenile has ever won the Kentucky Derby. And can Officer do it? Well, first he's got to get by a talented field here in the Juvenile, facing a number of other undefeated colts here. But the fans believe in him. The Bob Baffert trainee continues to be the odds-on 4-5 favorite. One is Symphonic, the first Breeders' Cup starter for John Ammerman, former CEO of Mattel Toys. Unbeaten, trying to join Unbridled Song and Gilded Time as the only horses to win the Juvenile in only their 3rd career start. Here he is, Officer, California-bred son of Bertrando, who was second to Arazi in the 91 Juvenile, brought $700,000 at the Barrett's 2-year-old sale, and his score in the Champagne gave Baffert his 19th graded stakes win of the year, the 7th Grade 1. 3 is Johannesburg from the Coolmore Ballydoyle gang, the top 2-year-old in Europe. His sire, Hennessy, ridden by Donna Barton, by the way, finished second in the 96 Juvenile. This colt has won all 6 of his starts, but none longer than 6 furlongs. Essence of Dubai is number 4, royally bred son of Pulpit and Epitome, who won the 87 Juvenile fillies. Essence of Dubai, bred by Johnabel Farm, sold at Keeneland for $2.3 million. He's won 2 of 3, including the Norfolk, making him the first juvenile colt to win a U.S. graded stakes for Godolphin. Number 5 is Jumpstart. Trainer Dwayne Lucas has saddled 5 juvenile winners. He says this son of AP Indy, an Overbrook Farm homebred, a little laid back and slow to develop. He was second to Officer in the Champagne, his first start wearing blinkers. 6-horse publication, trainer Terry Knight, a former Bobby Frankel assistant, sent this colt out to win the Arlington, Washington Futurity. 2 for 2, ridden for the first time by Mike Smith. 7 is French Assault, the first Breeders' Cup starter for trainer Keith DeSormo, whose brother Kent is the jockey. The least expensive purchase in the field at $20,000. He's won 2 races over $100,000, but not on this company. The 8-horse is Ibn Al-Haytham. His sire Zaphonic, champion in Europe. Wasif was champion too. This colt has not approached that, though he's a maiden, never won a race. He was second in the Norfolk, but no maiden has ever won the Juvenile. 9 is Zarland, the Cynthia Phipps homebred, trained by Shug McGahee, who has 7 Breeders' Cup winners, ridden by John Velasquez, who has 2. Zarland, a son of Unbridled, 4th in the Champagne. The 10 is Repent, a $230,000 Fasig-Tipton yearling, who's won 2 of 3, including the Kentucky Cup Juvenile. Tony D'Amico, the only jockey to ride the Ken McPeak trained colt. 11 is Came Home. 3 times breeders Trudy McCaffrey and John Tofan tried to sell him. 3 times he never met the reserve and came home. Good thing he did. Unbeaten in 3 starts, including the hopeful at Saratoga. An injured ankle prevented him from running in the Norfolk, so it's been 56 days since he's had a race, and he's never run beyond 7 furlongs. 12 is all in the chase. First Breeders' Cup horse for owner, trainer, and jockey. Has only a maiden win, but was second in the Arlington, Washington Futurity. So there's your field for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. $1 million purse. Everybody thinks Officer is going to win. Let's see what our handicappers Mike and Bob think.
Well, Tom, when you talk 2-year-olds this year, you're talking Officer. He is the man when it comes to these 2-year-olds. And if he goes on and wins here this afternoon, you know, people are going to start talking about him in the same breath as, dare I say, Secretariat, because I really think that if he wins this race, he will be the best 2-year-old ever to compete since Secretariat.
Well, that would be lofty praise indeed, Mike Battaglia. After all, this was the track that Secretariat won the Belmont by 31 lengths and stamped himself into racing immortality. Here is Officer. And the point here, ladies and gentlemen, not that he's 5 for 5, but look at the triple hammerlock half Nelson that Dr. Victor Espinoza has on Officer, and he has used that, I don't even want to call it a tactic. It was just the way to ride the horse in every single one of his wins by 28 aggregate lengths in 5 incredible runs.
And there's a shot of Officer on the track. And my only problem with it, he's been winning so easy. What's going to happen if Espinoza has to reach back and crack him once with the whip? I had mentioned that to Baffert and to Dick Mulhall. They said, won't matter. Here's the Hopeful, Bob. And this horse Came Home. This is a gutsy horse right here. I know you liked him in the Hopeful.
This is Came Home, and this was an electrifying effort. Suffered an ankle injury about a month ago. Set him back a tad. If Officer is going to go down, I would think Came Home would be the likely upset winner at 5-1, but we also have to discuss Johannesburg. Right. This is a fascinating, again, that turf to dirt angle.
There's Johannesburg, and never been on the dirt, never been past 6 furlongs, but he's also never lost a race. Anytime they haven't lost, you got to respect him, Bob. But you know, Officer has, like you said, he's been in a class by himself, and you know, unless he gets stuck down along the rail, doesn't run his race, I just don't see him losing here.
So 2 votes for Officer as we salute him before the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Tom.
All right, guys. Mike, you're comparing Officer to Secretariat only as a 2-year-old. Is that right?
Exactly. Only as a 2-year-old. I'm not saying he's going to go on and be a great 3-year-old like Secretariat was, but if you look at their 2-year-old season, Secretariat ended up with a win in the Champagne and the Garden State Futurity and in the Laurel Futurity, and he won 7 out of his 9 races as a 2-year-old, disqualified once. I think Officer deserves to be mentioned in the same breath if he wins today.
Well, first he's got to win today, and the Cyber Cappers agree with you. They have Officer as their overwhelming pick in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Can he come through with it? We'll have the race when we come back to Belmont.
Imagine a work of art without color. Now imagine your home the same way. So much better with a rich palette of color. With durable beauty tone paint, exclusively from Home Hardware. You can add warmth to any room with a splash of color, and Beauty Tone has the perfect contemporary colors for any decorating scheme. Indoors and out, only from Canada's paint experts at your neighborhood Home Hardware. Help is close to home.
Canadians are getting a lot more mileage out of their cars and trucks, and we're doing our part. AC Delco, automotive parts you can count on, whatever you drive. Ask your service professional for AC Delco parts.
Today, I will wait in traffic. I will wait for elevators, photocopiers, fax machines, for someone to pick up the phone. I'll wait for the washer, for the dryer, for the light to turn green. I'm still waiting for my condo. I will not wait to download my favorite tunes. I will not wait for the internet.
Order Rogers at home now and get a $120 rebate. Offer extended to November 15th.
Canadians are getting a lot more mileage out of their cars and trucks, and we're doing our part. AC Delco, automotive parts you can count on, whatever you drive. Ask your service professional for AC Delco parts.
It's been called Canada's second national anthem. CBC celebrates its 50th season of Hockey Night in Canada with a musical theme contest. If you're in a school band or want to work with friends on a great video, log on to cbc.ca.
Check the odds. Sahkee is 9-1, Johannesburg 6-1. Officer is, of course, the 4-5 favorite. Fans not giving anybody else much of a chance. The second choice will be Came Home, and we see his odds. Long shots there, and Came Home at 5-1. We told you about Officer. He was bought for $175,000 as a yearling, resold as a 2-year-old for $700,000. And prior to racing, he had 4 different names: Ashen, Pasquale's Best, Thriving, and finally Officer. And a Thoroughbred Corporation officer worker got a speeding ticket from a police officer, and Prince Ahmed Salman said, Officer, that's the name he likes.
Look at him.
Yeah, Donna, I was going to ask Donna how he looked as he goes into the gate. I don't know if Donna heard me. Anyway, Charles, how'd you think he looked?
Well, we have to say that he is certainly the total opposite of Point Given. Bob Baffert said anybody could train Point Given if they didn't have a heart condition. Officer is totally the opposite. He does everything right. He's a perfect gentleman. You see him just standing there patiently. Remember some of the antics we had with Point Given. But this fella does it easy, and he's very, very talented.
Field of 12. Officer is the 3-5 favorite now. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile, $1 million a mile and a 16th, and Tom Durkin has the call.
Publication in behind the gate, and we're waiting for Publication, who now moves in to his post position number 6. And breaking from the far outside, Came Home, post 11, and it's all in the chase. So Came Home, the second choice here at 5-1, and a 99-1 shot alongside him, and it's all in the chase. And Came Home balking just a bit in behind the starting gate. Be interesting to see what Jerry Bailey does with Siphonic as they break from their inside post. Bailey, a master tactician, and he knows Belmont Park very well. We'll see if he stays on the inside or goes. We'll see soon enough. There in the gate.
Jump down a second. Got man on the ground. When you get all set, get up, turn around.
And the assistant starter helping Came Home in the gate. Now we're ready for that start. And they're off. Siphonic breaks solidly from his inside post. Came home, comes out like a shot on the outside. And Ibn Al-Haytham, there goes French Assault. And jump start on Officer. Officer right there in the early mix. The field moving up the backstretch. Came home, Officer and Siphonic. And the three of them are going at it in the first furlong. Followed by French Assault Johannesburg. Fifth and on the inside. On the far outside, Ibn Al-Haytham runs along in sixth. Jump start drafting in behind horses seventh. Repent is eighth, and he's about 7 or 8 lengths from the lead. Sarland settles into the beat of his stride now. With Long Shot, it's all in the chase alongside him. And Publication trails the field with 5 furlongs remaining here. The first quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. Officer and Rival came home, matching strides into the far turn. Officer now in front by a neck. Came home right there with them running along in second. French Assault, Johannesburg, Siphonic mired down toward the inside. Ibn Al-Haytham now shooting past his stablemate Essence of Dubai. Then farther back, Jump Start and Repent. Sarland still about a dozen lengths from the lead. Officer has been head-to-head with Came Home the entire way. French Assault on the outside. They've run 3/4 in 1:11 flat. Siphonic continues bottled up down toward the rail. And now there's room at the inside for Siphonic and Jerry Bailey. And the field turns for home at the top of the stretch. Officer is being tested today by Siphonic. And Siphonic puts ahead in front. Here comes the European champion, Johannesburg. He's charging hard. Repent is coming fast too. It is Johannesburg. Repent and Siphonic. Johannesburg has won it. Undefeated. And now a champion on 2 continents. Johannesburg has won, beating Repent. And finishing third was Siphonic. The final time here was 1:42 and 1/5 seconds. He ran away from the best in Europe, and he runs away from America's best today. Johannesburg the winner.
All right, Tom, score 1 for Europe as the best 2-year-old in Europe beats the best North American 2-year-old in Officer. And the big question was, what happens to Officer once he is tested? He was tested today in fine fashion by Siphonic and ultimately by Johannesburg, as Johannesburg, who was the best in Europe, 6 for 6, now 7 for 7, but racing for the first time on dirt and racing for the first time past 6 furlongs proved that he was indeed genuine. 142.27, now the champion 2-year-old in all the world. The first Breeders' Cup victory for Mick Cannan, the champion Irish jockey, and for Aidan O'Brien, the young trainer from Ballydoyle, who's had such an unbelievable season in Europe. Donna?
I'm here with Mick Cannan. Mick, you had some bad luck last year. This looks like it makes up for it. What a wonderful horse.
Yeah, he's been a champion every step of the way through the year.
You've ridden him in all of his starts. It looks like you guys might have started pointing for this race early in the year.
Yeah, we've always believed what he was doing on the turf was a bonus. We thought that he was made for the dirt, and he's proved it today to be a real champ.
And now he's a Grade 1 or Group 1 winner in 4 different countries.
Yeah, he's a hell of a horse.
Hope to see you in the spring, Mick. Yeah. Congratulations. Looks like another steamer, Tom.
So Mick Cannan, who just missed with Giants Causeway in the Classic last year. This is Jump Start as they're looking at his left ankle down on the track. Mick Cannan just missing last year with Giants Causeway in the Classic. And here riding the unbeaten Johannesburg to victory over Officer. Another favorite goes down. Johannesburg, the best in Europe, now the best in the world. Let's go down to Mike Battaglia. He has Pat Day, who was the jockey on Jump Start, that horse that was receiving some attention on the track. Mike?
And Pat's talking to Wayne Lucas right now. And Pat?
I couldn't tell how bad it was. I'm hoping it might just pull the suspension, but it was not good. Sorry, boss.
Pat, what happened out there on the track? Was it after the race was over that Jump Start
No,
went?
he started traveling real bad inside the 8th pole, like about the 16th pole, and I just started easing back on him. And the closer we got to the wire, the worse he traveled. And so I, tried to pull him up slow and easy. I didn't want to just jam him into the ground, but we got him pulled up shortly thereafter, and he turned around and he just stood there. I mean, he's been a good patient thus far. So hopefully, whatever the injury is, he's not complicating matters any.
Okay, great job. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
So jump start goes down. Hopefully the injury not too bad, Tom.
Left front ankle swollen, Mike, and is being taken now for x-rays. As the old sod celebrates a victory at Belmont Park, the Irish flag flying for Johannesburg from Coolmore, Ballydoyle, and the best 2-year-old in all the world after a victory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Something to me, something that simply mystifies me. Tell me why it should be.
Introducing the 2002 Hyundai Sonata. More power, more room, more desirable.
Something to me that nobody else can do.
Crown Royal on the rocks, please.
You know, they say when you're blind, all your other senses become heightened.
Wow. Crown Royal. Yes, it's that smooth.
Guys, I think the one on the left likes me.
No one would label a hazardous product like this light or mild, except the tobacco industry. Light and mild, deceptive and deadly.
A message from the Government of Canada.
It was great! It was just
awesome!
I thought it was terrific.
There's 2 thumbs up.
I loved it!
People who test drive the 2002 Dodge Caravan are amazed by its handling, the quietness of its ride, and most of all, by its value. See for yourself. See, compare, and drive the #1 selling vehicle in Canada.
There and loved it.
Only at your neighborhood Chrysler Dodge Jeep retailer.
On the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He's a 2-year-old colt by Hennessy from Myth by O'Geisian, bred in Kentucky by Wayne Lister and JFB Stables. He's the second foreign race winner of the Juvenile. Remember, Arazi at Churchill Downs back in 1991 had a dominating performance. And the payoff, $16.48, $66. Repent got up for second. Symphonic held third, a $530 exacta and a $3,600 triple. Let's go to Trevor to analyze the victory by Johannesburg.
Well, what a confident ride here from a very talented Mick Kinane. Watch right here. He's going to make the winning move just when they come towards the 8th pole. This is him right in behind horses. There's your winner. This is Officer in the green cap. On the gold cap right here is Came Home. And here's Symphonic down at the rail. And right here, Mick Kinane just has to sit dead still. These guys are going really quick out on the lead like that. It was almost a suicide tactics for Came Home and Officer there. They kind of went ding-dong against each other and ruined their chances against one another. And right there, Mick Kinane pulls out Johannesburg, and look at that turn of foot. That is just power personified. He just takes off right there. Couple of backhanders again from Mick Kinane, and that was a most impressive win and a very vociferous crowd here. A lot of English and Irish supporters. The Irish for Mick Kinane and the English for Johannesburg. A big, big win. Tom?
Meanwhile, Officer, another favorite that disappoints. This one, the biggest favorite of the day. Bob Baffert, a look of disbelief on his face. He had talked about how good Officer was, and now won wonders about the Triple Crown next year. So let's go down to Bob Newmeyer right now.
We will search for an explanation with jockey Victor Espinoza, who rode Officer, the 3-5 favorite, who finished off the board. Any excuse that you might offer for the horse's poor performance today?
I don't think it's an excuse. It was not his day today, and it's all right. But I don't think in my heart, and he knows he's a champion still, and I think he's gonna come back. The next race is gonna prove to everybody he's the champion. It was not today his day today to win the race, but what are you gonna do?
You had a rather animated conversation with Bob Baffert when you were unsaddling the horse. Did you exchange words? Was he critical of you at all for your ride there, Victor?
Not at all. We just tell me that if the horse is all right and come back good, and that's about it. And I talked to him. The horse is coming back good and everything is right. So some of those days he don't want to feel like a running or win today's, and that's all we can ask.
It would seem maybe you got chewed up by a speed duel. You had Came Home on one side, Siphonic on the other, a tough inside post. And on all three of you, I mean, I Came Home, finished off the board, Siphonic hung in there pretty well, but that was a pretty vicious speed duel you had to contend with.
Yeah, but there's not any excuse for that. If you have much the best horse, you don't know, it doesn't matter the post, it doesn't matter where you are. If you have the best horse, you're going to beat it. And there's no excuse for that. So I don't think it's an excuse today. We just don't feel like running today. And I hope he's all right. That's all the main things. And he come back to the next race.
All right, Victor Espinoza with the explanation of the off-the-board performance by 3-5 favorite Officer here in the Juvenile. Tom?
All right, Bob, and that animated conversation between Baffert and Espinoza may indeed have involved that early speed duel involving the favorite Officer. Meanwhile, let's go down to the winner's circle now, where Mike Battaglia has the presentation.
All right, Michael Tabor, Aidan O'Brien, John Magner just made it in for the presentation. To make the presentation on behalf of Bessemer Trust, Mr. Frank Helson. Frank?
Congratulations on winning the Bessemer Trust Juvenile Division Cup, and we'll look forward to seeing you next spring in the Kentucky Derby. Congratulations.
Who gets the trophy?
Thank you.
Michael? Take it. And Aidan O'Brien, just a fantastic job getting this horse ready. Here's a horse that's never raced in the United States, never been on the dirt, never been past 6 furlongs. What made you think he could run this kind of race?
He was always a serious horse from day one, just pure natural ability. And the lads did a great job at home minding him, and that's all we really had to do was to mind him and keep him well.
Now, what are the plans with this horse now? Are you planning on taking the horse back to Europe, coming back here maybe for the Kentucky Derby?
My plan or Aidan's plan?
Let's get both the plan.
First of all, let's enjoy the moment.
Right.
That's the great thing. Obviously, plans are plentiful because he could either go for the English Guineas or perhaps the Kentucky Derby, but that's something that John and myself would all sit down and discuss, but it's just nice to have a very good horse.
Well, the way that he ran today, guys, he's got a bright future ahead of him. Just a big, big race. Still undefeated, Johannesburg, Tom.
All right, Mike, and he's proven he can run on the dirt, so perhaps the Kentucky Derby isn't out of the question. Here is our complete order of finish. Johannesburg, Repent. Ken McPeak gets second, and Sahkee. Officer fading to 5th, Came Home in 7th. And then Essence of Dubai. Well, an interesting question for the voters now for the Eclipse Awards. Officer dominant early, based in the United States. A horse comes from Europe, wins the Juvenile. Who's the champion?
Well, certainly there'll be a few splits, but this horse was champion of England, champion of Ireland. I think he's probably going to be champion of America. There'd been a question all along, certainly in Bob Baffert's mind and many others, as to how far Officer would go and what would happen when he really got challenged. I don't think this was his best trip today, but certainly they found him out late today.
Would you think Johannesburg would come back for the Derby?
Well, that is speculation for them because there's a great many opportunities. He's very versatile. Obviously, he can run turf or dirt, long or short. They can do almost anything they want with him.
Well, wouldn't it be ironic if a European-based horse broke the Breeders' Cup Derby jinx?
It's about time somebody did, yeah.
All right, Johannesburg with a dominant performance in the Juvenile. Meanwhile, Fantastic Light will be the top European hope in our next race, the Breeders' Cup Turf. Well, they called it the World Thoroughbred Championships. It's turned into that in large measure today. Everyone thought that Fantastic Light would be trying the dirt in the Classic. Instead, Godolphin crossed everyone up, entered him into the Turf, and Sahkee, the ARC winner, into the Classic. So we'll see if their strategy pays off, as Fantastic Light will be running in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Here are the morning line odds for that $2 million race. With anticipation, 6-1. Fantastic Light opens up as the 8-5 favorite. 30-1 on Blazing Fury and Chorwan. Slough Valley a scratch. Lodge Hill at 30. Slough the Red 20. Timbaroa at 5-1. Quiet Resolve 20. Mudamam 8-1, and Hap and Milan each at 6-1 for the $2 million Breeders' Cup Turf. Fantastic Light hoping to continue the winning streak of the Europeans.
And as we continue live from Belmont Park in New York City on this Saturday afternoon, good afternoon. I'm Brian Williams along with Jim Bannon. We'll hear from Jim in just a minute. Two big races yet to come, the two biggest races of the day, the Turf and the Classic. Strong Canadian connections, Lodge Hill and Quiet Resolve in the Turf. Fleet's Dancer, Macho Uno, owned by Frank Stronach in the Classic. Let's talk about Quiet Resolve and the Turf. Owned by Sampson Farm, trained by Mark Frostad. A long shot, yet he wins the Addo Mile at Woodbine. A long shot in the Turf last year, and he finishes second. This is a horse that people just don't seem to appreciate.
Well, he's the Rodney Dangerfield of the Turf race here, but he's you know, on the big days he usually shows up, and if he gets his surface and trip and everything else, he can be a formidable horse. He loves the firm turf, the harder the better, and so he's got his surface, the weather's cool, he should perform very well.
All right, Jim, why does this horse not get respect, not only here in the States, but also at home at Woodbine?
Well, you mentioned, Brian, last year that when he won the Addo Mile, he was a big price, and he is a horse that's not positively consistent. He's a horse that is an opportunist that comes up with big races, so he surprised even the home crowd in the Addo Mile. He is a horse that on any given day, he can run his best race, but when that day is going to be, it's hard to say. Mark Frostad mentioned a key with this horse. He needs a firm turf course, and he is going to get a firm turf course today. One of the developing stories here at the Breeders' Cup, even the Europeans who wanted firm turf are getting it today and producing, Brian.
Well, you talked about the Addo Mile. He was a long shot at 20-1. Quiet Resolve was 20-1 last year when he finished second in the Turf at Churchill Downs. Let's look at the finish of that race 1 year ago.
Colonisi has switched to the outside, and he's coming with his run now, and they're coming into the final furlong. Nothing left for Ali's Alley. Quiet Resolve has taken the lead. On the inside, Mutamam. John's Call doing his best, still running in third. Colonisi with the flying finish. Fantastic Light is coming too. Here comes John's Call. Here comes Colonisi. Quiet Resolve hangs tough. Here's the line. Colonisi collared him right at the wire. Colonisi.
And of course, we talked about it earlier, Sampson Farm with a great tradition even after the death of the great Ernie Samuel. Big winners here in the past at the Breeders' Cup. Now, there was another horse in there people probably didn't notice that has Woodbine connections,
Right.
Mudamam.
That's Mudamam, who won this year's Canadian International. A good race it was, and a horse that is looking pretty good now. These medication horses tend to do well that come from Europe. You don't get the medication in Europe, but they can certainly get it here. Another quirk about Quiet Resolve is his distance. We've been talking about him running in the Addo Mile. This race is at 1.5 miles. He's a tweener. He's sort of like a 1.25 miles, 1 3/8 horse that is forced to either go 1.5 miles here as today or in a mile. So he's a horse without a distance.
All right, talking about Woodbine and Canadian connections, how about Lodge Hill? We've got some videotape of his last workout, I believe, this week at Woodbine. Talk to us about Lodge Hill. Here he is at Woodbine.
Well, very cool that day. I was there to watch that work, and he goes along quite nicely for a half. He's owned by Eugene and Laura Melnick and our Bristow Farm, Canadians, trained by Phil England, who has trained some lovely champions of his own, Fleet being one of those. Ben Burb, the great opportunist. Didn't have too much luck with Thornfield after he won big at Woodbine, but we'll see how he does with this one. He's a horse that was third in the Canadian International, advanced, and he did win the final jewel of Canada's Triple Crown, the Breeders' Stakes.
Now, you mentioned Eugene Melnick. Frank Stronach is a huge name in North American racing. He's had an off year this year. Jim Bannon keeps telling me Eugene Melnick, and give me his roots and where he's based now, is perhaps the North American star owner of the future.
Well, Eugene Melnick has gone to the sales. He has purchased horses for extensive sums. He already is a winner here at Belmont today with Graham Hall in the first race, the Stuyvesant, before the Breeders' Cup started. But he has more and more horses coming along. He's involved in Canadian racing, born only a few furlongs away from Woodbine. He loves going to Woodbine, loves coming here to Belmont. Just recently gave a $1 million donation to Anna's House for the backstretch people for their children in the morning. So a daycare center that's going to be built in Anna's name. Anna's their daughter, by the way, of Eugene and Laura Melnick. So he's involved in all fronts in racing, and he is going to be, as you suggest, Brian, a big name in racing in years to come.
We should alert our viewers across the network. NBC is updating U.S. college football. You're not missing any coverage of the Breeders' Cup. We'll get back to them in just a couple of minutes. Let's talk about the European horses. 2 European-based horses have won here thus far today. The most ever wins for European horses back in 1991 was 3. That was at Churchill Downs. Talk to me about the European horses, the hard turf, and whether you're surprised at the way they've performed.
Well, one of the things that you're seeing with the Europeans, first of all, they have the best pedigree, so they should have the best horses. We've known for some time in North America that European form is far superior. The French form was superior for so many years because the English form deteriorated when the purses went down. What's happened now, you just saw the presentation to Magnier and Tabor. They are the up-and-comers. They are challenging now the Arab community in the races in Europe for supremacy. Godolphin's already had a good day. Magnier Tabor have had a good day, but they're located, the Magnier group, the Tabor group, in Ireland. You heard Aidan O'Brien, the brilliant young Irish trainer. And this is sort of a race within a race to see who's going to be the best in Europe. And what do? They bring it on this international front to us at Belmont Park for the whole world to see.
Just a few seconds. Talk to me about the fact, home field advantage. I mean, the Europeans have to come here. North Americans, this is essentially an American event. It did go to Woodbine once, but I mean, it's not going to Europe. So the horses travel. I mean, humans don't like to travel. Horses don't like to travel. Europeans are at a huge disadvantage.
We have to play the other guy's game in his yard and on the dirt. They run on the grass in Europe, and those are all disadvantage for the Europeans. But as I said, they have the best pedigrees, and they should have the best horses, and we're seeing it on a global scale.
Let's talk about your picks for the turf. 2 races to go. The richest of the day is the Classic. The turf is up next, and let's put up Jim Bannon's picks for the turf. Race number 7 of 8 this afternoon here at Belmont Park.
Fantastic Light. We'll see if he can get the distance. He's more of a 1.25 mile horse. He's going 1.5 miles. Budamum from Woodbine, and Milan will like the firm turf.
So you're not picking Quiet Resolve?
He's an opportunist. I hope he pops up and shows me wrong.
All right. Remember, Quiet Resolve was second last year when it went off at 20-1. Hope you've enjoyed this look at Canadian racing. Right now, let's rejoin our colleagues at NBC.
Well, the whole world is getting ready. Just over 100 days to the Olympics in Salt Lake City, and you can see Tony Stewart and all the NASCAR stars race in Phoenix tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC. Hopefully it'll be warmer than it is here today at Belmont Park on Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championship Day. Cold and windy, but some good racing and some big surprises so far. Fantastic Light, 9-5, is the current favorite in the $2 million Breeders' Cup Turf. A lot of other long shots, as you can see. Mudamam getting lukewarm support. Hap is at 4-1. He's second choice, and Milan is 8-1. You'll remember a jump start in the last race was injured. Pat Day was the jockey on him, and just a couple of moments ago, Mike Battaglia caught up with Pat and talked to him about jump start and about this race.
With Pat Day, who's up on With Anticipation. First of all, Pat, I talked to Wayne Lucas. He said the jump start appeared to have an injury to the condylar. It wasn't displaced, and he looked like he might be okay.
Oh, praise God for that. You know, whenever they're such fragile creatures and they give it all to us, and when something like that happens, you just breaks your heart. So I'm certainly happy to hear that and believing that it won't be anything serious.
How about With Anticipation? Jonathan Shepard said you fit this horse better than anyone he's ever seen, and this horse has a lot of heart about him.
Well, he's certainly a much improved colt, and he's certainly doing well for Mr. Shepard. We've had great success together, and hopefully we can continue this afternoon.
What about this turf course? How's it playing?
Well, it's been a little hard, but they've got the fence down. We're running on the best part of the track today, so hopefully he'll like it.
Good luck, Pat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
All right, Mike, the horses in the turf, 11 of them are making the circuit of the walking ring and heading toward the track here at Belmont. This will be our third race on the grass today. This one on the Widener turf course, over a distance of 1.5 miles for that $2 million purse. call to the post rings out here at Belmont. My question to you, Charlesy, is can we go inside? It is very cold out here. We're sort of on the 3rd floor at Belmont out on the open with the wind blowing at us all day, and when the temperature is 40 and the wind's 20 miles an hour, it's pretty chilly. But some interesting racing, some thought-provoking racing, some tough decisions coming up for the Clips Award voters, and the Europeans have been as advertised.
Well, indeed, and fantastic light. Of course, the Europeans hold him in high regard. He has come here. He's won here at Belmont before. He won the Man of War. The question with him is he's not invincible at 1.5 miles, and that's the question we've got to find out this afternoon about this nice colt. Of course, everyone is speculating why he's here and not in the Classic, and was he dodging his meeting with Galileo? The feeling is that he just really didn't want to face him again.
And the post parade for the $2 million turf with anticipation gives us a link to the very first Breeders' Cup in 1984. His dam or mother is Franz Valentine, who was disqualified from victory at 74-1 in the first juvenile fillies. With anticipation on a pretty good roll, too, since moving to the turf, he's crossed the finish line first in 5 of 6 starts, though he was disqualified in the UN handicap. Fantastic Light is the 2. 5th in last year's turf. He has 2 Group 1 wins this year, and as Charles said, experience over this turf course, having taken the Man of War at Belmont last year, but only 2 of 11 at this 1.5 mile distance. Blazing Fury is the 3, trained by James Toner, who saddled Soaring Softly to win the inaugural filly in Mare Turf. This 3-year-old colt won the Grade 3 Seneca handicap at Saratoga before running 4th in the Turf Classic here at Belmont. Number 4 is Chorwan, an 8-year-old gelding. He's been in Hal Wiggins' barn for 6 years like a member of the family. Earned a trip to the Breeders' Cup with a win in the Kentucky Cup Turf Handicap with John Court aboard. Court up today his first Breeders' Cup ride. Slough Valley, the 5, scratched. 6, Lodge Hill, 4-year-old son of Cozine, who won the 85 Breeders' Cup mile. Canadian bred, based at Woodbine, but 0 for 7 this year. 7, Slew the Red, a French-based colt from the yard of Andre Fabre, who won earlier today. And Slew the Red is racing in North America 2nd time. He was 8th in the Canadian International. Timberoa is the 8, $180,000 supplemental nominee. Raced in Italy till mid-2000 when Edmund Gant purchased him, turned him over to Bobby Frankel. Prepped for the turf with a 3-length win in Belmont's Turf Classic over the same 1.5 mile distance. Number 9, Quiet Resolve, 2000 Horse of the Year in Canada. After finishing 2nd, beaten just a half length in the turf at 42-1. He had run in the mile in 99, finishing 14th and last. His only win this year in Woodbine's King Edward. Number 10, Mutamam, also ran in the Breeders' Cup Turf last year. He finished 4th, beaten less than a length. He's run only 4 times since then, winning 3 of them, including the Canadian International. His only loss to Galileo and Fantastic Light in the King George, and he has 6 career wins at 1.5 miles. Number 11, Hap, the late Alan Paulson, heavily involved in aviation. He named this son of theatrical for Hap Arnold, father of the U.S. Air Force. Trained by Bill Mott, who's won 5 Breeders' Cup races, including the 1987 turf with this horse's sire. Hap has had a sensational year, 4 wins and a 2nd in 5 starts, but he's never run this far. And number 12 is Milan, another runner from the hot trainer Aidan O'Brien, 3-year-old who won the Classic St. Leger in England, faced older horses only once, running 5th in the Arc de Triomphe. And there's your field for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Let's go down to Mike and Bob and get their selections. Handicappers?
Normally the domain of the Europeans, this turf race, and Mike, some strong entries from both sides of the sea.
I'll tell you what, I'm a little bit scared to pick against the Europeans, the way Banks Hill ran, the way Johannesburg just destroyed the field in the Juvenile, but I love with anticipation. This horse has a lot of heart. This is the sword dancer. In this race, this horse was pressed every step of the way. He holds off a very, very good horse in King Kugat. True, King Kugat had a lot of trouble in that race, but I really like the heart and determination that this horse showed. Pate fits him very well. I think he's the speed of the speed. The speed didn't hold up with England's Legend, but I'm going to try with anticipation to go against the Europeans here.
Not good enough when you have a horse of the caliber of Fantastic Light in this field. This is the class of the race by far. This is the Irish Champion Stakes going up against Galileo, giving him medium weight. Galileo was the unbeaten 3-year-old, but on the inside, it was Fantastic Light, whipping and driving. This was the race of the world this year. And agreeing with me, I know, will be John McCrarick, a.k.a. Mutton Chops, who is back again for another campaign with the ear flaps this year.
Ear flaps down. In heaven, 6-1 Bank Silver France over 7-1 Johannesburg. The world's greatest 2-year-old is Johannesburg, and the Irish were singing Danny Boy. It was echoing around. I'm in tears. I just can't believe it. Now we've got Fantastic Light. If you're neutral, you want Fantastic Light to win. Sheikh Mohammed and Godolphin giving all the prize money to the Heroes Fund. So you want Fantastic Light.
Is he a cinch, John, in this race?
I think it is. He'll be back from 9 to 5 to 7 to 5.
At a mile and a half, John. 2 for 11 at a mile and a half.
That's the trouble. It's the last 100 yards. When Ted Durkin's doing the commentary, Ted, watch Tom Durkin. Watch the last 100 yards. That's what he's going to watch, and we can hang on. But they're riding him to stay.
Can anybody beat him?
Milan for the Irish now. 7-1 coming fast, wide, and late. Milan will come, but I think Fantastic Light is the one. Newton, watch him at the gate. He's got to get out. He's got to get.
He's got all the money anyway. He had a bet on Banks Hill. He had a bet on Johannesburg. He's got all the money in the world.
The greatest 2-year-old in the world. We've got him with Johannesburg.
Hey, ask him if I can borrow his hat. I'd like to have Mutton Chop's hat to keep my ears warm.
Great job.
The Breeders' Cup Turf. Can they beat Fantastic Light, or will it be another European triumph? The Cyber Cappers think Fantastic Light will do it.
Chug-a-lug, 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 chug-a-lug.
Look at that! You may as well be taking a plane, huh?
Well, I guess I'll be on my way.
Try leave some for the next guy!
To save fuel and lots of it, take a close look at the 2002 Civic from Honda.
When I grow up, I want to be a racing car driver. I want a really cool car with a big motor and a place where I can drive around all day. When I grow up, I want to get the stuff that I always dreamed about.
Invest with Standard Life and help make your childhood dreams come true. Ask your financial security advisor about our full range of investment and insurance products. Standard Life. Profit from our knowledge.
I thought it was terrific.
There's 2 thumbs up.
I loved it!
People who test drive the 2002 Dodge Caravan are amazed by its handling, the quietness of its ride, and most of all, by its value. See for yourself. See, compare, and drive. The #1 selling vehicle in Canada.
There and loved it.
Only at your neighborhood Chrysler Dodge Jeep retailer.
Quality news coverage of the latest developments of the events shaping our world.
We do know some of the specifics of what weapons were fired and what targets they were fired
Peter
at.
Mansbridge, CBC News, The National, weeknights at 10.
Statue of the Great Secretariat ran his final race by the way at Woodbine, won the Belmont, the Triple Crown here at Belmont in New York. You're watching live coverage of the Breeders' Cup.
Fantastic Light 7 to 5, but remember, no favorite has been in the money yet. A favorite has yet to finish in the top 3. Fantastic Light, the big choice here as they go into the gate for this 1.5-mile race. Here's a look at Milan, who is the outside horse in the colors of Michael Tabor and Mrs. John Magner. McCann and Tom Durkin has the call.
And the last horse to move into line here will be Milan. McCann aboard.
You got him!
Ready for the start, and they're off. Quiet Resolve gets away first with Anticipation with his typical early speed. Timbaroa right there with the leaders. So they move by us for the first time, making that long run into the clubhouse turn here at Belmont with Anticipation a short lead. But there's Quiet Resolve to keep him company. Timbaroa is right up on the pace, and Muktaman, he'll be caught wide going into the clubhouse turn. And Fantastic Light gets a coveted spot early, drafting in behind horses. He's fifth and saving ground on the inside. Half is not far behind him. He's running in sixth. Long Shot La Chill seventh toward the inside. Slew the Red jostled about between horses is eighth. Then it's Milan running in ninth, followed by Blazing Fury, and Chorwan trails the field. With Anticipation prompted by Timbaroa through a quarter that went in 24 2/5 seconds with the wind at their backs. And now they make that bend into the backstretch run, and they're into the wind now. With Anticipation, Timbaroa running 1-2. On the outside, Mutamam is moving early. Mutamam now moves up to be third here with 7 furlongs to go. Quiet Resolve is continuing to run up and down the pace. Fantastic Light is enjoying a dream journey so far. Fifth and in behind the phalanx of front runners. Hap and Jerry Bailey are glued to him. Then it's Slew the Red. La Chill toward the inside. Milan still lingering at the back of the pack. He's about 7 lengths from the lead. Blazing Fury and Chorwan at the back. They've run 3/4 in 1:12-1. Timbaroa is now in front with 4 furlongs to go here. Timbaroa is the leader. Quiet Resolve right there running in second. Mutamam on the outside with Anticipation. And Fantastic Light's beginning to pick it up now, and there he goes. He shoots through in between horses, and he's got Timbaroa to catch. He's got a 2-length lead. Fantastic Light stalking intently, running in second. Here comes Hap with his run now, and he slips through on the inside of Quiet Resolve. And Milan is gathering momentum from the back of the pack. Then La Chill slicing through between horses. Blazing Fury on the outside, and the field turns for home. Here comes Fantastic Light and Frankie Dettori, and they have swept to the lead. Milan is coming with a flying finish under a rousing ride from McCann. But it is Fantastic Light. Milan, a burst of energy coming into the wire. Fantastic Light holds on. And Milan finishes second. 7 lengths back to Timbaroa third. And Blazing Fury was fourth. Well, there he is. Fantastic Light. Another victory for the Godolphin stable. And Lofranco Dettori, a perfect trip today to win the Breeders' Cup Turf. The final time, 1:24-1.
All right, Tom Durkin, Fantastic Light just holding off Milan, and another victory for Godolphin, another victory for the New York Heroes Fund, as all the money, the purse money won, will be donated to the New York Heroes Fund. And Fantastic Light, maybe the second guessing will end now. Everyone wondered why would they try him on the turf when they had such a good chance with Sahkee, who was the ARC winner. Well, they run Fantastic Light on the turf, and he brings home the money, even though most of the Europeans didn't think that 1.5 miles was his best distance. Donna?
Hey, congratulations. I knew sooner or later you were going to get there in front today. This horse is a nice horse.
He's a relief, and whatever we did, at least we got one, and he's a great horse. I was always in control, and what a great turn of foot he's got.
What's made him so much more consistent this year than last year? You rode him in the Breeders' Cup Turf last year to no avail.
He's like good wines, it gets better with age.
Like you, Frankie Dettori. Back to you, Tom.
All right, Donna, he was 5th last year in the Breeders' Cup Turf. And for Frankie Dettori, his 3rd Breeders' Cup victory. He was 2nd in the turf. His 2nd in the turf. He won with Delamy in 1999. And now he comes home with Fantastic Light in the 2001. Fantastic Light beating his European rival Milan, and Timbaroa holding on for 3rd. So Fantastic Light and jockey Frankie Dettori, the transplanted Italian rider who is based in England, celebrates his victory in the Breeders' Cup Turf. And the trainer, Saeed bin Suror, takes it all in stride. He knew what he was doing. That's why he entered Fantastic Light in the turf. Now we'll see how Sahkee does in the Classic.
AIC. Buy, hold, and prosper. Being tall, well, it does have its shortcomings. Usually, when you find something you like, it's not available in the size you want. Moores seems to understand this better than others. Not only is the style and selection there, but you're not treated as an afterthought, and that's a tall order. After all, when you're my size, it's nice finding something that fits. If you know what I mean.
Well made, well priced, well dressed. Moores.
AIC. Buy, hold, and prosper.
There are those who fear cold water, and those who don't. For the best clean in cold water, use Sunlight. Go ahead, get dirty.
AIC. Buy, hold, and prosper.
Why buy vitamin D when the sun's giving it away for free? Accept it. You belong outside.
Just a reminder, in about an hour and 20 minutes from now, Labatt Saturday night with host Ron McLean, followed by the Penguins and Leafs from the ACC in Toronto's second game in the doubleheader as the Vancouver Canucks and the Edmonton Oilers. That's at 7 Pacific, 8 Mountain. Right now, let's rejoin NBC here in New York.
Back at Belmont, fantastic light. Frankie Dettori, stand by for a trademark flying dismount. Fantastic Light has just hung up a Belmont course record for a mile and a half to 24.36. As Frankie Dettori with his third Breeders' Cup victory, his second in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Let's go down to Trevor to analyze how he did it. And Trevor, in the call of the race, Tom Durkin kept saying that he was in the perfect spot, and then Frankie told Donna that he was in control all the way. Was he?
They both had that spot on. Just watch this horse right here. This is Fantastic Light, and you know there's a lot of body language of horses. There's also body language for jockeys, and let's watch this right now. Now, Frankie Dettori's in full control right now. Now he's going to look behind him. As long as he doesn't see a horse's head behind him, he's starting to smile now. This horse is catching. That's Timberoa on the lead. There's another look behind. Now watch Frankie Dettori look to his left right here. He's looking at Edgar Prado and Timberoa, and with all due respect, he's saying to Edgar Prado, listen, guy, you might as well throw in the towel. I got you in the bag. This one's over. He might take one quick look back to see. He knew McCannane would be coming on the land. He actually just goes for it here, but there's two looks to his right-hand shoulder. In European jockey language, that means I've got this one in the bag. You don't see it very often in American racing. A few of the jocks will, but European language, that means at the quarter pole, people who have bet Frankie Dettori from Europe knew we've won this race. When Dettori is that confident looking behind him. Great run from the land, though. He stretched in that lat, but Fantastic Light, an awesome winner on the afternoon. Tom?
All right, Trevor, the World Thoroughbred Championships indeed, as the Europeans take their third consecutive race. And Fantastic Light, a 5-year-old horse by Rahi out of Jude by Nijinsky, bred in Kentucky by Gainsborough Farm, and racing in the colors of Godolphin, trained by Saeed bin Surur. Let's go to Mike for the presentation.
Thanks, Tom, and just another huge win for the Europeans. Fantastic Light in control throughout, representing Godolphin against Simon Crisford, the trainer, Saeed bin Surur. And to make the presentation, we've got Mark Johnson. And Mark, what a race we just saw.
What a race. Thank you very much. On behalf of John Deere Company and our great John Deere dealers, what a fantastic race. Congratulations.
Pass it over. And Saeed, what are, you know, a lot of people were questioning why this horse went in the turf, why Sahkee went in the Classic. Everybody thought it was going to be the other way. Seems like you knew what you were doing.
Well, I mean, for since he started, I mean, racing, and always he ran in the turf. And we decide, you know, finally with Maktoum family, Sheikh Mohammed and Maktoum and Hamdan, to decide to run him in the turf, because we know his action, and all the time he raced in the turf very well, and the last piece fork he handled very well. For that, you know, we said we keep him in the turf.
It looked like Frankie Dettori was in complete control throughout. He was actually looking for competition, turning for home.
Yes, I mean, Frankie, he rode the horse many times, and he knows the horse very well. For that, you know, just to keep him close in front, you know, all the way. The horse have a good turn of foot. Like what some people, they said maybe that's mile and a quarter the best for him, but I think, you know, mile and a quarter and mile and a half he went before, and thank God, you know, today it's a great day for us.
And 2 big wins for Godolphin. Congratulations, Simon. How's Sahkee going to handle the dirt?
Well, he handled very well, and the last piece of work, you know, he worked really very well, and I'm happy with him. We hope, I mean, today it's our day.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Tom?
All right, Mike, and here are the payoffs with Fantastic Light in the turf, paying $480, $420, and $310. The first favorite to hit the board today, Milan 710, $450, Tim Baroa 460. That's a 33.60 exacta, the triple $211. Now let's go back down to Mike for another presentation.
Now to make the presentation, Tom, on behalf of Emirates, we've got Ted Bassett, Lord Hardington. Ted?
Congratulations, Saeed. What a fantastic race. Well done. Great pleasure.
Tom?
All right, Mike, so Godolphin with a record 8 entrants, and they've now won 2 with Tempera and Fantastic Light. Blazing Fury 4th. Hap looked like he was going to close and flattened out, finished 5th with Anticipation, fading back to 7th place. And Mudumam, that was Mutton Chop's horse, wasn't it? Finished 11th. Well, Fantastic Light, Chelsea, was very impressive.
He was indeed, and a really good effort by Milan, too, who had run in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe in a very deep boggy course, finished 5th. Clearly was much happier today with the firm turf. Came flying at the finish, made it pretty exciting, but Fantastic Light was pretty well eased up at the wire.
Would the firm turf have helped him go 1.5 miles, a distance that he did not prefer?
Well, I think any time that the course is that firm, it helps. It's hard to talk.
I know your lips are cold.
When the course is that firm, it helps the speed kind of bounce along. So certainly that didn't hurt. He has one going 1.5 miles, and he certainly got the job done today. All
right, coming up next, of course, is the big one, the Breeders' Cup Classic. Here are the morning line odds. Orientate is 30, Guided Tour 15-1. You see Galileo, the great rival of Fantastic Light. They've been battling all year at 4-1 on the morning line. Tiznow, defending champion, is at 5-1. And Aptitude, the Bobby Frankel trainee, is a 2-1 shot on the Classic morning line. Well, last year, the Classic trophy went to Cecilia Straub-Rubens, the owner of Tiznow, who went on to be Horse of the Year. Today, Tiznow is back, but his owner is missing.
I'd been told that she was sick, but I didn't realize how sick she was. Her horses meant almost as much as her children, I think, and she took a great interest in them. To have a horse win the Breeders' Cup Classic made her final moments terrific for her, I think.
She went out a grand winner. What a way to leave this world.
She had this incredible spirit, and she was the most optimistic person I've ever known. And every time I'd get down, she said, we'll get them, hang in there. Our day will come.
My wife, Sandy, spoke to her that Tuesday morning and wished her well in surgery that afternoon. And C's last words were to Sandy after they talked for a while was, "You tell Jay to take care of my little boy," meaning Tiznow.
Against her doctor's orders, Tiznow's owner, Cecilia Straub-Rubens, came to last year's Breeders' Cup and saw her dreams realized. 3 days later, she lost her battle with cancer, leaving 3 men with her legacy. A champion horse with an enormous future. But this year, for Tiznow, something has been missing.
He's willing, but he's not eager. He's lacking that spark from last year. He's so talented that I just feel that maybe I'm missing something. To come across the line first in the Breeders' Cup Classic again this year would mean a lot for me, and that would be a great feather in his cap. He'd be, I think, the first horse ever to win the Breeders' Cup Classic twice. For C, hopefully, she can witness it too, in a way.
And there is a look at Tiznow, reigning horse of the year and defending classic champion. Jay Robbins so perplexed by his reluctance to train that he considered at one time giving him a shot of vodka before he went to the racetrack. No report to the rumor that Tiznow said he'd prefer his vodka in a Cosmopolitan instead. Anyway, he never got the vodka. And Chris McCarron had the most interesting theory. He said Tiznow's a year older, and he thought he was just bored. He wanted to go out and look around, take his time before training, much the same way John Henry did as he progressed to his old age. Still effective up until the later years was John Henry. They hope Tiznow can be too. He's a 4-year-old and looking to be the first to win back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classics. Back to Belmont in a moment.
One race to go as the temperature drops, and the winds pick up here in New York City. That is the $4 Million Classic, a Fleets dancer in the race owned by Edmonton's Camillard. We heard earlier from the jockey, Toronto's Rob Landry. He is trained by the great Canadian trainer Roger Atfield. Also, Macho Uno. Macho Uno is owned by Frank Stradek, and he is trained by Joe Orsino.
It's coming in great. Gary Stevens breezed him last week, and when he got off of him, he gave him 2 thumbs up, and he said, "Joe, if he stays like this the rest of the week, we're going to have a major outcome on the finish of this race." So he's going in on a high note, and he's 5 pounds heavier now than he was before the PA Derby, so he's carrying great flesh.
Last year, Macho Uno won the Juvenile. People said he shouldn't have gone in it. He did win. I hear people this week, as we were out here early in the morning in the backstretch, saying he's not ready. What do you think?
Well, Brian, I was one of those that were critical of the scheduling. I thought there may be a price to pay because of the horse's immaturity, and in fact, he has had a down year. But as you heard Joe Orsino, it's time to salvage things now. He ran big in the Pennsylvania Derby. He was sick before his last race in the Ohio Derby, and he's trying to get back on track now. Salvage the year and salvage things for Stronach this year.
And again, it has not been a great year for Frank Stradek, who won with Macho Uno in the Juvenile last year. Once again, let's rejoin our colleagues at NBC.
Well before the world awakes, the arduous task of training a thoroughbred begins. Sights set squarely on becoming a champion.
Well, the Breeders' Cup Classic is simply the best of the best. From Europe, from America. Who's the fastest on that day?
Pulsating stretch drive, and Tiznow prevails. Tiznow has won it by a nose.
Last year's champion, Tiznow. Is he ready to defend?
I've been training for 31 or 32 years now, and he ranks as the best horse I've ever trained.
Who could dethrone the reigning champ?
Aptitude is on his way to a 5-length lead.
And to be honest with you, I thought he was a cinch going to the Jockey Gold Cup.
Aptitude, he wins the Jockey Club Gold Cup by 8 lengths on the wire.
I even told somebody, if you don't win by 5 lengths, I don't even want the 10%, you know? You know, just being cocky.
The brash New Yorker says, bring it on.
Galileo comes back. What a great call. Possibly the 3-year-old of the world.
Galileo, the Euro turf sensation, is joined by Sahkee. Will their first dirt races lead them to victory? Coming up, the Classic.
And the paddock area at Belmont Park, where the horses and connections are making their trip to the paddock prior to the Classic. Let's update the odds. Orientate Guided Tour, Black Miniloosh long shots include is 9-1. Galileo now down to 5-2. Sahkee 6-1 as Godolphin goes for a record 3rd Breeders' Cup win in one day. Macho Uno is there, then Gander a long shot. Albert the Great 9-1. Tiznow 6-1 to win it again. After 2, the Bobby Frankel train horse is at 3-1. Now for a special announcement, let's go to Tom Durkin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as New York City Police Officer Carl Dixon sings God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Dixon, a New York City police officer, 7 years on the force, from Police Service Area 4, based in Lower Manhattan, not far from Ground Zero.
Thank you, guys.
And this is a New York kind of day as we honored New York's finest, the firemen, the policemen. The Yankees are in the World Series starting tonight. And Mike Francesa is with us. Everyone in New York knows him. He is on with Mike and the Mad Dog on WFAN in the afternoon, sports talk show. And Mike, you and Don Imus have come up with a novel plan to raise money for the Heroes Fund. Tell us about it.
Well, Tom, it started last spring with the Triple Crown races. The NTRA came up with a plan along with the NYRA folks where Don would wager $10,000 a race. I got to wager the money. We ran it up through the Triple Crown thanks to point given to $70,000, which went to the Imus Ranch. They decided to do it again today, but Imus decided the money should go to the Heroes Fund and to the, obviously, what's going on in New York with the firemen and the policemen and the EMS workers. So today it was $90,000 in all, $60,000 on the Classic. I've already blown the other 30 thanks to Officer. I would have had the pick six with him, but I singled him, as did most of the racetrack. And I could say welcome to New York today, but it's more like Europe, is it not, with the way the horses are racing today? But Imus decided all the money would go not to the ranch, but to the Heroes Fund. And hopefully, with a little luck in this race, we'll give them a nice check. No matter what happens, they get $50,000 courtesy of the NTRA.
NTR guaranteeing at least $50,000 to the Heroes Fund.
And
so the big question is, $60,000 you have to wager here in the Classic. Who are we rooting for?
Well, you know, I'm a little hard-headed. Everybody knows that who knows me. And although the European horses have been brilliant so far, which would lead you to Sahkee and to Galileo, I'll go with Aptitude. I think he's been a different horse since they put the blinkers on. I think he likes the softer tracks here. So I will stay with Aptitude, and I'll stay with the American horses behind him, Include and Macho Uno, and I hope those European horses are up the track a little bit. We got quite a big bet on Aptitude. We need him in this race.
So you're trying to make it a New York kind of day by
finally.
Bobby Frankel, the New York transplanted New Yorker, is the trainer. And so we wish you luck with Aptitude, and whatever happens, it will be a good day for the Heroes Fund. Thanks to you.
Tom,
and
good
Don
to see you. You look good. Good to see you. I'll see you along the way.
All right, Mike.
Thanks, Tom.
There's Sahkee. Maybe you might want to think about a little wager on Sahkee, because Godolphin, if they have Sahkee win, we'll donate their purse money all to the Heroes Fund. And if he does win, Godolphin will have the all-time Breeders' Cup record with 3 wins in one day. Let's go to Kenny Rice.
Thanks, Tom. In 1982, when he was 9 years old, Calvin Nguyen came from Vietnam to the U.S., first living in Florida, then moving to Orange County, California, in the process becoming a baseball fan. In 1989, he and some friends went to a Rangers-Angels game to see Nolan Ryan, except the game was sold out, so they wound up going to Los Alamitos and watching quarter horse racing. Fast forward 10 years to 1999, Calvin said if he had enough money, someday he was going to buy a horse, and he has one. A $32,000 claimer that's called Freedom Crest, who's coming off the big win in the Goodwood and has made it here to run today in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Calvin Nguyen joins me now. Calvin, you're 28 years old. You're going to become one of the youngest, if not the youngest guy, if you pull this upset off to own a Breeders' Cup horse. How's the week been for you and all your friends?
Oh, the week has been great. The Breeders' Cup treat us very well, and we're just hoping for a good run here and celebrate.
Well, you hook up with Richard Baltus. That was your trainer. That a series of events. Everything fell together, it seems, to get you to this place, and all your friends with you.
That's correct. I met Richie through a mutual friend, and the way how we got the horse and how everybody has come forward and helped with the horse. It's been like kind of destiny.
Your first horse, you made it all the way to the Breeders' Cup, and I guess if you'd seen the Nolan Ryan game, you may not be here at this game, huh?
Maybe, yeah, that's correct. It's amazing how all the events unfolded, and I'm just really thrilled to be here, and that's all I can say. I'm just really excited. I'm speechless right now, and with anticipation. So,
how many friends do you have with you? I see a lot of family and friends, including Joey Tran, your brother, who owns 10%.
That's correct. I have about 8 or 9 people here with us, and my brother, yes, Joey, he's a part owner of the horse, and he's really excited about the whole opportunity also.
All right, guys, congratulations. It's been a great run. Good luck. We need one more to pull off the big upset. Freedom Crest, a long shot the last time in the Goodwood, defeated both Tiznow and Skimming. It's been a great run for Calvin Nguyen and Richard Baltus, the trainer, and their friends. Tom?
All right, Kenny, 60 to 1. Only in horse racing can you have a story like that. And this day, of course, is a lot about money raised for the Heroes Fund today, and Godolphin donating all their purse money, already $1.8 million in their 2 winners. But Aptitude is the hometown favorite. Bobby Frankel already has his first Breeders' Cup win with Squirtle Squirt earlier today. He has Aptitude in the Classic. Let's check in with Mike Battaglia.
Thank you, Tom. And Bobby Frankel still did not want to talk. Bobby's a little bit superstitious about talking prior to the race. He's already broke the jinx, but he didn't want to talk about Aptitude. I was down in the paddock with him and Jerry Bailey. Aptitude looked absolutely great. The best looking horse in the paddock, though, was probably Sahkee, but Aptitude coming off that huge win last time out. The Europeans have really been blowing the American horses away, but Aptitude, I think the last American hope here in the Classic, we had a little bit of a problem with a Fleet's Dancer down here. The Fleet's Dancer was kicking out. I believe he even kicked the jockey. Robert Landry kicked back. If he didn't get him, he almost did. But Aptitude and Sahkee, Tom, looked the best from the paddock.
All right, and the horses on the track for the $4 million Breeders' Cup Classic. And as they make their turn, number 1, Orion Tate, 3-year-old trained by Wayne Lucas, the leading Breeders' Cup trainer. Dismiss him as a classic long shot. Do you remember Cat Thief? But it would seem like a tall order for this colt. Winner of the Indiana Derby, but never beyond a mile and a 16th. 2 Guided Tour, the irrepressible Irishman Niall O'Callaghan brought Guided Tour to last year's Classic, only to finish 12th. He's back with a horse he calls the Tour Bus, racing at his 13th different track. He's won 3 consecutive graded stakes, but against lighter opposition. 3 is Black Minalouche from Ireland, a 3-year-old colt who won the Irish 2,000 guineas. Veteran Irish jockey John Murtaugh has an impressive Breeders' Cup percentage. 2 winners from 4 mounts, but this colt is winless in 2 starts beyond a mile, makes his first start on dirt. 4 is Include. Robert Meyerhoff owned the 94 Classic winner Concern, and of course Buddy Delp trained Spectacular Bid. Include won 5 straight from February to June. Rested for a run at the Classic. He only has 1 race since July. 5 is Galileo, the European champion 3-year-old. His lone career loss, a head setback at the hands of Fantastic Light. Trained on an all-weather surface, but offspring of Sadler's Wells usually do not run well on dirt. 6, Sahkee in the Classic, even though Frankie Dettori said winning the turf would have been just a formality. Unbeaten this season in only 3 starts after a knee problem sidelined him for over a year. His wins, including that dominating 6-length score in the Arc, winner 7 of 10 lifetime, but never on dirt. 7, Macho Uno was champion 2-year-old after beating Point Given in the Juvenile last year. Missed the Triple Crown with injury. When he's come back, he's had 3 starts. His latest upset at 1-5 in the Ohio Derby after suffering a bout of colic the week before the race. 8 is Gander, the gray horse, champion New York bred, owned by a couple of brothers from New Hampshire. Earned a spot in the Classic by winning the Meadowlands Cup. Albert the Great, Tracy Farmer named him for his breeder Albert Clay. He'll retire to Robert Clay's farm after this race. Tiznow, the reigning horse of the year, sidelined with a back injury, kept him in the barn for 6 months. 3rd in both races since his return. 11 is a Fleet's Dancer who was acting up. Mike said a little bit in the paddock. Roger Atfield has won an unprecedented 5 Sovereign Awards as Canada's top trainer, but he's never won a Breeders' Cup race. 12 is Aptitude, the horse, the trainer, the jockey of the moment. Aptitude has shaken off a lot of nagging injuries to peak late in this, his 4-year-old year. He has won 3 straight, including that 10-length score in the 1 1/4 Jockey Club Gold Cup at Belmont with the addition of blinkers. And number 14 is Freedom Crest. Dream come true for the 2 Vietnamese immigrants who claimed the horse for $32,000. Is he in over his head? Well, perhaps, but he did beat Tiznow in the Goodwood, so take your best shot. He is the 13-horse Freedom Crest. So that's the way they line up for the $4 million Classic. Who do the handicappers like? Let's check in with Mike and Bob.
Might be useful, Mike, to mention again those British bookmakers who did such a good job with Banks Hill, making him the favorite. Well, they've made Sahkee the favorite at 3-1 in England. Interesting, he's just the 3rd choice here at 5-1. They're bouncing back and forth between Aptitude and Galileo here at Belmont.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Sahkee or Galileo handle the dirt, they're going to be a handful. There's just no doubt about it. And Sahkee looks so great, but I've got to go with the American horse in here. I've got to go for Aptitude. If you'd have told me a year ago, look at the way he's drawn off in the Jockey Club. If you'd have told me a year ago I was going to pick Aptitude in the Classic, I'd have said you were nuts. 6 months ago, I'd have said you were still crazy. But his last 2 races, Bob, this horse has come to hand. Bobby Frankel added blinkers with this horse. He loves this racetrack. He's going to have a good trip outside of horses. And, you know, if the 2 European horses handle the turf or the dirt, they're going to be the ones to beat. But I'm going to take Aptitude and Tiznow in here.
Hey, over the years, this race has been a disaster for the Europeans. 21 starts, only 1 win. That was the improbable Arcong when he beat Bertrando. But Sahkee, I mean, here he is in the Arc de Triomphe at Longchamp in Paris. A devastatingly impressive win. I must tell you, I saw this horse in the paddock. He looks like $1 million, as does Galileo. Galileo, another one trying the dirt on the turf to dirt move. The Galileo who ran such a big race against Fantastic Light. So what do? Do you go with Aptitude? Do you go with the Europeans on the turf to dirt move? I think you got to take a shot at a horse that loves the dirt. At a price, I'm going to go for Include here at 10-1. I know, you know, he won 5 in a row in the spring. He's up there at 10-1. It's a bit of a long shot. Came back in the Meadowlands Cup and ran so-so 3rd. But again, when this horse is right, he is tough to beat, and he's got a good inside post, Mike. Galileo, again, Sahkee, who knows? Aptitude from the 10 post. That's a tough post. I think it's anybody's race. I really do.
I do, too. You take Include. I'm going to stick with Aptitude. Tom?
All right, guys, and the Cyber Cappers also like Aptitude, 25%. Tiznow, 19%, picking him to repeat. And Galileo, the European champion 3-year-old, getting 16% of our Cyber Cappers at NBCSports.com. Well, as we expected, it is a very wide open race with a lot of questions to be answered here. Bobby Frankel hopes he can win one. again after getting his first earlier, and that is Aptitude, who really has blossomed here late in the year, and the addition of blinkers and the addition of Jerry Bailey has been a big plus, Charleston.
And Bobby Frankel is very proud of the fact that this is the only colt remaining from last year's Triple Crown who is still in competition. He was very, very high on his chances until the draw. He said his confidence level dropped. He really hates this chute, this 1.25 mile break on the main track here at Belmont. He said he really hates where he is out there. But Bobby Frankel has won his first Breeders' Cup race today. Juddmonte Farms has won their first Breeders' Cup. Now here they are together. The outfit that chose Bobby Frankel by computer, the two of them trying to win their first Breeders' Cup together.
Well, you mentioned the 1.25 mile distance here at Belmont Park is a very awkward start. In fact, they start on the turn, come around to the finish line, and the outside post can be very disadvantageous. I remember Unbridled when he won the Classic in 1990 from that outside post 14. It was quite a feat, and there you see the placement of the gate on the track, kind of at an angle right in that turn. Donna Brothers is out there eyeing the horses and eyeing the gate placement. Donna, what do you have to report?
Well, Tom, you're right about this angle of the gate. In fact, as soon as I saw it set up, I ran down here on my pony to check it out. I've never seen anything like it. They start the race virtually in the turn. The outside fence does sort of bow out right there to give them enough room to get that gate out there. They have the rail up. It's a temporary rail that kind of points the 1 and 2 horses straight for the inside, really. But it looks like it's fair enough. Tom, sometimes, like we talked about on the mile race, the one horse might end up stuck in a position where they have to check or get out of there. It looks like it's fair enough to me. It just looks like an odd place to set the gate.
Well, it is an odd place to put the gate for sure. A swell of cheers from the fans as Galileo went by in front of us.
Well, we might point out that as difficult as that is from the outside, that's where Unbridled won his Classic.
Yeah, that
all the
was
way out in 14.
quite an impressive race. Donna, how do the horses look warming up? Both Mike and Bob thought that Sahkee and Galileo looked very, very good. Are they still looking good warming up? Any problems at all?
No, Tom, the best I can tell, they all look very good. Tiznow is the only horse that's caught my eye at all because he stopped several times on the racetrack. But it doesn't look like he's throwing his antics that he's been known for lately, although he is stopped right now and doesn't appear to be moving anytime soon. I think that Chris knows how to get him to move when he needs him to. They're going to load Macho Uno first. He's in the middle gate because they anticipate that he might be a little hesitant to load, and I don't know if the camera's on him, but he's already starting to back up right now and show hesitancy to load. That seems to be his MO. He's done it from sort of day one, and they know how he is, so they're going to load him first so that the other horses don't have to stand in the gate and wait on him. Other than that, they all look pretty good. Black Minaluche is going to load with a blanket on. They call it the Monty Roberts blanket. And what it does is protects the horse's flank area so that they don't feel so vulnerable to danger. And they said they've schooled him with that blanket, and he's been perfectly fine. And I anticipate that he'll be fine today with the blanket. Tom, looks like they're still trying to head Macho Uno into the gate in a forward position. He keeps backing up, though.
Yeah, Gary Stevens with his legs out of the irons, and Macho Uno wants no part of that gate at the moment. And this is the reason they're putting him in first, because they thought it might be an ordeal, as Donna reported. They didn't want the other horses to have to stand in the gate while all this was going on.
Well, the irony of it was that Bob Duncan demanded that all the European horses come in school because they have been a problem, and actually the problem's over now, but the American horses seem to be the one being a little stubborn here.
And here's Black Minaluche with that blanket that Donna was talking about.
There is a European horse. That's Black Minaluche. He was reluctant to load the other day when they did have the practice schooling session with him, but he finally went in peacefully, as he does today. Crowd very, very excited here.
Aptitude is the 2-to-1 favorite. Galileo is at 3-to-1. And Sahkee is at 9-2.
There's Guided Tour, a horse who has looked really fabulous here this week. He's never won a Grade 1. He didn't run well in the Breeders' Cup last year, but he certainly looked the part this week.
And Tiznow, the defending champion, reigning horse of the year, at 6-to-1. And we saw him stop again. That curiousness that Chris McCarron has talked about. There he is, number 10, Tiznow, into the gate. So it's the Breeders' Cup Classic. The purse, $4 million. The distance, 1.25 miles. Will it decide horse of the year? Well, we'll have to wait and find out to see the results. Point Given is the leader in the clubhouse as far as that race goes. Maybe this race will change all that. Tom Durkin to call the Breeders' Cup Classic.
And the final 2 horses moving into line here for this 18th Breeders' Cup Classic. The favorite Aptitude, 2-1 on the tote board as he moves into post position number 12. And Long Shot Freedom Crest to his outside. In the gate, ready for the start of the Classic. And they're off! To the cheers of the crowd and Guided Tour breaks alertly with Orientate. Albert the Great is gun to the lead. That's Albert the Great. Ore Chavez puts him in front, but Pat Day and Orientate are going to take the fight to him. And those two hook up in a speed duel in the first furlong here. Tiznow not far behind. He's running third in the early going. Guided Tour drops back to run along in fourth. Galileo only 5 lengths from the lead. He's fifth. The arc winner Sahkee is sixth on the outside. And the favorite Aptitude is now running in seventh. Macho Uno bulls his way through from eighth now. Black Belush is ninth. Include is down toward the inside, and he's now 10th. Freedom Crest, Gander, who's well in hand, and at the back of the pack is Long Shot Up Late Stancer. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds, a grueling pace here, and into the wind half of 47 seconds flat. Albert the Great grinding it out on a short lead now. Orientate couldn't stay with him. There goes Guided Tour, who splits horses decisively with 5 furlongs to go. And on the outside, the daunting presence of a horse of the year, Tiznow, and he's right there just off the pace fourth. Sahkee and Galileo right there and behind the lead. Macho Uno's in the thick of it as Aptitude begins to roll here with 3.5 furlongs to go in the Classic, and it is Albert the Great blazing the way. Tiznow looms in second. Sahkee is there on the outside. Guided Tour fights on. Galileo's under a heavy drive. He's still 6 lengths behind. Include will put his run through on the rail. Aptitude is taken wide by Gander, and the field turns for home. Here comes the arc winner, Sahkee, and he storms to the lead. Sahkee in their lead, and Tiznow is battling on. The American Horse of the Year, and the arc winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic. On the outside, Sahkee. Tiznow fights on. Here's the wire, desperately close. Tiznow wins it for America, beating Sahkee right on the wire. Finishing third was Albert the Great. Macho Uno was fourth. Oh, did they deliver a thriller here at Belmont Park this afternoon. An heroic stretch drive that will go on in Breeders' Cup legend.
Jay Robbins ecstatic as Tiznow, the forgotten horse in the Breeders' Cup Classic, the reigning horse of the year, proves his heart and competitiveness once again as he takes on the arc winner, and the two battling head and head down the stretch in one of the more thrilling classics we've seen. And Tiznow just gets up to win it. Tiznow and Chris McCarron in the Classic. Tiznow is the first back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and everyone had written him off. They said he's disinterested. He doesn't want to train. Well, he just won a thrilling Classic. Chris McCarron up, and Donna is with him. Donna?
I am here with Chris McCarron, indeed. Chris, you win the Classic 2 years in a row. Did we get it? They called you in front. What do you think?
It was very close, Donna, very close.
Well, how about let's just pretend like you did win it for a little while. 2 years in a row, this horse has been in a narrow head-to-head drive, and it looks like he's going to get up second year in a row. He's a pretty brilliant horse.
Oh, he's outstanding, Donna. He's a wonderful animal. He's been a little cantankerous of late, but, you know, he's... Some people are saying that he's spoiled. I don't think he's spoiled enough. He deserves all the spoiling he can get.
Chris, he has given you guys fits all year, but you've compared him to John Henry and just said as he's gotten older, he's gotten a little bit set in his ways and just gets a little bored.
He does get bored. I think some horses are a lot more intelligent than others. And I think he's got a high degree of intelligence for a horse, and he loves to be out on the racetrack. He does not want to be forced to go early because he knows once his work is done on the track, he goes back to the barn. It's boring in the barn.
What a nice way to describe what he does. Chris, I think that you want to, if you didn't, good luck and congratulations. Tom, back to you.
All right, Donna, Chris McCarron, the complete horseman. Here's the narrow victory that he scored over Sahkee in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Just getting to the line in front. Here's the way it looked. Slow-mo. Stop it at the finish line, and a narrow victory for Tiznow. A back injury that was so severe he didn't race for 6 months. Jay Robbins thought he might never race again. McCarron's 5th Classic winner, 9th victory overall. Cecilia Straub-Rubens didn't live to see it, but her baby, Tiznow, has won the Classic again. What a job Jay Robbins has done.
We're on the air, everybody. We're on television. Let's go. We're still trying to get our message out. Get more for your money. More choice, more movies, more sports, a better television experience. See for yourself. Go to Radio Shack or Future Shop or Sears or Brick or Leon's. They can't shut those places down. Call us. We'll come to you. Star Choice.
I'm not gonna...
You have a choice. Star Choice.
Look, I'm asking now, telling you.
Star Choice.
Turn it off. Look, I have. Look.
Star.
What if you could return your dog back to a healthy weight? Feeder Imes weight control formula in the blue bag. It allows her to gradually reduce weight by helping turn fat into energy, which could add years of splendid health to her life. Imes, good for today, good for tomorrow, good for life.
Bigger, bolder. The reinvented Camry, the best-selling car in North America, just got better. Beautiful. For a test drive, go to camry.toyota.ca.
Go faster, walk faster, talk faster, think faster, act faster. In a world obsessed with speed, perhaps we should slow down and go back to a simpler time. Introducing President's Choice Organics. We took nature's own sweet time to produce over 50 certified organic foods. Find them now where President's Choice products are sold.
The road to the Grey Cup is getting rougher, and CBC Sports covers the action. The Hamilton Tiger Cats go hit for hit with the Montreal Alouettes. The CFL on CBC tomorrow at 1 Eastern.
More than ever, Canadians want the big picture, and CBC News delivers. Following September 11th, a country on high alert takes stock. Our airlines and office buildings, our border, the very air we breathe. What security measures are being taken so Canadians can sleep better at night? Join Peter Mansbridge for a countrywide look at the big picture. CBC News, The Big Picture, Canada on Guard, a 3-hour special. Tuesday night, starting at 8 on CBC.
Goes to Chris McCarron and Tiznow. He's a 4-year-old colt by Seeds Tizzy out of Sea Song by Seattle Song, bred in California by Cecilia Straub-Rubens. It took 16 runnings of the Breeders' Cup to have its first Calbred winner. Tiznow is the first and now second Calbred winner at the Breeders' Cup. A doff of the cap for Chris McCarron. And let's go to Trevor to analyze the race.
Whoa, what a race, Tom. We don't know who the horse of the year is going to be. It might be this guy right here, Tiznow. After today, he won the Santa Anita Handicap. You'd probably have to say so. Here's Albert the Great on the lead. Here's Chris McCarron with Tiznow. And on the outside, you just can't see him, but he's hitting right in there. Is Frankie Dettori, and Frankie Dettori is on Sahkee. Frankie Dettori, the greatest jockey in Europe. Chris McCarron, I don't know what it is about him. Breeders' Cup Day and Tiznow. I I thought last year's ride on Tiznow was one of the greatest of his career, and we know what an illustrious career he has. And look at this, he's almost beaten there on Tiznow. Looks like he's going to finish third, but him and Tiznow have such a great connection here that he just makes Tiznow reach down deep, just urges him along. This is probably going to be the race of the year for sure. Two great jockeys, two great horses, both of them giving their all here, but Tiznow, he definitely wants a challenge. He loved that fight today. A great nose win. Tom?
All right, Trevor, let's go right back down to Bob Newmeyer.
With Frankie Dettori, who thought he had won this Breeders' Cup Classic on Sahkee, the ARC winner, and turning for home, it looked rather good, Frankie.
Yeah, I mean, what a great horse. He's only run 2 weeks ago in Paris, and came back. He has never run the dirt. We took on all the best, even last year's winner. And I went by him a good half a length, and then the last 100 yards horse just came underneath me a little bit, and full credit to Tiznow. He battled back and he got me back. And in defeat is still a winner to me, because for a horse who's never run on the dirt to run so well, he must be a superstar.
Just missed by a bob to Tiznow, who did it last year to Giants Causeway and did it to Sahkee here today. Tom?
Let's hope.
And Sahkee lost nothing in defeat, Bob. Let's go to Mike for the presentation.
All right, thanks, Tom. And a happy winner's circle. Michael Cooper, Chris McCarron, Jay Robbins. What a job they've done with Tiznow to make the presentation for the Classic. We've got D.G. Van Cleef, president of Breeders' Cup, and the chairman of NYRA, Barry Schwartz. Barry?
On behalf of the 53,000 people out here today, it is a great pleasure to present this trophy to you.
Thank you, Barry. Michael, what a job. 2 years in a row. Did you think it was possible?
Well, not until about a week ago when he just turned it on. I think he loves New York. He did wonderfully here. And if I may say so, see, this is for you, babe. Yeah. Wish you were here.
There you go, Mom. And Chris, it was like deja vu from last year. Last year, you were hooking up with Giants Causeway down the stretch. This year, Sahkee up on the outside. Two great Europeans. You beat them both.
I did, yeah. It was a very tough battle. Sahkee ran awesome as well. And Tiznow, God bless Tiznow, and God bless the heroes, the New York heroes.
Do you guys feel like Cecilia was watching?
Oh,
for sure.
For
sure she was here.
This is Pam Zebar, C's daughter.
Oh, I can't believe it. This is just such an honor to be here again. Oh, unreal.
Congratulations to all of you. Just a great job by Tiznow, the first horse ever to win back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classics. Congratulations. Tom?
All right, Mike, and here is the Tyco complete order of finish. Tiznow does it again. Sahkee second, Albert the Great third, then Macho Uno, Guided Tour, Galileo finishing sixth, and the field completed with Freedom Crest coming in last.
Here's yet another reason Goodyear tires are worth thinking about. You've got 3 ways to win big with Goodyear's Drive for Gold. I've been spreading the word. Now that I got your attention, guys, here's the scoop. Come in and get up to a $100 instant rebate on Goodyear tires. Scratch and win for nifty prizes, then predict how Team Canada will do and win your tires for free. Pretty neat, huh? All right, lay ball. I got 2 minutes for being annoying.
Saving for your children's education? With the Canada Education Savings Grant, even small savings can grow quickly. The Government of Canada will add 20% to your children's registered education savings plans, up to $400 a year per child. Call now to receive your free information kit on the Canada Education Savings Grant and other services for children. A message from the Government of Canada.
freshener smell of pine forests? Accept it. You belong outside.
Well, the moon is now visible over New York City late on a cool and windy Saturday afternoon in the 18th edition of the Breeders' Cup is now history. It has certainly not been a productive day for Canadian horses, either Canadian-owned, Canadian-bred, Canadian-trained, except for Macho Uno, owned by Frank Stronach. He ran 4th in the Classic. Jim Bannon will talk about that in just a minute. Prior to today, the best ever performance for European horses was back in 1991 at Churchill Downs in Louisville. European horses won 3 races. That was the year, of course, the great Dan Smartley, owned by the late Ernie Samuel, won the distaff. Here today with cooler weather, but again, the turf was hard. They weren't sure. The Europeans equaled their best performance ever, winning 3 races. European-owned horses won 4 here this afternoon. As promised, Jim Bannon joins me in some thoughts. Let's talk first about the non-production, not a productive day for the Canadian horses.
Well, Brian, the Canadians came in as long shots. I think the important consideration here is that the Canadians are here to play. They've been here since the beginning, and not always with success, but they did have some success from a breeding point of view. A couple of the winners, Tempura, come from Canadian dams a couple of generations back. Tempura from the great mare Rainbow Connection, a granddaughter of that one. And Fantastic Light, tracing back to Canadian roots on both sides by Rahi, a daughter of Gloria Song, a great Canadian champion, and going back on the other side, the dam side of that one, all the way back to Square Angel, a great Oaks winner. So while Canadians didn't do it on the track, they did it in the breeding shed, and they're here to contribute. And win, lose, or draw, you're here to promote racing and to promote the game, and obviously Canadians have done that since the inception of the Breeders' Cup.
And Jim, probably a bad omen occurred here Thursday evening when numerous times, trained by Sid Attard from Toronto, Canadian horse, and he had a real shot here today, banged his ankle in the stall. Now, this is a horse that nearly died a year ago, so what is it, another turn in the road, but it's a road that will straighten out again.
Well, I think that's a good point because, you know, this horse, as I said, evokes tears. Sometimes they're tears of joy. When he won the Addo Mile, they were very excited about that, except they become tears of disappointment and sorrow at other times. We saw when this horse almost died last autumn that Bob Harvey was near tears. He was imploring the horse to please live, please go on. And he did go on. And there were tears again here this week at Belmont Park when we learned about the horse's injury. But horses overcome injuries, and certainly Tiznow, the horse that won the Classic, overcame an injury this year to come back. And we think that certainly the worthy Canadian horse numerous times will come back as well.
18 Breeders' Cups, so we've covered them all. We've been in California, we've been in New York, we've been all over. We'll be in Chicago next year. Good to work with you, Jim.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to tell the stories, and it's a pleasure to work with you, Brian.
Well, it's a lot of fun, and again, I mentioned Chicago. The Breeders' Cup has been to Toronto before. It's never been to Chicago. Goes to Chicago next year. Then I think Santa Anita. Then in a couple of years, heading down to the Lone Star State of Texas. So that wraps up our coverage here from a now cold and windy New York City. Just a reminder, let's give you some program notes. A big upset last night, Jim. The Argonauts defeated Winnipeg. Tomorrow afternoon, playoff implications in the East, where the Alouettes take on the Hamilton Ticats. Montreal trying to end a 5-game losing streak. Join Mark Lee.
Teddy Atlas's scorecard through 8 rounds, 79-73 for Grant. I have it 80-73 with the first round even for Grant.
If an explosion is to come, it will come from Butler's left hook. That is where he has the best chance to unleash something, and that's what he was thinking right there.
Okay, now let's remove those 2 amateurish type punches offerings for Butler.
Well, it depends what kind of amateur. You're insulting a good amateur when you say that.
Good point. How does Butler set up that punch the right way, not that way? What's the way to set up his bread and butter punch against a guy that's giving him this much movement?
You know, when you see that commercial, how do you spell relief? R-O-L-A-I-D-S. I hate to do a commercial. Well, how do you spell catching Grant with a punch? J-A-B! How about a jab? Use that jab if you're Butler. Close the ground. Distance is killing you right now. One of the best ways to close distance, use that jab. Get a little closer. Get into range.
Grant with the blonde hair against the Harlem Hammer, James Butler. Butler has not been able to drop the hammer on Grant so far. Okay, let's see what Mike Ortega has here. Hit on the break, please. Listen to me. Done a good job as Mike.
Don't retaliate.
Well, Teddy, I don't think it comes as a surprise to you when I make this next observation, but I think Butler needs a knockout to win.
He needed it before this fight started. And we more or less said that. This has gone according to plan.
The thing that I've been impressed the most about in this fight is that for the most part, for 98% of the time, Grant has stayed with his game plan. Enough movement, enough jabs, enough in and out, and enough defense.
Grant had the style going for him in this fight. He knew what he did well. He knew what Butler did well. He also had a little confidence going, having beaten Butler early in their career.
Back in 1997, the third pro bout for both. You know, when you look at a guy like Grant, who's 13-8 as a pro, you say to yourself, not disciplined to stick with his style. That's why he gets caught. That's why he loses. Tonight, so far, he's pretty much stayed with his game plan.
Smart move by Grant, not only to stop and punch, but to go around the shoulder of Butler, not straight back, not in the firing zone, so to speak. You go around the shoulder of the man. Turn him. Let him out. Let him out. Don't give him that firing lane by going straight back. Butler's looking for that firing lane. If you're Grant, you have to worry about two things now. The first bomb, the left hook probably coming at you. Don't give that to Butler. Do not go straight back. And this second punch, do not let go of your attention once you make the first miss. There will be a second following.
One final rule you should know: cannot be saved by the bell in any round, including this last round, in case Butler does land one of his big shots.
There's that left hook. And it half landed. But with 10 seconds left to go, Grant may be able to survive.
Well, he left himself open, got tagged. Butler too wild, though. And there's the bell to end it.
Too little, too late.
Richard Grant, coming off a 9-month layoff, fought nearly a perfect fight against James Butler. Does he get the win? We'll find out after this timeout. Card reads as follows: 97-93 for Grant. I had it 99-92 for Grant. Now the cards that matter, held by Michael Buffer.
When we go to the scorecards, Tommy Kazmarek scores the belt 96-94. Steve Weisfeld has it 97-93. That's the same score from Melvina Lathan, 97-93. All for the winner by unanimous decision, Richard the Alien Grant.
So Butler's number 8 ranking is going to take a hit. Richard Grant in the mild upset, a unanimous decision victory.
Oh,
against
look at this.
Butler. Whoa! Butler just ran across the ring.
Butler just went over there and sucker punched and knocked out Grant.
Oh, boy.
Terrible. And the new commissioner, Ray Kelly, will do something very, very enforceful here.
You want to talk about Zab Judah and his antics, losing some money in a suspension. James Butler should never be allowed in the ring again.
Absolutely.
Never. That's assault. That is assault. He should be arrested on the spot. He should be arrested right on the spot. That is assault and battery.
This will be the first test for the new